Hi, I'm Andrew Rich, and if you're like me, you look at the state of modern wrestling discourse and think, wow, what a cesspool. That's why I'm here to tell you about Music of the Mat Remix. That's right, your favorite wrestling music podcast is back with a new format, where I bring on a guest and we play songs related to wrestling-themed topics. It could be a wrestling reference, a wrestling concept, a wrestling pun, things of that nature. Now you might be saying, Andrew, that is a very, very tenuous connection to pro wrestling on a wrestling podcast network. Is this just an excuse to hang out with your friends and talk about music and ignore the rest of the wrestling landscape? Yes. Yes, it is. So listen to Music of the Mat Remix on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network, available on Apple, Spotify, or your podcast player of choice.
Hello, Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network listeners. I am Jeff Hawkins, co-host of Shake Them Ropes, with a very special announcement. If it's been a while or you've never listened to us before, the original gang is back. Myself and Rob McCarran, back talking wrestling. We have no idea where this show's going to go, where we're going to keep any of the old bits or any of the old things in there. It's going to be a process. It's going to be a journey, and we'd like for you to come along with us. Only on Shake Them Ropes on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, finally, to Wrestling Omakase. I guess it's been like, what, almost 3 weeks since we were last on the... Well, no, because the episode came out way later. It came out like the 26th. Or I think it might have come out the 27th. I might have already been in Japan. So, yeah, it's been like 2.5 weeks since you last heard from me and from my guest here, who informed me in Japan that I've been pronouncing his screen name wrong this entire fucking time, and he never once corrected me.
No, that's not what I said. I said there isn't a correct way to pronounce it because it's just made up. You chose perhaps the most interesting way to pronounce it. I had never heard it pronounced that way before.
I could have sworn you told me.
I want to discourage your self-expression, especially on your own podcast. So
the first fucking time I had you on, I remember having this conversation with you off the air. I'm like, you don't want me to call you by your real name on the air, right? And you were like, no. So I'm like, how do I pronounce your name? I would have bet like $1 zillion you told me Arametha. But no, apparently you said Arametha, and I just misheard it, and you just didn't correct me all this time, which is fucking fun. Because I was introducing you to somebody, I don't remember who. I mean, we met. I feel so bad because I'm never gonna be able to remember every single person I met on this trip. I met like so many goddamn people.
I think we met like all our listeners.
Yeah, probably.
Everybody was there.
But yeah, so what I was going to say is, but I'm introducing you to someone. I'm like, oh yeah, that's Arametha. And so he's like, oh, I would have thought it was pronounced Arametha. It's so interesting or whatever. And you were like, yeah, it is, John. Just been saying it wrong all this time. And I'm like, well, you never corrected me. You let me say it wrong for like 6 months of I don't even know, like 8 appearances on the podcast or something.
Well, that's just what's canonical to Omakase.
Yeah, I get it's Arametha, everybody. It's always going to be Arametha on this podcast. No, so obviously we're back from Japan. one of the dumbest things I've ever done in my life, and there are so many, believe me, is before I went on this trip, I actually went on the air multiple times and was like, yeah, we'll do 1, maybe 2 episodes from Japan while I'm there. Like that, the degree to which that never happened. Like, obviously, since we're talking to you now on I'm recording this January 13th, 2 days after we got back. I mean, I don't know what in my head I thought I was doing. I went to 20 goddamn wrestling shows, okay? That takes up an incredible amount of time, a lot of time going to 20 wrestling shows. I didn't have, especially when I was in Tokyo, I did not have time to do jack shit besides go to wrestling. I made it into way less arcades than I thought I would. And we did a lot of drinking, as we'll probably talk about. But that's the drinking's at late night and stuff. I guess we could have recorded podcasts instead of drinking. But first of all, no. Second of all,
we could have done both at once.
We could have done both at once. Second of all, I feel like if you really some of the times we drank, I was out until like 3:30 a.m. a few times. And like, if I tried to record a podcast at 1 a.m. in some of these hotels, there's no way they wouldn't have knocked on my door. Like, excuse me, people are trying to, because like I stay in a weird mix of like luxury hotels and like Japanese business hotels where the rooms are very tiny and you could hear plenty of things during the daytime. So I'm sure someone would have knocked on our door and been like, "What the fuck are you doing in here, Gaijin? You cannot be recording your podcast at 1 a.m." So yeah, I just had no fucking time to do anything. Outside of Tokyo, I had a little more time. That's where I did like more of like the anime good shopping and stuff, like in Shizuoka, Nagoya. Not really Osaka, actually. Osaka, we were fully booked too. But yeah, I just went to so many shows. I'm never doing that again because it did not give me any time to do. I mean, I had an amazing trip. I mean, absolutely loved everything about the trip, except I had to run around way too much between going to all those shows 2 in 1 day, changing hotels too much. Yes, I did change hotels too much, just like everybody said. And, I did kind of feel like I was going crazy a few times. But, and just, I like you were saying, the sheer number of people. Like, I can't stress this enough. When I record this podcast, in my head, like 3 people listen to it. Maybe 3. Like, 3 to me is a good day. Like, that's what it... So the fact that, like, 20 people in person told me they listened to the show is a fucking mind blower to me. Because, again, that's, like, more than 6 times the number of people I feel like probably listen to this total. So I don't know. Now I'm going to be way more nervous recording this for the rest of my life. Probably I'm going to have to go back. Like, I have to have someone hypnotize me and like remind me, or make me think again that only 3 people listen, because that's how I'm able to be so comfortable. I don't like thinking of all these people listening to my podcast. I'm really not humble bragging here. It really does make me a little uncomfortable, but yeah, it was crazy just meeting so many cool people. I met people I'd never met. I met lots of people like you that I've talked to online for years. I met people that I'd never even talked to online at all, or just vaguely knew of, and they were super cool too. So many awesome people were in Tokyo over Wrestle Kingdom season this year. I could not even try to start listing them because there's no way I could ever do it justice. Like, there were so many amazing people there.
Yeah,
and
that was
so
definitely
cool.
a big highlight for me too. And I barely got to spend. I kind of had like 2 friend groups that were over in Japan at the same time for me. The friend group from the wrestling discords I knew online, I didn't really get to spend as much time as I would have liked. The great thing about Tokyo at that time turned out is just there were all kinds of cool people there, being tourists as well, and being willing to hang out and drink with us.
Boy, did we drink.
And we had quite a lot to drink.
So obviously you can hear I'm gonna, like, am I gonna say Arametha or Arametha every time now? Arametha, his voice is very sore. You got actually sick, which is what usually happens to me.
I was managing a cold for like roughly half the trip.
That happens to me on almost every trip. Amazingly, did not happen to me on this trip. I don't know how. Like, it's fucking... I was out, again, until 4 a.m. practically, 2 different nights. Stayed out very late drinking many other nights. And this is the trip I didn't get fucking sick at all. My throat is a little hoarse, but it's just from... So it's going to be a great audio episode. But it's just from screaming at 20 straight wrestling shows, like, yelling, Azumi and like Siori and like every other fucking name for 20 straight shows. And also from, how do I want to say this? An activity I tried that I'm never going to reveal that also gave me a sore throat. Arametha might remember what I'm talking about. I can't remember if he's one of the people I drunkenly told about this. I think he is.
You absolutely did.
My
lips are sealed.
That I did not mean to tell anybody about. I meant to tell 0 people about this. And I probably told... and I was so drunk, I probably told at least 5. But yes, that extracurricular activity is another reason for my sore throat, is all I'm going to say. There was a very eager participant involved in that extracurricular activity, and it also gave me a sore throat.
If you think you know what it is, leave a comment in the Discord.
I'm not going to answer those. I know
prizes for the winners.
There's no point in guessing because I'm not going to answer. I'm trying to be as vague as possible on purpose. It's a legal activity, everybody. It's not. But yes. Anyway, the trip was amazing. It killed my throat, and we're going to try to go chronologically. I'm going to try to go through, remember all I can. I did not watch any of this back after getting home. I mean, first of all, as you're learning, jet lag is a bitch. Mm-hmm. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. I landed back here Sunday night, and I really have not slept. And it's now Tuesday, and I have not slept a normal human night once yet. Your body's like so overtired, and you sleep like 1 hour at a time, basically, and just keep waking up because your body's also like, what are you doing? It's not 3 a.m., it's 5 p.m. So I don't know. I just have not slept. I've had to take weird little naps and stuff. This is how it is every trip for me. It's like the going there was not that bad, even landing at 5 a.m. I did have to take a nap on that Sunday, the 27th, so I missed Gambare, which sucks. I would have loved to go to that show. But, I was pretty awake for Marigold. And, after that first day, really after that, I pretty much slept normally. Maybe there's one more night where I woke up a little. I think there might have been 1 or 2 days where I woke up kind of early for me. And then after that, it was pretty normal. I don't know. How were you? Did you have a lot of jet lag going there for the first time?
Going there for the first time, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
When we get to Dream Queendom, I think part of the reason I don't remember it too well is there were definitely parts of that show where I was snoozing, involuntarily. But when you have a whole box to yourself in Sumo Hall, you can get pretty comfy, pretty easy.
Yeah. Which that's the last one they're going to do that for, apparently, because they've already said next year is going to be 2 per box.
I don't expect to ever have the opportunity to do that again.
Yeah. So let's go chronologically, because we landed around the same time. We both landed on the 27th. And for people, for this episode format, we're going to go through all the shows in order. That means it's 20 shows for me. So obviously we can't review them all in detail or give match by match breakdowns. It'll be more about the vibes, being there live, and major highlights and blah, 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 and what the buildings are like. It's kind of just like a trip recap is the way I'm looking at it. And again, Arametha is exactly how I wanted on this one, which she's soldiering through with the sore throat. But because, I'm just very curious of the first timer report is always interesting to me, because this was my 6th trip. So just, some of this is very old hat for me now, whereas some of it is obviously for you, it was all new. But yeah, we both landed the same day on the 27th. I landed at 5 a.m. and you landed at a normal human time at 6 p.m. or whatever, I think.
Oh, no, I did not. I wish I was so lucky. I landed at about 11 p.m. Tokyo time.
Was it delayed or something?
No, that was when it was scheduled to land.
It was just because of the layover?
I don't know. I guess the flight to from Chicago just normally lands very late at night.
That's interesting. Yeah, because I don't know, because I've seen a lot of Japanese flights that land around between 6 and 8, but I didn't know there were really that many that landed around 11.
Yeah.
So yeah, 5 a.m. I landed. For people who didn't listen to the end of the last episode, I did get that upgrade after complaining the entire time I wouldn't get it, which was funny. And I slept so well on that plane. Because that was, I had business class on the brand new A350. It was the most comfortable seat I've ever had. You have so much room in that seat. you can like lay on your side, which is crazy. Like business class, you normally can't. Even when the lay flat ones, you really don't usually have enough room to lay on your side. So I was able to sleep about half the entire flight, like probably about 7 hours, which is crazy for me. Like the only other time I've had business class to Japan, we're leaving like 2 p.m. I did not sleep at all, really, maybe an hour or two. And this time, like I said, because between leaving overnight, like leaving around, I think it was like 12:30 a.m. and, having the business class seat, I was able to sleep for half the flight. So that was awesome. Definitely want to do that again if possible. But yeah, I mean, and the food was amazing too on that business class flight. Like I didn't even eat the actual meal. I just ordered like 2 things off the side menu, the ramen and the duck breast rice bowl, and they were both like the greatest things I've ever eaten on a plane. Were those 2 little meals. So definitely awesome. But yeah, so the flight was great. Landed at like 5 a.m. Went straight to the onsen in Haneda, which is relatively new. It's like they call it Haneda Airport Garden. It's like basically connected to the international terminal. You just have to walk a little bit, but all inside. And the onsen was awesome. It wasn't that big, so I could see if it was more crowded. If you're going at a more normal time, it probably wouldn't be as great. There were still definitely people there, even at like 6 a.m. when I went. But like, it definitely wasn't crowded. So that probably helped. But that was such an amazing way to start the trip, is like spend 2 hours like soaking in hot water. And, I felt so amazingly refreshed at the end of that. So that part of my morning plan went well. The other part of my morning plan was a complete disaster because I wanted to go right to a arcade basically and play, that Tune Theme game I love. I thought that'd be a great way to start it. Most of the Tokyo arcades open either like 10 or 11 a.m. Which a lot of stuff in
most
Japan
everything doesn't open until 11 a.m.
Or 12 even for some of like anime stores. Yeah, they're not like early morning people in Japan, I guess. But which makes sense, I guess, when you see how late they stay out. But yeah, but anyway, so the point was I saw this round 1 in Odaiba, which is not that far from Haneda, that was supposed to be open 24 hours. I'm like, oh, perfect. So I go all the way to Odaiba at like 8 a.m. or whatever, only to find out that it's just the karaoke part that's open 24 hours, just like pretty much every other karaoke room in Japan. Like some of them close like an hour or 2, but they're pretty much all 24 hours. The actual arcade part is all walled off, and I asked him when it opens, he's like 10 a.m. So it's just like any other arcade for the arcade part. So that was a complete waste of time and money going there. And I just ended up going into to the Ryogoku area and checking my bags at the first hotel. And I mean, I got to see like Tim and Snazzy and a bunch of other people right away that morning. And again, I'm going to forget so many people I met. I'm very, very sorry. I did not keep a list, and there were so many. So if I met you and I didn't say your name, I'm really, really sorry. But yeah, so Tim and Snazzy and all that, and we had they introduced me to Choco. I think it's called Choco Loco, which is like a chain. Did you ever go to this? I can't remember.
I think I did. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. It's a chain that's like a bakery slash coffee shop.
Which I guess is where the Choco Pro's name comes from, because I had no idea.
Oh, really? Now that I didn't know. They have like a really good, chocolate croissant.
Choco Low, I think it's called, maybe. But anyway, so they introduced me to this. It ended up being connected to my hotel, which is great. I went all 3 mornings after that because they had this little God, what was it? Like an egg. God, I can't remember what the fuck this thing would be called. It was like a Danish, I guess, but they think it's a different name than that. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. Nobody really cares, probably. Well, someone did ask me about my food in the questions. But yeah, they had this like Danish that was really good that I had every morning. And they had, for the 3 days I was there, and they had like this milk tea that I really liked. So yeah, even though it was like a chocolate, I guess in the name, I didn't actually eat anything chocolate, but I'm not a hot chocolate person. So one of the people there, I think it was Snazzy, loves his hot chocolate. But I was not.
Oh, I had the hot chocolate at that place. It is decadent. I couldn't even finish it.
I'm not a big chocolate person in general, honestly. So, never mind hot chocolate. But yeah, so they took me over there, and then we went to my first show, which was Marigold on 12/27 at Corkin Hall. This was the show they did that Twin Star Cup tournament. Now, I'm going to reference my rankings a lot. So as I go through these shows, I'll tell you where I rank them because I am a big ranking person. I guess everybody kind of knows that about me. I will say for the shows that finished lower in these rankings, and I ranked them out of 19 because one of the 20 shows I went to, I didn't rank because I only saw 2 of the 5 matches, which we'll get to. But, I would say 1 through 18 were all somewhere between good or great. There was one bad show on this entire trip. Which was really fucking bad. We'll get to that one. But everything else on this trip was some level of good, including this show. And I have it ranked quite low. I have it ranked 16th out of these 19. But this show was still a good show. There were issues with it where, the crowd was not very large. I mean, they announced 768, but I'd be surprised if there's more than like 650 in there, maybe 600. Because, they had the lesser ringside setup because I think Big Japan was running in the same day. Or maybe they always do that. I can't remember. They only had 2 rows of ringside seats, and the oranges were incredibly empty. So yeah, this was like, I don't know if this was the smallest crowd I attended at Korakuen. It might have been. It looked really empty. So that did hurt from an atmosphere standpoint. And the tournament itself, it was good. It just wasn't anything like super special. This is one of the only shows I didn't have a 4-star match from. So, there's a lot of good, solid matches, but just not a lot that like blew me away here. And it was also very Rossi-pilled booking. There were like two back-to-back matches in the Twin Star Cup went to a time limit draw in the fucking first round. There was a count out match. The only singles match on the show ended by count out in 9 minutes. So, very Rossi-pilled booking, which always kind of annoys me.
It's a one-day tournament, though, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's how the old Cinderella tournament used to work, too, as a one-day tournament. So I never minded it since the goal of it is to just finish the whole tournament in a single day. That's a pretty efficient way to have, like, a short match, especially if it's, like, between 2 really good teams, but you don't want either of them to win the tournament. I think it's fine.
Yeah,
I wasn't there. I didn't see it, so
I didn't need 2 time limit draws, I guess is what I would say. Like it erased the entire semifinal, which is weird. But yeah, I don't know. There was also like the disappointment of my favorite wrestler, Marigold, right now is my Sakurai, and she was sick or something, and she ended up missing the show, so that was disappointing.
By the way, that's quite the transformation over the time I've been guesting with you on the podcast. Because really? I remember when we started talking about Marigold, I don't think my Sakurai was really on your radar all that much, and now she's your favorite.
I mean, she's a bully, and I do love my bully Joshi. So
yeah, she is very good at that.
Do not make the obvious joke.
Well, yes. No, you love the ladies. What can I say? And she's the ultimate lady.
Yes, there was a lot there though. Like there was just a lot of God, what the hell was I going this? I was just sad I didn't get to see Mai, I guess. So that hurt the show a little for me. But hey, Sari and Shino going to the final and winning was really cool. But yeah, just it was one of the more unremarkable shows I would say that I watched. It wasn't bad. It was good. But it just was hurt a little bit by the lack of atmosphere. And but on the other hand, it was carried a little bit by the excitement of being back in Japan, and I was sitting with like Snazzy and some other people, and like just meeting them and was cool. So the early shows were probably helped by that a little bit too. So that's another factor. The 28th, that was our second day in Japan. So now we're at Monday the 28th. We went to 2 different shows. So you went to Marigold. So this is actually Sunday the 28th. Excuse me. You went to Marigold. So why don't you talk about that?
Oh, you mean Marvelous?
Marvelous. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah. I went to the Marvelous Korakuen Hall show.
First of all, your first time walking to Korakuen, what was that like?
It was almost exactly what I expected because I have watched so many shows in Korakuen Hall. I've practically seen tours of the building thanks to DDT gimmicks over the years. And it was still very special. It is still the best wrestling venue in the world, I'm convinced. And I didn't need to be convinced of that before I went there. I think I just know that as a fact now that I've been there. it's the best to watch. It's not necessarily the best to sit and watch. I'll put it that way. There's my first Kurikan Hall show. I was in the wooden benches on the side.
Yeah, the bleachers.
And
I would
those
never
were
recommend
an ass ache very quickly.
Nobody should ever sit there. I will say, like, do not. If you have a choice, do not. I have not sat in the bleachers. I think since I don't know even how long it's been. It's been a long fucking time to sit in the bleachers because I always go out of my way to avoid them. So
yeah, I wouldn't recommend sitting there, partly because it's an ass ache, but also because I was right next to the speakers, which were insanely loud.
Yeah,
it's
the orange seats are very comfortable if I compare, especially like the orange seats are more comfortable than the ringside seats.
I don't know if I'd agree with that, having sat in both, but
so?
Maybe it just varies person to person.
Yeah, I thought because the orange seats are like padded.
They are padded, but I don't think they're padded very well.
I see. Okay.
I generally found that the ringside seats, at least the ones we had for STARDOM, were better for long-term sitting.
I see. Okay, I like the oranges better, but I mean, ringside I still get all the time because you're
I have heard from friends that there's also a variance in which of the orange seats you're sitting in, like which section are more likely to be comfortable. So if you are lower down, those are more likely to be comfortable than higher up. Apparently.
Yeah, and the only time I sat in orange on this trip was we were on the very front row. The orange is Tokyo Joshi.
Yeah, so we were.
That's what I'm thinking of. So that was comfortable. But yeah,
I will say part of it is I'm a fairly wide man, right? And the seats in the orange seats are much narrower. So it's not comfortable to get up or move.
No, that's true. And I think you and I are about the same level of wide now. But yeah, you're a little taller than me. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's another thing. Maybe it's like legroom thing.
Could be. I distinctly remember though when we get to TJPW, I remember the match when I realized I cannot maintain this sitting position anymore. I need to figure out how to do something because this is torture.
Yeah. But other than the seats, what else anything else about Kurikan as a venue?
Kurikan as a venue? Do you want to talk about Fighter Chicken now?
Oh yeah, because we did get a question. I asked people for questions about these, or questions for the show this week because I figured maybe people had some, and we did get from Discord user on the Voice Wrestling Discord, Rika Tatsumi. They requested a 10-minute segment on Fighter Chicken, and they also wanted to know, was Rika robbed in the Iron Man title match? Which I guess we can get to that when we get to Tokyo Joshi. But
yeah, when we get to that.
But
look, if the former Princess Champion demands we spend 10 minutes talking about Fighter Chicken,
it's definitely the real Rika Tatsumi.
Of course, why would it not be the real Rika Tatsumi? We have to oblige. So here you go, 10 minutes on Fighter Chicken.
Are you really?
It had a reputation going in, right? Maybe that's
a reputation from one deranged Czech farmer. Tam Nakano's husband will not fucking shut up about the Fighter Chicken. I mean, look, he acts so like put off because people kept adding him in the channels about every time they would go to the Fighter Chicken.
Certainly improved his opinion of this snack food, right? He's getting constantly harassed about it.
He's so tired of hearing about it, but I'm like, buddy, you did this to yourself by being
yes.
You're like, so you can't go if you go around telling everybody how much Fighter Chicken sucks, then yes, every single person is going to at you and be like, look what I'm eating, the Fighter Chicken.
It's similar to how he ended up marrying Tam Nakano. He just talked so much about how much he hates her that he had to marry her in the end.
And now they can go on double dates with Shingo and Natsupoi.
That's what I wanted to spend 3 hours talking about with you, to be honest. That was a bombshell set of news right there.
I don't really have that much to say about it. It's weird because it's like they're like a perfect couple because they have like people say they have
similar
two brain cells
energy,
between them. Two brain cells between them. They have like 3/4 of a brain cell between them.
And they share custody of it together. Yeah,
they do share custody of it together. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, they're very similar energy. They're both kind of dumb jocks. The only thing I hope is that Natsupoi doesn't retire at 32. I mean, or younger. I mean, that's all you can really do. I mean, like, God bless her. I hope they're very happy. I just hope, either Shingo weirdly doesn't want children, or if they do have.
They did say they both want kids in that Tospo interview. So
I know.
but
I
also,
think. But what I was gonna say is the other possibilities. Maybe she just like takes a long sabbatical and then comes back, like Kyoko Kimura did. So
yeah, it could be like that. Yeah, Suka from Ice Ribbon did a similar thing.
Yeah.
It does sound like, from Natsupoi's point of view, though, she still thinks she wants to primarily focus on wrestling right now, from what I could gather from the machine translated interview.
Yeah, she's 30. I mean, even if she's going to retire to have a kid, I mean, it could be when she's like 35 or something.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yep. There's plenty of time. I think there's still a great chance we'll see her as a champ soon.
Shingo's 42 though, so I don't know if Shingo wants to wait until he's 47 to have
I don't think that has ever stopped a man.
That's true.
It's just a non-factor.
Yeah, I don't know, because I've had this discussion before. It's like I don't know. I shouldn't say that out loud because it's weird. I just like my cousin started having kids when he was like 42 or 43, and I was like, it's kind of weird, right? Because you're going to be like 60.
Oh, in your 60s by the time the kid's out of high school.
But I guess a lot of people are doing that now, so I guess it's not.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of a normal thing. Is people are waiting later to have kids. Because like to me, like I'm at 30. I'm in my late 30s, and it's like I'm already past the age where like I thought I would ever have a kid if I was going to have one. But I also never thought I would have one. So I guess it's kind of a moot point. But anyway, this suddenly gotten a very different topic.
So right, Fighter Chicken.
It's good. Like I told everybody.
You know what? It's a 7 out of 10 snack, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much everybody. Now, look, I will come to Velky's defense in this way only. They have changed the recipe multiple times, so he probably the one time he tried it before and decided he hated it forever was probably one of the times it was bad. Because I do feel like the last couple times it's been the same, but again, I've been going a lot. I mean, it was there March, April, and now again December, January. So like, they didn't have time to change it in that time frame probably. But there have been like multiple recipes of this fucking thing. So, they're what he said the era he went when he had it was sweet. Which I'm like, how is chicken sweet exactly? It does sound disgusting.
I could see maybe the breading was sweet somehow.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say that was a tasty note I was taking away from it.
No, I don't think that's the current recipe.
Well, it may just be that we're not detecting that though, right?
Yeah.
I will say I thought it was, if there was a downside to it, I found the chicken just a little dry. But otherwise, it's a big crunchy breading on there. And I usually prefer a thinner, crispier breading, something closer to like a tempura, even in traditional fried chicken. But I thought this was otherwise just a great little chicken snack, little chicken fingers. And actually made with whole chicken. One concern I had with it was I thought it was going to be made with ground chicken, formed into fingers. And it's not. It's just whole tenders. Chopped up smaller and breaded and fried.
There you go. All right, so I don't think we did 10 minutes, but that's a lot of Fighter Chicken.
I can go on. Should I go on?
I think we're good. Yeah, the line. I mean, you experienced the crowd crush in the lobby, I'm sure, at some point.
I did, yeah.
I don't remember which show it was for me. Maybe DDT, because they were definitely selling for DDT. There were a few times I think I got the crowd crush. Maybe Tokyo Joshi too. But yeah, that feeling where you're like really crushed in and you can't really move and you just kind of have to go with where the crowd takes you. Do not like that feeling.
I had that feeling at the last Stardom show on the exit where I was trying.
You're trying to get to.
I was trying to get to the merch stand because someone asked me to get them something.
Well, it's really my fault.
The wrong way because that's where the crowd was going.
So this is really my fault. So Chris asked me to get the May Sierra Knife Pervert shirt or whatever. Not Knife Pervert. That was Jay White. May Sierra Knife Girl shirt. Because they didn't have it at Dream Queendom.
She is also a knife pervert, let's be honest.
And they didn't have it at Dream Queendom. She is or Chris is. I don't know which one we're talking about.
May is.
May is, okay. But yeah, so Chris had asked me to do it because they didn't have Dream Queendom, and I was going to the 10th and the 11th shows. The 10th show, I tried. I couldn't remember what size he told me, but he might have told me in person and forgot to tell me that. He definitely didn't tell me in the DM. But when I went there, I was almost positive didn't have his size. I think they only had like double XL and S. And I think he told me he was an L eventually, so they wouldn't have worked anyway. And for all we know, maybe that's all they had too, because we didn't the next day because we didn't get to the stand. But the problem was basically I got there late because I was checking out of my hotel because this was the day where I was flying home at the end of the day. So I had a crazy schedule where I was checking out of the hotel, taking my bags with me and putting them in lockers, going to STARDOM, and I got there a half hour late, so I just kind of had to get to my seat at that point. And then I literally, as you can vouch for, literally the moment the bell rang, I just jump out of my seat and run because I had a appointment, quote unquote, which was the last thing I was doing before I was going home. So that was the extracurricular activity I was talking about earlier. And, so basically I had to go get my bags out of the locker, go to Shinjuku for this thing, check and bring my bags with me to that, and then immediately go from that to the flights. I had a very crazy schedule that last Sunday. It was a very insane schedule. So I could not make it to the merch table. And you were supposed to go for me, and you got carried away by the crowd into the exit instead. So poor Chris, poor CSW, never a very nice guy, another very nice person I was happy to meet. He never got his his Mace Sierra knife pervert shirt. So very sad. He could order online, I guess, but I don't know. Had to pay a Trump tariff, but what are you gonna do?
Well, they also aren't great about putting up STARDOM merch online on the Tokon Global Shop.
I just ordered off the STARDOM site.
I guess you could do that.
Yeah, use that world shipping thing. I mean, it costs extra money, but clearly, what is money to us if we're going to the other side of the world to begin with? So.
Well, I will say one of the nice things about a trip to Tokyo is how cheap everything is.
It is very.
They're having a countrywide 40% off sale, which, by the way, you are encouraged to come and do your part to stimulate the local economy. They really need it.
Yeah. By the way, don't tell that to the people there. They don't want to hear it. I've seen people make this mistake. They really do not like the fact that their currency has cratered.
Cratered. No, why would they?
I mean, all it means to them is a lot of Japanese people don't travel overseas anyway, but the ones that do sure don't like it. So, don't mention this because I've seen people make this mistake and be like, "Oh, everything here is so cheap for us," and the Japanese people look at them like, "Yeah, fuck you." Basically,
don't say that.
Yeah. So there's not something I've ever done, but I've seen other people do it. Now, I don't think I saw anyone do it on this trip, actually. I think it was something I saw on my last trip. But anyway. Where were we? We're on your first Corrigan, basically. Yeah. Is there anything else about Corrigan as a venue before you move on? Did you
as a venue, as far as I can tell, there's no bad seat in the house except for the ones that are just really uncomfortable to sit in. View seems to be incredible, no matter where you are, no matter what the setup is. And it just there's atmosphere there in a way that is no other venue could possibly have, because no other venue has the history, right?
I love just looking at my favorite seat is when they give me ringside directly facing the oranges, which I guess is the north side, because you can just stare at the oranges, and it's so cool looking.
It's really cool looking.
That's what we had for STARDOM, actually. Yeah, for the last
we did. Yeah. I also love when I guess it's just the Joshi promotions that do this, but I love the banners that are hung in the rafters.
Everyone used to do
supporting the different wrestlers.
Yeah, everybody used to do that, but a lot of them stopped doing it.
Yeah. I still love it now that I've been there. It did feel like not to be sacrilegious, but it did feel like coming to a holy place that I'd been looking forward to for a very long time. And there was a part of me that felt like, okay, I've finally done this. This is completing something I've needed to do by going there quite a few times, actually, over the course of the trip.
I will say, maybe I'll be controversial and say it's not my favorite Japanese wrestling venue. I'd probably agree with that. I like Shinjuku Face and Sumo Hall better, I think. Why? Which one do you like better?
I do like Sumo Hall better, but I also had an unusual experience there, like I mentioned earlier, getting to have a whole box to myself. I don't think anyone will be able to replicate that again. Out of other venues that I went to, I thought what was the Budokan? I thought was also really cool.
Budokan's cool.
That was a very special venue. Also had like the weight of history on it in a way Karaoke Hall does as well. Very special.
You're not a huge face person like I am.
Well, I haven't been to Shinjuku Face yet.
Oh, I thought you. Oh yeah, because you couldn't go to the Stardom show.
Couldn't go to the Stardom show. I had to choose between like a Stardom House show and the Marigold show in the third. So
yeah. But yeah, the Shinjuku Face is awesome too. So yeah, you have to do that next time. It's such a very cool tiny venue, like for whatever it is, like 400 people venue. But I don't know how like the atmosphere it has. It doesn't have like the history of like a Karaoke Hall or Sumo Hall, but like it just has this really really neat atmosphere. And you're because of it's like such a small capacity. You're only dealing with like the most hardcore fans of each promotion generally, which really helps. Like the people there make a lot of noise. The sound really carries.
They managed to find everyone in Tokyo who cared about GLEAT and put them in one building.
Yeah. Which I'll talk about when I get to that show. But yeah, just in general, the sound carries really well, and those counter seats are so awesome because it's like you're dead level with the ring, and the front and first and second rows are below you, so there's nothing blocking your view. So it was an even cooler seat than I thought it would be when I had it. So, but yeah, Shinjuku Face is awesome. Actually, this reminds me of a Joe Gagney question he asked in the Discord, which was worst building you saw a show in. For me, it was easily the Dragon Gate one we went to at Kobe Sambo Hall, because Kobe Sambo Hall was just a very, very generic building. Like most of there's really nothing wrong with it as a building, and like pretty much the Japanese wrestling is lucky to have some incredibly cool buildings. It's just Kobe Sambo Hall was just a building. Like there was really nothing unique about it. You just go. It looks like any other like municipal building you'd see anywhere else. You go inside it, you go up some stairs, and it's just nothing but floor seats, basically. And there's just nothing cool or unique about it at all. It's nothing wrong with it either, but it's just nothing interesting either. So yeah, I think that was easily the worst one. Like Order War Gym is a pain to get to, and that was my first time going to that building too. But once you're in the building, it's actually really cool.
Yeah, I was going to say. And it was a pain to get to in a way I didn't expect, per se, because... this was where we saw AJPW, right?
No, Order War Gym was Yoyogi. All Japan was Yoyogi. Order War Gym was
Yoyogi Gymnasium. That would be my answer. Just because while it was a pain to get to, it was a pain to get to in a way I didn't expect, because we kind of had to loop around a big complex of other buildings.
Yeah.
And eventually find a counterintuitive entrance to get to the gymnasium, which is just one small building of a bunch of other larger buildings in this complex, right?
But see, I think it looks cool inside, though.
It does look awesome inside, yeah. But it's more of a pain to get to than Oda Ward, I think. The downside with Oda Ward is just it's a bit of a walk from the train station, but it's not that long.
Yeah, and the train ride itself takes forever.
It's not too much worse than getting to anywhere else in Tokyo, though.
You go like pretty, I don't know, it's like 40 minutes, I think. It's like pretty far in the south. 30
minutes or so.
Yeah, I don't know, it's pretty far in the south. All this other stuff is very central. Like,
that's true.
Korakuen is right by Tokyo Dome, which is, the Shridobashi area. Then Ryogoku's 3 stops from there. Shinjuku faces Shinjuku. Dimban Budokan's right by Tokyo, the main Tokyo station. Like, everything else is very central. Yoyogi is in a central area. It's just in a dumb area where it's like it's a long walk from the train station. Like you said, you have to walk around this giant complex, but it's still the actual train trip there is not long because it's right by it's like between Shibuya and Yoyogi. It's weirdly not close to the Yoyogi stop. Like you should get off at Harajuku, which is very counterintuitive. But yeah, and Kobe Sambo Hall for another one that the one good thing about that building is very close to, like, literally you walk down the stairs from the station, you're right there. I forget the name of the station though. It's on this line that was apparently the first think it's called the Portliner. It's the first automated train in the world, apparently.
Really?
Yeah, it opened in like I think 1983, somewhere around there. And it was the first fully automated train, but like no actual human conductor. So that's cool that it's been around that long now. But I'm a little bit of a train nerd, so probably nobody else cares. But yeah, because there's a line like that in Tokyo too. God, I didn't go on it this trip. What the fuck is it called again? I think it's the Ring. No, the Ring Kai might be the other one. I don't know. It's one of the ones that goes out to Odaiba. Is also like a fully automated line. But anyway, so yeah, Oda Ward Gym. Like I was just trying to say, it was a pain to get to, but once you're inside, I thought it was really cool. And that was my first time going to it was for Dash. You went to it for Marigold. Did you thought that venue inside was cool too?
No, I thought it was, well, thinking about it for a minute.
It looked a little cooler than I expected because it looks like kind of a big gym, but like the bleachers, the way they surrounded, I don't know. It looked maybe just because I have very low expectations, but I thought it looked a little cooler than I was expecting.
Yeah, I'd agree. And it also is set up in such a way that it doesn't look like there's a bad seat.
Yeah.
So that helped
What did you have for Marigold there?
Well, those we had floor seats.
Yeah, me too. So.
We were able to get floor seats pretty close to where the wrestlers were making their entrances. So if you watch the replay, I'm pretty sure there's a moment when I'm briefly on camera because Ikaman Jiro kind of crossed through our section, high-fiving everyone during his entrance.
Yeah, I was on camera a bunch, apparently. Like, the entire night at Dream Queendom. So, I still have to go back and see
your face darkening with each match result.
Well, yeah, we'll get to that. But yeah, I'm trying to think what other venues I went to that I haven't mentioned yet. The Tokyo Square in Itabashi, which is actually for the next show we're going to talk about, the JTO show I went to on the 28th. That's a cool venue. I mean, it's a really out of the way again. Because Itabashi, despite being called Tokyo Square, is really a suburb. I'm not even exactly sure how to get to it by train, though, because I did on purpose, I went out of my way because I wanted to see there's this Japanese chain of stores called Don Quixote, and they have these mega Don Quixotes, and one of them, like the biggest one in the Tokyo area, apparently was not that far from there. So I went there instead. I took a cab from there to the round one in Itabashi, which the round one was awesome. That was probably the coolest round one I've ever been in. It's like this really round one's like this big arcade chain. People have no idea what I'm talking about. And it had this really, really, really cool setup. I tried to take pictures of it on my Twitter, but I think it looked even cooler in person than it did in pictures. Where like the top floor was basically like a balcony that like overlooked the rest of the arcade. So it just, I don't know, it just looked really, really cool. Definitely completely different from any other round one I've ever been to. So I went there and I took another cab from there to Tokyo Square. Because the train coverage in that area wasn't great. It would have either been cab or buses. And I was not really interested in wasting my time with the buses. So, the Tokyo Square, it was kind of weird to get to. And the ticket, like the entry took forever because JTO, they do their tickets in like the most old school way or indie way you could do, where like you buy them or I guess reserve them ahead of time through like their online. I bought mine through their online shop, and then they just like match you to your name when you get there and give you your ticket. So everybody has to get matched to a name when they get up there. So it just took forever. But once you're in the building, though, it does look kind of cool. I mean, it's like basically a big warehouse, with like the floor seats, and then I don't know how to describe them, like standing bleachers, I guess I would describe them. Like standing room, but like very cordoned off. The JTO wasn't using them anyway, because I guess it wasn't. They seem like they sold out of the entire floor seats. We don't have a number listed here, but I would guess it was around like 150 maybe. But yeah, the venue itself was kind of cool for such a small venue, and definitely one I'd be interested in going back to for another promotion. I think that's all the venues. I also did the Ichigaya Chocolate Square, which I guess I'll talk about those when I get to them. The Ichigaya Chocolate Square is obviously only one promotion anyway, and same thing with Sportiva. So I'll talk about those when we get to the show. But yeah, the worst building I went to answer Joe Gaggy's question was Kobe Sambo. And for you, I assume you just said it was your yogi.
Yeah,
you hated
gymnasium.
You hated going to it. So I get it.
It's a real pain in the ass.
It's a lot, and we were also coming straight from another show, so we were already running late.
Yeah.
So I think that only adds to it too. The sense of like, okay, we gotta go. So, anyway, anything about you didn't say anything about the actual Marvelous show, I guess.
No, yeah. So I guess a brief review. It was a good first show to start the trip. No bad matches on the card. But I also probably am just going to be a lot more generous since I was there in person for all of these. Even though I have a lot of kind things to say about that show when we get to it. The highlights, though, if you are looking for recommendations on things to watch, if you didn't watch the Marvelous show, once this is on Wrestle Universe, I do highly recommend watching Senka Akutsuki versus Seri Yamaoka. The two of them just have a very special chemistry that I don't think anyone else in women's wrestling and even most of men's wrestling can match. These are two wrestlers, you know. They're wrestlers who don't just perform being good professional wrestlers. They have amateur wrestling instincts, amateur wrestling builds. They build their matches around wrestling like Olympians do. And they have just that extra layer of realism to all their interactions that make it super engrossing to watch, even if it isn't the most technical wrestling, even if it isn't the flashiest wrestling. What draws you in is it just feels raw in a really cool way. So when they're wrestling on their own in their respective promotions, they bring that energy by themselves to their matches, but the two of them together against each other is really special. And it's the kind of thing where they can probably just keep doing this for years and years, and it's going to hold people's attention for a very long time. Besides that, the other thing I wanted to talk about was the main event, which was the AAPW tag team title match. Magenta defeated Spark Rush. Spark Rush, like I think Snazzy was saying in the preview, had been running rampant over Marvelous for the better part of the year as tag champions. And Magenta, of course, had to cheat to win ultimately. Magenta they've been I don't know what word I'm looking for here is. I'll lean into controversial, but I think that's not quite right. A lot of people are not fans of their heel turn. They were a terrific tag team before the heel turn. I think they're still good. I think it's the heel stuff that they're still not good at. To give a good example of this, during the match, Sari and Rico were doing most of the face-off against each other. Because Sari, I think, had defeated Rico in a few seconds in a squash match that was building to this match. Rico was interested in revenge. Sari and Rico exchange these forearms that are absolutely thunderous. It sounds like they're not just hitting each other. They might be close to breaking bone, like hitting through each other. It is intense, and it's the kind of laying it in where they clearly don't really care if they hurt the other person, or rather they just know that this other person can take the hardest possible hit that they can give. And later on in the match, after these incredible forearm exchanges, there's a bit where Rico needs to hit Sari with the steel chair, and she does it with the gentlest tap, with like clear fear that she might actually hurt Sari in a way that's really funny to contrast with how hard they were hitting each other through the rest of the match. Everything Magenta has to do that does not involve cheating heel shenanigans, they do great. But then things like pulling Tommy out of the ring, at one point Maria needed to do that to keep Rico from getting pinned, and she didn't quite pull Tommy out properly, and Tommy had to roll the rest of the way out herself. It was one of those that's really noticeable kind of botches. I don't know. I have this personal theory that it takes a while for a wrestler who hasn't wrestled heel before to get comfortable with it and to get actually good at it, have a good sense of develop the timing, to figure out how best to make it work for them or make their character work. And Magenta have kind of had this for a little over a year, and maybe they still haven't figured it out 100%. That said, it was still a pretty good match overall. And at this point, I actually really dig Magenta's like aesthetic. I kind of like their. I don't know if it's like somewhere between punk and goth, but it stands out in a way I like.
There you go. So I don't have any comments because I didn't see this show, but I mean, it sounds like you enjoyed your first show.
Yeah, I definitely did.
So the 28th, I was at JTO at Tokyo Square in Itabashi. So in my little ranking here, I put this one where I know it was towards the bottom, but I can't remember where I put it, which I shouldn't have closed it. Very stupid of me. Okay, I put it at, I put it 13th, actually, a little higher than I thought. So 13th out of 19th. I mean, yeah, so the show, had a bunch of stuff I wanted to see. Like, I really wanted to see Aoi live finally, which I did, and she beat a wrestler by the name of Hizuoka, and then seemed to form a new tag team with her. And then I really wanted to see the Mirai versus Azusa Naba match, which did not disappoint. That was the semi-main event of the show for the JTO Girls title. The first of two titles I saw Mirai win live. And that they had an awesome fucking match together. A match I won 4 1/4 on. My 13th ranked match of the trip, because I also did a match ranking, of course. And I had 31 matches at 4 stars or better, which, again, to your point, everything seems that much better when you're there in person and, like, just listening to people scream and everything. And, like, this was probably one of the quieter crowds for a lot of the night. Like, especially, the Japanese crowds are fan-fucking-tastic on average. I mean, even promotions you don't normally think of as having great crowds can often have really great crowds, like the GLEAT one we're going to get to in a little bit. But this was one of the probably the quietest crowd, actually, for most of the show. But they were super into this match, which helped it a lot. I mean, it was very clearly a lot of people who came specifically for this match. And yeah, that was a match that I was really hyped for going in, and it definitely delivered. My first 4-star plus match of the trip too. And it was just cool seeing Taka Michinoku do a little 6-minute match with one of his students and just hear Taka is coming, motherfucker, in person again. It was so great. A new wrestler I'd never seen before, and I don't know if he just never makes tape on their YouTube shows when I watch it. I just skipped all of his matches. Was this guy named Mr. Mask, who might have one of the weirdest looks I've ever seen a wrestler have. Like, I took photos of this guy because I was like so, and I'm trying to find the photos now. So let me do that. Cause I was just so like, what the fuck is this person wearing? Cause he had like a really weird outfit for both his ring outfit and his entrance outfit, which is interesting. Okay. I'm looking at the pictures now. His entrance outfit, he's wearing a mask that's like a teapot and like a black dress. I don't know how to describe it. And again, this is a male wrestler, and he's wearing like a teapot mask and a black dress. It looked very striking, very cool looking. And then he takes that off, and he's got a different mask on where like one of the eyes is like, I think it's like an Alice in Wonderland thing with the teapot. And then like one of the eyes is like sort of a spade, but like not really, and sort of a heart, but not really. Like, it's really hard to describe, but it's a very unique look, I will say. And then like, one of his opponents, so he's wearing this outfit, and then his opponents, one of them is just wearing like standard indie wrestler t-shirt and short and tights, or I think that was actually his partner, excuse me. And then one of his opponents is dressed like a bartender. Like, I don't know how to say it. Like, he's wearing like an all black outfit and like just like black slacks and a black collared shirt with like the collars undone. He seriously looks like he's working the manager at TGI Fridays or something. Like, that is.
Are you sure he didn't just come off of his shift to?
He might have. But
we are deep in Shindy territory after all.
Yeah, so that his look stood out, and I definitely want to see more of Mr. Mask. What a name too, Mr. Mask. But But yeah, those are some of the highlights of that show. An enjoyable show. Also, I met Rob Hart here from the Discord, who just happened to be sitting next to me, and we hadn't, we hadn't bought these tickets or anything together. So I think they just sat there like, okay, we have two people with foreign names. Let's sit them together. So I think that was the idea when we both bought our tickets, but it was kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, just a really, really fun show. Nothing that like, I'm like, oh, you have to run to YouTube if it's available, but definitely watch that Mariah and Azusa Naba match for sure. I mean, that match was fucking awesome. The next day, the 29th, was Dream Queendom. Obviously, one of the biggest shows of the entire trip. This is the show I have as my number one show. I will say I've heard some reviews. I know Rich reviewed it on the flagship, and he didn't seem very positive on the show. He thought it was a very average show. So it's possible, and this is where I want to get your perspective too, because you were there live too, but you were way higher up. Mm-hmm. I was in the front row for this show, as people who watched it probably saw, because I mean, apparently I was on the hard cam side and visible throughout. I think it was Velky who said, "You look like you were having the time of your life until the literally until the finish of the main event." And that was the one time. But yeah, the finish of the main event was obviously the time I was not very happy. But for everything else,
met directly after the main event, and you were furious and depressed, and that was all you could talk about, was how upset you were about the results of the show.
I wanted to throw myself into the sea, I believe is what I said repeatedly. When I look back on it, when I calmed down and stopped being such a mark, it was an amazing show that I had an amazing time at, literally until the result of the main event. A lot of my favorite matches on the trip took place here, including my absolute favorite. But yeah, I mean, I was just, I was very, very upset about the result of the main event. I won't pretend I wasn't. But being front row for everything else, I mean, that Rumble match, which I'm sure was nothing if you watched it at home, being front row for that Rumble with all these women that I watch at home all the time, just fucking fighting all around me, nearly colliding with me repeatedly. There are two stories I've told already to people on the Discord that I guess I could tell that were, because they're both, I think one of the questions I got for this episode was like, what was your favorite like wrestler interaction or something? Let me see if that was an actual question so that I can give the actual okay. I just want to give credit to the actual person who asked it if it was. What was your favorite moment of the trip? What was about? Okay, this is all stuff we're gonna get to. But yeah, I could have sworn somebody asked something like that, but maybe they did. Maybe I'm just making this up in my head. But yeah, so basically, there were like two interactions. Oh, somebody asked this on Blue Sky. It was my am the table at cavorting. Weirdest / funniest / favorite encounter with a wrestler. They both happened. Well, okay, there was a few other ones. Azumi stepped on my foot so fucking hard at the Shinjuku Face show. I know she did it by accident, but I was like, Jesus Christ. So that one's up there because she's just kind of she like stomps around in general, I guess. And she was in the middle. She was like really angry over either somebody interfering or somebody like. And I was front row for this show as well, the Shinjuku Face Day show. I guess I think she might even, well, because they won the match. I don't know what the fuck she was so mad about, but she was mad about something going on. And she turns around and just fucking stomps her foot down and comes right down on my foot. And I fucking had to like bite my lip to not like actually like just, because I'm not the toughest person out there. And this hurt like a bitch. And I said, I didn't say anything, but I bit my lip to not fucking say anything. And she just kept walking. She didn't even notice she did it, I don't think. She just kept walking. But yeah, it was so that was up there. But two of them were in this match where in the battle royal with like a million things going on. So Ami Sorhei, obviously a very large woman, especially for Stardom. She's like 5'7", very thick. She at one point almost comes crashing into me. I forget who she was fighting with. She was like fighting with somebody and almost crashed into me. And Waka Tsukiyama, who's very tiny, I think like 5'0" or whatever, just fucking dives in the way, takes this bullet, and just gets crushed by Ami. And as Ami's getting off her and Waka's like looking at me like, I should be thankful for what just happened, I'm just like, arigatou gozaimasu, thank you very much. And she's like, I think the exact thing she said was like, that something like that's right. And then she's like, I forgot what she said in Japanese, but basically translated that's right. And she's like, mamolete or mamote, which is like, I protect you. And I was like, oh, thank you, Waka. I just said thank you again. So yeah, it was very like, she was just very like, very fierce about it and very like, you better appreciate it. So that was fun.
Right, exactly. So after this, you're never allowed to say anything bad about Waka on the podcast again. She saved your life. You were about to get crushed by a woman, and she saved your life.
I would have been very upset, me crashing into me, but Waka spared me that fate. The other funny interaction with this match was, obviously Koguma has the Kuma dance, the bear dance, and she's doing it at one point, and I, along with many other people in the crowd, I started doing it with her, and for reasons I cannot understand, this incredibly outraged, God, who the fuck was it? Oh, Yuna Mizumori. No, it was Yuna. It wasn't even one of the God's Eye people. That's one of the reasons I was like, why is Yuna so upset about this? Huh. So Yuna Mizumori sees me doing this dance, and she points at me, and she's like, you're doing it? She's like, very like, that was the kind of the thing, and she's got her face open, like, and basically points at me and telling me to stop, and I think she yelled like Dameo or something, like basically stop, cut it out. And yeah, she was very outraged that I was doing the bear dance, so that was kind of funny. But yeah, that's what you pay the 100,000 yen for, I guess, to have Waka Tsukiyama save your life and get yelled at by Yuna Mizumori for doing the Kuma dance. So those are very enjoyable interactions during the Rumble. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff on the show I thought was awesome though. The opener, the Azumi and Starlight Kid beating Shuri and Tomoko Inaba, the return for Starlight Kid, I thought was like a 4-star match live. Yep. Such a great opener. Hazuki Fuwa-chan, Fuwa-chan looked great. Another one I went 4 stars on.
Fuwa-chan just also seemed to have much more to her moveset than I remember her having when she originally debuted. I remember thinking that, oh yeah, she's already got a great instinct for selling, and that can take you a long way as a professional wrestler. This time around, she also was trying out some high-flying stuff, and it looked great. So I am actually kind of excited about the future of Fuwa-chan and Stardom.
What a bizarre choice for a theme song they gave her, though. Do you remember this?
Yeah, the one that seemed to be auto-translated of her speech in Korakuen Hall when she announced she was becoming a professional wrestler. And there's bits of it that are like repeated. It's odd.
It's like set to a beat, and then it's like an auto-translate, like robot voice, like I'm sure just an automated voice reading her fucking like in English, the auto translate of her Japanese promo or speech when she came out and announced she's gonna become a pro wrestler. So it's like, I am Fuwa-chan. I am gonna be a pro wrestler full time. I'm devoting myself to this, like set to a beat. And it's like very strange choice. Like, why did they go with that as the theme song? But yeah, she was very impressive. I agree as in her re-debut. Sari versus Natsupoi. This was like the 4.5-star match that disappoints. Like, I thought this could be like 5 stars, and it was only 4.5, quote unquote. So this was an awesome fucking match. They had ninth place in my list of matches overall. And, Dave Meltzer went even higher than me, apparently, with 4 3/4. I guess it's the only match he rated, though, because there's nothing else on the cage match, at least. But yeah, I thought, that was an awesome match. Just, again, the 4.5 that disappointed, where I was kind of expecting 5. Maybe I think they might have left some stuff in the holster because they know they're going to do this again. But yeah, 18 minutes of just a lot of brutality in there.
I think Sari needs to have a grudge match against Natsupoi because apparently she wasn't invited to the wedding.
Oh shit, that is a big deal.
Now, did you see the photo of her looking at the photo of Shingo and Natsupoi?
I thought that was a Photoshop.
Oh, that might be a Photoshop. It's a very funny Photoshop if true.
Yeah.
It almost certainly is, but I think
the joke was actually supposed to be that Poi is in love. I mean, that Suri's in love with Poi, and it's like, the fuck. Anyway, the Gods of Stardom title match. This was like maybe 3.5, 3 3/4. I thought the one from their final was better, but also I was obviously very disappointed with the result here. Now, the heel Konami Saida, that was again another awesome match. Konami retains.
This was one of my favorite matches of the trip.
Yeah, so I went 4.5 on this as well, and it's this one I have in 5th place for the trip. So just an incredible 20 minutes of action. It's hard for me to remember exactly what happened when the show was on the 27th, and I obviously wasn't taking notes, but definitely remember really, really liking it. The main event. So part of the reason why I was so upset with the result is because so on the last episode, obviously, when Syuri got that pin over Saya on Korakuen, I remember you and I basically being like, okay, she probably has no chance now. They did something very mean on this show, in my opinion, where they had the heels win every fucking match, and they had Cosmic Angels lose every match. So Poi loses Syuri, obviously. Not really a heel, but it's a loss for Cosmic Angels. Sakuraba loses the tag title match. And then on top of that, Konami retains the Wonder title. So I'm like, are they really going to have Hate win every fucking match? Are they really going to have Hate retain every title? And I remember thinking, okay, now maybe Syuri has a bit of hope here. So I worked myself into the shoot, basically, where I was like, once again, thought Syuri had a chance. It made the match an incredible experience that I'll never forget, because I was living and dying with it. Just fucking on the edge of my seat for the entire time. And some of the fucking shots they gave each other. There was a lot of speculation that Saya was concussed during the elbow exchange. And I, again, being ringside for it, I fucking believe it, because they were hitting each other so goddamn hard in the fucking face at one point, where I was just like Syuri the next day when I saw her at Oz Academy, the entire bottom of her chin was all red. And she apparently did not get the worst of this exchange, because Saya was the one who had to go to the hospital. So you cannot exchange strikes like that with Suriano. I mean, for people I don't know. It's like she has like a stone jaw, basically. And if you keep escalating with her, eventually, yes, you're going to end up going to the hospital, which is what happened to Saya Kamatani in that after that main event, apparently. But yeah, Saya admitted like she doesn't remember a lot of the match, which makes the entire thing even more incredible to me, and like what they put together. I liked the crowd brawling too. Maybe some people I think didn't like it as much as I did. Maybe that's why they didn't have it as high. But I liked the 1 year full circleness to it with the chain and Syuri kind of getting it back, and I think using it on Saya at one point.
Yep, that was a cool moment.
So it
was a nice reminder from Sayori to Saya that, hey, unlike Tam, I have hardcore match experience. You don't know who you're messing with here.
Were they by you when they did that, or no?
Were they by me? No. They didn't come anywhere close to where I was. I had to watch that on. If I have one complaint about the venue, it's that the giant screens in Sumo Hall that are set up vertically have to have a screen in the top third of it that you would watch the actual match on if it's too far away. And that part of the screen was sometimes small and hard to make out what was happening.
Yeah.
So I had to watch it on that screen.
I see.
Because they were like directly to my left, but far enough away that they were out of eyesight. Got
it. Did you notice, by the way, those... I think these are pretty new. Because I remember seeing on the Stardom website when I was going to buy the tickets, they have those boxes for 4 people or whatever that are specifically. Mm-hmm. Those, I guess, are these boxes that are at the very top of the sumo box sections, but they actually have chairs. You see those?
No, I didn't see those. The cool. Row above us had all sold group boxes, actually, but it seemed to be mostly couples. Speaking of the Saya Kamatani effect, we were directly behind a group of couples who were all in like Hate shirts and Hate gear, like the girls in Saya Kamatani gear and the guy is wearing Rina gear. It's very cute, but it's also like kind of funny how hard they were cheered while they were working heels, so to speak.
Well, that's I think why they barely do the interference anymore, because
Yeah.
We can talk about that when we get to Noah.
This was something actually that was bothering my friend I was watching this with. He doesn't watch a lot of Stardom, and his big takeaway
was this Pat or somebody else?
Yeah, this was Pat. His big question to me after the show was, well, are Hate just heels that never have to cheat to win? Because they just won all their matches straight up, basically. And
they did end up cheating at Korakuen, which I thought was interesting.
That is true. They did. And I don't have a great response to that beyond my sense with Hate is, like, to some degree, they are kind of faces to a lot of the audience.
Yeah, so this is the interesting thing, where you can contrast this with Stardom and Noah, and we'll talk about the reaction when we get to the Noah main event. They both have a mega popular star who is incredibly over, especially with mainstream audiences, and maybe the hard, I think more the hardcores in Stardom like them too than maybe the hardcores in Noah like Team 2000X. But like, they've gone in very separate directions with this, where Saya just wins all our matches clean now because and some of the Hate members do too, some of them still cheat. But Saya especially almost never needs interference to win her title matches anymore because she is basically the babyface to a lot of the audience. So that's the way they decided to do it. And I think that's probably the right call because it results in a way less weird feeling when she wins, because it doesn't really feel like you're getting cheated, basically. It just feels like, okay, she's unbeatable. Like, that's the whole thing. Mm-hmm. So, I think you might as well do that anyway when the heel is very popular. And it didn't hurt the match because there's still plenty of people cheering for Sayori. There was still, it's not like the crowd was only behind Saya. Like, there was, it was a very split crowd. I mean, there were tons of Sayori people that in my section, especially like on ringside. So, there were still plenty of people cheering. So it didn't hurt the match at all. It didn't feel like weird to me when Saya was on offense or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it was, I kind of agree with that decision. The Noah way, they've stuck with Team 2000X's total heels, and they've had them interfere and do lots of cheating. And I think it did hurt the Noah show, as we'll get to. And I think that they probably need to adjust, especially with Ozawa, who's so popular with the more mainstream audience, and that they just don't want to see him lose. And, it just felt it led to a very weird vibe in that main event, as we'll get to.
Well, there might also be things you can say more broadly about at least Oedo Tai in Hate, because I remember that former other Oedo Tai champions like Kogetsu, like, they weren't necessarily cheating heels either. Like, they were heels because they were very rude to the baby faces, or like, were all goth and shit, which I guess is heel coded. But I don't think Stardom traditionally, even for their heel units, have featured a ton of cheating, especially in singles matches. I don't know. Does that sound off base to you?
No.
It just seems like a different approach to heels than, especially if you're primarily used to American television heels.
Yeah. No, I agree. So it doesn't bother me.
No.
But yeah, so I guess just to wrap up the main event, I went for, I didn't give it a rating that night because I was just so, like you said, I'm sure people were just like, can John shut the fuck up?
It was all you could talk about.
I was very upset directly after that show. I will say, so we went to like this, I don't know, we had like a really big group. We went to like this, I don't know what the fuck it was. It was like a beer house or something.
Bar.
Yeah, I didn't really like the place we went, so that probably didn't help my mood either. Like, this is like my third day in Japan, and I'm very much the type person that's like, especially when I first get there, I'm like, I want to eat Japanese food, and there really wasn't any Japanese food on their menu. So I just ended up eating like a pretzel or something. I remember being very dissatisfied with that as a dinner. So, it was lucky that we even found a place that could take us at all.
Yeah.
But I wanted to go to like an izakaya or something. And then when we tried before that, they just were like, no, we can't seat you even if we split you up. So I'm like, okay. But yeah, so that was a little annoying. But the MVP were, the MVPs were like Tim Hunter, Chris Gannon, and a few others who unfortunately I don't remember their names, but I never saw them again besides this one night, and I was very drunk, as we'll get to. But yeah, this was like the first big karaoke we did, with like a group, was like Tim, Chris, and then a few other people, and they were the MVPs for willing to go to karaoke with me that late after the very long day, and because I really needed something fun after being so down about Siri losing, and it really helped me feel a lot better. So that was the first of many karaoke sessions for me during this trip, and I had a really, really great time. So yeah, thank you again to the people who came out with me after. Not Arametha. Arametha was too jet
I
lagged.
was so tired. Like
it's okay.
the Empress Nexus Venus match versus Mi Vida Loca. I don't really remember any of it because I'm pretty sure I had napped during it.
That's funny. But yeah.
I wanted to talk about one more match. I wanted to mention something.
Well, hold on. I didn't get my rating for the main event.
Go on ahead.
The point I was making was I didn't give it a rating that night because I was so upset. When I looked back at it, I was like, I was so into the match. I was so emotionally invested. I loved the striking. I loved the story with the chain, bringing them all back. I thought they did amazing work towards the end. I was like, I have to give this a high rating. I went 4 3/4. Okay. So that was the rating ultimately gave it. I ended up putting it as my favorite match of the trip, even though it obviously had my least favorite result. But it just would have felt stupid to me not to do that. So, I would have been a mark if I and not been honest with myself if I gave it a lower rating. What did you rate it, by the way?
Oh, I don't do star ratings.
Okay.
But I thought it was extremely good. I've tried doing it sometimes when I knew I was going to be on your show, and I was watching ahead of time, so we'd have notes to compare. Obviously, this time around, I didn't really know how any of this was going to play out. But I thought it was very good. I will say that out of all the shows I've been to, I want to go back and rewatch Dream Queendom. Because, again, I don't remember it all that well. Konami versus Saida is the one I remember the most clearly. And Fuwa-chan versus Hazuki. The rest of it, like Sari versus Natsupoi, I have no memory of what happened in that match at this point. Don't really remember the tag title match either.
So it's interesting. I bet you wouldn't call this your favorite show then.
No, I wouldn't. No. I'd put a couple shows ahead of it, actually.
That's cool. That's interesting. Yeah, this was definitely my favorite show. But again, being front row, my favorite promotion, especially currently, in Sumo Hall, I mean, it had a big advantage over everything else. I would say.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was that whole night, just like Velgi said, I was having an amazing time, literally until the ref counted that 3 count in the main event. When I don't know, should I say this part? Because he uses a pen name. A person at the show messaged me after or I think it said posted in the Discord and he basically added and was like, who was watching the broadcast and at the show. I guess that gives it away kind of, but he's basically like, is John the person who looks incredibly upset or angry or something in the front row right now? And I was like, yep, that's me. That is me. So
I know who you're talking about.
yeah. I don't know if I don't know if he wants me to say, but yeah. So I just say a person. But yes, great main event. That with a result that made me incredibly upset, and to everybody that had to listen to me that night complain about it for like an hour straight, go Mendasai. I appreciate you. Thank you for not ignoring me for the rest of the trip because I'm sure it was very annoying. Anyway.
One more cool thing worth talking about before we wrap up this show was Yuzu Pon's return. Which
she's in the Rumble.
Yes, she showed up as a surprise entrant in the Rumble, and looked like she's been retired for over 10 years. Looked like she hadn't missed a day in the ring. It was incredible to get to see her live because obviously she's a legend. She's why Stardom continues to exist at all, right? And she was kind of an innovation in her time when she was like the first gravure idol to become a wrestler. So it's also cool that she got to interact a lot with Yuria Hime during the match, and they set up a singles match with Yuria at one of the Kurikan Hall shows. So we have that to look forward to, and I'm also kind of holding out hope. Even though Yuzupon was retired, she looks like she's still would absolutely rock the main event scene. I'm hoping she's going to stick around and continue to do special shows for a while. It would be really cool also to see a woman who now has 2 kids and a career outside of wrestling and is in her 40s still come in and be a successful wrestler. Like, that's pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, it's very. I mean, between this and Poor Getting Married, it's like, wow, we're in a different era now with this stuff.
We really are.
No more
like,
18 to 30
career,
unmarried.
I've talked with you about this before. Like, we're in kind of an uncharted territory with Joshi careers lasting much longer on average than they used to.
Yeah.
But this is the other thing of it is now they're also like increasingly just also having normal adult lives outside of wrestling, right? So, and that's kind of nice to have too. There's always something weird about like the weird otaku like aspirations of that are projected onto idols sometimes, and those can get kind of icky. It's nice to know that no, they're just normal humans doing normal human things outside of wrestling.
Yeah, it's cool. But yeah, that's Stardom. I guess we can wrap that one up because we got a lot more to talk about. But is there anything else from Sumo Hall or being? It's such a cool building.
It is a really cool building.
So okay, you want to know how hot Stardom is right now? They opened. They announced that day they were going to open the fucking merch because the show started like 5:00. They opened the merch line at like 11:30 a.m. They let people in early for the merch. So I was staying right next door, so that worked out fine for me. I was like literally right down the street from Sumo Hall at Ryogoku View Hotel at that point still. And they were like fucking 500 people or something went in there just at 5.5 hours before the show started just to buy merchandise. Like, that is how hot they are right now. Just fucking crazy to me. It was just crazy seeing that many people get in a line just to get merch. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, that was really... And the merch lines were crazy during the actual show, too. Like, they must... I don't know. I don't know how they're not making money hand over fist with the merch. They sure made a lot of money off of May. During these... Like, I don't know. The amount of money I spent on Stardom merch total is embarrassingly high. I mean, 20,000 yen was just on the tracksuit.
Yeah.
So...
That's a great tracksuit, by the way. I was so happy I was able to get it, too, because I had wanted that tracksuit for years, and trying to get them through Tokon Shop Global was impossible.
Yeah. So I got the 2XL, which I thought was going to be, like, just perfect size for me at this point, and it might have been a little big, actually. So I'm like, maybe I need to get the XL instead. But yeah, I mean, because Japanese sizing tends to run small, but maybe this didn't run as small as I was anticipating. But yeah, so comfortable. I wore mine on my flight home. So like it was just such a comfy thing to wear. And the gold trim looks awesome too.
It does, yeah.
It's such a great tracksuit.
It's a good, clean look. Big fan of it.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like Sumo Hall, like I said, the crowd, the crowds in general was great. They did like 6,000, right? It was like 6,025, I think.
6,563.
Yeah. It was their biggest crowd ever for Ryogoku. Let me see how much it was up from last year. It was better than New Japan did for King of Pro Wrestling. I don't think it beat. It didn't beat Sakura Genesis this year because that was 2 per box, not 1 per box. Okay, last year Dream Queendom did 4,023. Wow, 2,500 in 1 year. That is crazy, and that was already their biggest crowd ever. Like, I don't understand. I don't want to rant about certain people. Why the fuck do people feel the need to say, let's pump the brakes about Stardom and how hot they are? They just did 6,500 people in Sumo Hall for a women's only promotion. Like, that's not hot? What are we pumping brakes for? Like, I don't really get it. Like, they're outdrawing New Japan in the same building. They probably could have sold even more seats if they had done the fucking 2 per box this year. I don't know. Like, that's not hot. I think it's pretty fucking hot. But what are you going to do? Yeah, New Japan. They didn't just beat King of Pro Wrestling, by the way. They fucking destroyed it. Because King of Pro Wrestling, the Takeshita Zack Sabre Jr. main, October 13th, 5,372. So they did 1,200 more than King of Pro Wrestling. It's fucking crazy. I don't know what the fuck people are talking about when they say, "Oh, they're not that hot." They're they're the hottest promotion in the country. Like, who is hot? Like, yes, New Japan did a big crowd, obviously, for the Tanahashi retirement. But other than that, their numbers have not been that great. And they almost matched the Sakura Genesis number, by the way. You said it was 65-60. Sakura Genesis was 66-40. So they barely lost to New Japan with only doing one per box. So they easily probably could have beat that if they had just done the 2 per box. So yeah. I don't want to hear that they're not that hot.
Because they sold out. They also sold out pretty quick too.
Yeah, this was sold out before. You couldn't buy tickets on the day of. So I don't know. They're pretty fucking hot to me. I don't know what people are talking about. All right. Oz Academy, Cork Hall, December 30th. That was the next show I went to. So this is one of the days I did 2 shows. I had a lot of fun at this show. I mean, it was pretty much what I expected. Again, had the benefit of being front row. And the crowd brawling stuff is always better when you're there in person. Like the semi-main, which was Mayumi Ozaki and Suriano beating Natsuko Tora and Naraka, that has like a 6.18 on Cage Match, so apparently people don't really like it. I went 4 stars in that match live. I thought that match was a lot of fun live. Like brawling all over the building, and had the gimmick where you had to beat the 10 count when you got pinned. So I thought they did some unique pinfalls and stuff too to set that up. But yeah, I had 3 matches I was really high on here. I went 4 stars on Sari versus Kakelu, which apparently only went 8 minutes. It didn't feel that short when I was there live. That's another thing that can happen. But it was a very different kind of Sari match where she had to fight through like the heels cheating and interfering and stuff, which, you don't see that a lot with her. I guess she did a little bit against Hate earlier this year, but yeah, I thought that was interesting. And then the main event, though, was match of the night, which was Hirio Matsumoto and Zonas defeating Mika Iwata and Miyuki Takase in 26-32 to retain the Oz Academy tag titles. Awesome match. 4.25 star match. Not Mika, I think. I think it was Takase, actually.
Oh, really?
I could be wrong. Oh, no, I only went 4 stars in this. I went 4.25. I went 4 stars on it, apparently. But yeah, still awesome match. One I enjoyed quite a lot. So there you go. So it was a fun show. Not a ton to say about it, I guess, which is good because we got a lot of other shows to get to. But yeah, so fun little Oz Academy show that I always recommend people go to Oz Academy because it's a very unique atmosphere when you're there. And the crowd brawling stuff is way better than it looks on TV when you're actually there in person. The other show I went to was the biggest shocker of the trip, which was GLEAT version 21 2025 final, December 30th at Shinjuku Face. An announced crowd of 407. It looked pretty packed when I was there. And yes, GLEAT is the perfect promotion for Shinjuku Face because this was 407 of the most hardcore devoted GLEAT fans. And they were there to cheer for their favorites, just like any other promotion. And it made an atmosphere. Like, you watch those GLEAT shows on YouTube from Korakuen, where they're announcing 600, but they probably have the same 400 that are in Shinjuku Face, honestly. And it feels like tumbleweeds are rolling by. The crowd's not making any noise because it's just way too small of a crowd for Korakuen. But you put that same 407 in Shinjuku Face, and the crowd sounds hot as hell. And it's like, I was sitting, this is when I had the counter seat too, which was, amazing seat, like dead even with the ring, like eye level. I was sitting 2 seats down from, one of those, I don't know the other way to put it, one of the Pujoshi, like a Japanese fangirl. And just, she's screaming for Soma Watanabe. She's yelling for, Seki Yoshioka. No, I think she's actually getting to Kaito Ishida. She was like a Black Generation International girl. So yeah, cheering for Kaito, cheering for Kotaro Suzuki, and just like very, very into all these people. And it's very like that kind of reaction is very like, it makes the show better when you're especially when you're going in blind. I hadn't seen any GLEAT in a long time because they've been behind that paywall for so long, which now they're out of. So now I will have to watch them more often. But yeah, I missed the opener coming from the Oz Academy show and like moving hotels and stuff. But then the second match, which was the first one I saw, was a UWF Rules tag match, which involved a bunch of Joshi wrestlers I had never really seen before, except for Yukina Uehara. I'd seen a little bit of her. She's from Actress Girls. She's like, definitely stands out among Joshi because she's very tall. She's like 5'7". And her and Chi Chiaoba defeated Marino Saihara and Sakura Mizushima. And yeah, this was like a really fun match live. Only went like 12 minutes, but like they just beat the shit out of each other. And they just did the totally like leaned into the UWF rules. And the UWF rules are way more fun when you see it live than they are on TV, because you really get that feel for how hard the strikes are, and the novelty of the 10 counts, and the scoring system and all that. They have like the scores on the screen, like in front of you, that which I don't think they put up on the screen on the broadcast, which is annoying when you're watching it. But when you're there live, the screen will have the scoring. It'll tell you how many points they have left, because they lose a point every time they get knocked down or have to use a rope break. If they lose all their points, they lose. So you can follow that along much better in person than you can when you're watching on TV, and unless they've changed that since I last watched GLEAT. But yeah, so I thought that the UWF rules stuff really worked live, and that really helped the actual title match too, which was Katsuhiko Nakajima retaining the LEDET UWF title against Ryo Aitaka. Ryo Aitaka is not a wrestler we've seen before. Apparently, he's just a GLEAT wrestler. I used to do kickboxing, but yeah, this was an awesome fucking match live. Another one I went 4 stars on. And then the G Rush title. So that's the title where every fall is a 2 count. And if it gets to a 7-minute draw, so if you get a 2 count, you win, basically. So if you get a 2 count pin, you win. And if it goes to a draw in 7 minutes, then it's a 1 count rule. So it's whoever can get a 1 count first wins. And Minoru Tanaka, they went to the 7-minute draw, and then he beat Kotaro Suzuki via 1 count, another minute and 50 seconds. Again, incredibly exciting when you're there live, seeing these, roll-ups and shit, and trying to go for these 2 counts and being like, oh no, he kicked out again. Like the crowd's like gasping every time. So it was really, really, really fun match live. Another one I went 4 stars on. And then the main event, it seems like even people who watched on tape thought this was awesome. It was El Lindaman retaining the GRX title against TJP in 24 minutes and 14 seconds. 4.25 star match for me on this. I put this as my 15th favorite match in the entire trip. So it's a match I really, really liked. I'm not usually a huge TJP person. They just worked really, really hard. The crowd was super into it. They didn't really care about TJP coming out, I thought, which was interesting, because it was not, I guess this is not a crowd that has a lot of New Japan viewers involved in there. These are like deep Puro people in Japan, like people who are, a mix of people who only watch GLEAT, probably, people who watch only like, who are just like hardcore, like wrestling fans who probably only watch smaller promotions.
If more than 2,000 people would be in the building to watch the promotion, they're not interested.
Yeah, exactly. So, they didn't really seem to know TJP coming out, but like once the match got going, the match was great though. They got really into it. So, the crowd, being in the crowd again helped. But yeah, awesome fucking match, and definitely this was the shocker of the trip. I had no expectations for this going in, and this was towards the top of my rankings for a long time. I ended up putting it 8th out of 19. It was just an amazingly fun show, one that I enjoyed a ton. So definitely a show that I was very happy I went to, because I really had just gone to it to say I went to a GLEAT show just in case they do close down, which, Shima came out at the end of the show with this fucking arm in a sling, because people aren't even sure this injury is real, because he just suddenly got it when he announced he was leaving the promotion at the end of the year. And he still came out here, and he was like overselling this arm injury so much that it was so fucking funny. Like he would like pretend he was going to do like that pose he does where he raises both arms, and he like would go, no, my arm, I can't do it. It was just really, really fucking funny. And the other funny thing was Masato Yoshino, whose contract is not being renewed, as like the figurehead role he's in. He was still out there at ringside, but he had this look on his face like he would rather be anywhere else. He would look so incredibly grumpy the entire show, and it was very like he would come to the ring to do the belt presentation, but he'd keep this look on his face like fuck this. But I thought was really funny. Like, bro, why didn't you just not show up for work that day? Like, why, if you're gonna come and like, I get why he was so mad, but like, why even bother coming at that point? It was very weird. But yeah, so that's GLEAT. Show I very much enjoyed. So I guess if you're listening and going to Japan and GLEAT is still around, especially if they're running a building small enough where their number of fans they have is not going to look ridiculous like it does at Korakuen or that fucking Yokohama Budokan show they ran where they did like 750, then by all means go to GLEAT, because I had a great time. They still have some very talented wrestlers here. It's a very weird mix of wrestlers, but there's some really talented wrestlers of this promotion still. So anyway, that's my GLEAT review. Okay, the next day, back to shows we both went to together. First of all, Ice Ribbon. New Ice Ribbon number 1464, Ribbon Mania 2025. This was the Korakuen Hall show. They announced $6.99, which would have been one of their biggest attendances in a long time.
Yeah,
because I think
it looked pretty packed too.
Yeah, their previous ones did like between 300 and 400, and I think they are just one of the only promotions drawing those crowds that actually announces them and doesn't over exaggerate them, basically. But yeah, I believe the $6.99 because it looked really it looked full for Ice Ribbon. Like I remember being there and being like, wow, this is a better turnout than I was expecting.
Yep.
But so yeah, this is one of the promotions I don't watch at all, really. I've seen them over the years a little bit. But there are a lot of wrestlers in the show I was not familiar with. So one of the questions, I think this question came up multiple times, actually. Let me just give the correct credit to it. Let's see. Did Slurmy on the Super J-Cast Discord asked, one of his questions was, did seeing a particular wrestler live in person change your opinion on them? Actually, for Katsuhiko Nakajima, it kind of did. Because I thought he was kind of washed at this point or not that interesting, and he was still awesome in person. So that's related to GLEAT. And then I don't know. There might be another one too, though. But yeah, somebody else said, would love to hear. Oh, Snazzy actually said, would love to hear both of your thoughts on promotions you hadn't seen much of or anything of before. Anything that stood out, matches, wrestlers, or presentation.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of that is going to be Ice Ribbon, right?
Yeah. And then John DK1105, who's also on the Wrestle Kingdom preview, he said, who stood out more live in person than expected, and any favorite new rookies? Well, favorite new rookies, definitely fucking Yuka in this main event. Because she apparently had so she's 27 years old. She had debuted all the way back in 2013 and wrestled through 2016. And then after 2016, she went away. So this was her re-debut after let's see when her last match was in 2016, because I bet it could have been so it was like 9.5 years almost, because her last match in 2016 was July 12th, 2016 for Big Japan of all promotions, when she teamed with Maya Yukihei to beat Risa Sera and Tequila Saya. I think that was when Big Japan had like a relationship with Ice Ribbon or something. But yeah, anyway, so she hadn't wrestled in like 9.5 years. She comes back here. She ends up in the main event because originally the match, I believe, was supposed to be so the champion was Manami Katsu. I think she was supposed to face Kahu Matsushita, and Kahu Matsushita, and then the semi-main was supposed to be Yuka's re-debut against Kilali Wakana. I could have that wrong, but basically what happened is they smushed those two matches together and turned it into a three-way, really a triangle match with the old triangle match format that you would see, like WCW used to do this in the 90s, where it was it was really singles matches where someone had to win two of them in a row in order to win.
Yep.
So
it's the same way that sumo handles playoffs when you have an odd number of people tied on points.
But yeah, but this has happened in pro wrestling before too. I thought there's the WCW Starrcade 95 main event did this. I think it was 95. Did the same thing with like Lex Luger, Sting, and I
think I've seen
Ric
DDT
Flair
do this format before.
I think DDT's done it. I was at a Wave show that did it once a long time ago.
It's a great format. I love it.
It's a great format. It's way better than actual triple threat matches.
Yes, it is. Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, so the whole thing went 25.5 minutes, and Kaho won, which I assume she was just going to win the title anyway, because they then had her face Manami Katsu at Kitazawa Town Hall a couple days ago on January 11th, and she retained against her. So maybe that was always going to be the result, basically. Mm-hmm. Or they just wanted to put her over the former champion to show that she was now the real champion. But anyway, the point is, so Yuka goes from being in a semi-main event at the re-debut to the main event of the show because of Manami Katsu being sick and having to vacate the title. And I thought she was the standout of these three wrestlers.
Yeah,
like
100%.
She looked like a wrestler who could go to Stardom tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
like she or any other promotion in the world. Like she looked so incredibly smooth in there. How the fuck she looked this good after being out for 9.5 years? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Like, especially, you can't even say, like, oh, they must have worked through the match. They didn't even know that this was going to be the fucking match until that day.
Yep.
So they did not, they didn't have any, there's no way they had any chance to rehearse. This was an 11:30 a.m. show. So, yeah, an incredible performance by her. And she was, like, on this trip, the rookie that stood out to me. Like, just, I really want to watch more Yuka. So I'm going to seek out Ice Ribbon.
Yeah, and to talk more about why she was so good, she has world-class strikes. Some of the best elbows I've seen. She also has this great Superman elbow that she hit a couple times, and it always looked awesome live. Just was smooth and put together in a way that kind of outshone her two opponents, unfortunately. And I want to see more Yuka as well. I want to just follow Ice Ribbon. I had a great time with this show overall, personally.
I mean, people were getting on me for my ranking. I put it like, where the hell did I put it? I ended up putting it 14th out of my 19 shows. But like, again, everything there were some of these where I'm like splitting hairs by ranking them because like there were a lot of shows that were very good. And this was a very good show. I mean, I enjoyed the hell out of this show.
Yeah, so, no bad matches on the show.
There was a hilarious 3-way for the Triangle Ribbon title with Kuri Oniyama, Makoto, and Masahiro, who's one of the child wrestlers.
Yep.
Where Kiori pretended to be Masahiro's friend the entire match. They were like working over Makoto as a champion together, and of course Kiori turned on her at the end and pinned her to win the title.
With a perfectly timed like shoving her away to roll up, shoving Makoto away to roll up Mase. It was great.
That was so fucking funny.
The Tsukina Umino match against Akane Fujita was also extremely good. The Azure Revolution kind of one-time return match against Lovely Butchers, that was also both a good match, but also touching, with Risa Serra retiring soon. And there was...
Well, as of now, she has retired, yeah.
She has retired, yeah. I need to watch that retirement match, actually. And the Homoko Hoshi especially like gave a very moving speech at the end, which of course I didn't understand any of it, but I got the sentiment. And everyone in Ice Ribbon also came out to give Risa Serra her flowers, quite literally. So, also, speaking of other wrestlers new to me who I'd never seen before, Big Haruka in the second match on this show really stood out to me.
She's a JTO wrestler. It's interesting. I thought she was pretty bad in the JTO show, to be honest. Like, she was teaming up with Jumbo Inoue now as like this big person tag team, and Big Haruka is very fine. She's 5'8", so I mean she is very tall for a Joshi, but they act like she's a big show, which is kind of funny. Like she does like the hand pose and everything. But like Jumbo Inoue is actually taller than her. Unfortunately, Jumbo Inoue is also horrible so far. I mean, she's less than a year into her career, just like Haruka, so you can't be too hard on her. But she showed no aptitude for this so far. Haruka shows more aptitude for it sometimes, but she had a bad night at the JTO show. That was something I forgot to mention when I did the JTO. That was the worst match on the show. Yeah, but here she looked much better. So I was like, okay, this is more the Big Haruka. This is more the Big Haruka that I was expecting. So I guess for the people's question, like who looked better and who looked worse, the answer in person you were expecting, the answer to both was Big Haruka, because she looked really bad on one show and looked really good on another show. So it was very fun seeing that like 3 days apart and seeing how, you know, people can have good and bad nights, even especially when they're again like a year into their careers, like she is. So, but. Anything else about Ice Ribbon before we move on?
No, but it was a really good show.
Yeah,
makes me want to watch more Ice Ribbon.
I know. I gotta figure out how to do that too. I'll have to ask Snazzy. But then we jetted over to All Japan for the Yoyogi National Gymnasium 2 show, New Year's Eve 2025. So we missed the first 3 matches. We got there just as Hideki Suzuki and Yuko Miyamoto were beating Ryuki Honda and Shota Kofuji. I didn't mind missing the fucking sex abuser in the opening tag, Kurama, who they've now revealed is going back to his real name and is like Yasukaku Yano, and is going to wrestle as like a young boy in All Japan, basically, which that's your choice. Good, you know, whatever. I'm a little sad I missed the Battle Royal, though. Because
Yeah,
this
because
sounds...
Dump Matsumoto won.
Dump Matsumoto
Hell yes.
defeats Aizawa number 1, Aja Kong, Hikaru Sato, Jack Kennedy, Kengo Mashimo, Kikutaro, Kurishio Tokyo Japan is, of course, Jiro, Senior Saito, and Takashi.
That's a
What a
good-ass
collection
list.
of talent. I fucking wish I had seen that match. Only went 10-25, but yes, that's the only one I'm sad I missed. But yeah, we got there. Cage match really hated this 3-way tag. They only 4.77. It was Havoc, Odyssey, Shotaro Ashino, and Zion beating Cyrus, Hokuto Omori, and Kuma Arashi, and Daisuke Sekimoto, Ren Ayabe, and Talos. I don't remember that being that bad. They gave it a...
Well,
like I said,
it makes sense to me that if you're watching on television, you'd be down on this because there's not a lot that happens in here. But if you are watching this live and you get to see how big these boys are, and they're not doing anything like all that fancy or frankly interesting, they're just running into each other, but boy, you really don't need much else when you're that big. It was
not like I thought it was a great match,
entertaining.
but yes, it was entertaining when you were there live.
It also helped that the audience was so fucking into this match. They were so impressed with how big these boys are. God bless them.
So the All Japan crowd was very into pretty much everything on the show, I thought, but especially this match. Like, they were super, super into this match. So yeah, the All Japan crowd, there was an announced crowd of 2,730, which let me see how that compares to last year or the year I went. Okay, 2,730 this year, or this past year now, because it's technically 2025 still. 2024, it was 2,503, so up a little bit from that show, like a couple hundred. In 2023, when I went, which was the Nakajima, so it was 2,687, so almost the exact same crowd, which is the Nakajima Kento Miyahara year. So yeah, they've been drawing around the same number each year. But yeah, this crowd was like super into everything. Jun Saito versus Go Shiozaki was a bit better than I was expecting. I went 4 stars on that. Mm-hmm. You know, they hit each other hard. It was...
finish your thought there.
I just said they hit each other hard. That was all I was going to say.
Oh, yeah. They did definitely hit each other hard. It was also kind of a strange match because there was an extended bit of selling from Go where he was selling that he was knocked out. And maybe it was actually legit because a couple times June actually interfered with the count by trying to pull up Go, which forced the count to restart. Now, maybe this was brilliant selling because the longer Go was laying there, the more both of us thought he might actually be knocked out. They might need to end this. So there was some drama to him actually getting back up and the match continuing. But God, it was so weird, especially how like Go didn't just work over June's knee. Like, that was all he did at the beginning of the match. He was chopping that knee, which I think is very funny. And June ended up, like, after he had kind of sort of knocked out Go, just completely ignoring the knee. It didn't factor at all into anything in the match. So I was a little annoyed by that, but I don't know. In terms of vibes, though, in the building, God, people were so fucking into this match. So
yeah, it seems like Cage match isn't that far off from my live rating because it's 7.74. So
okay,
you know, it seems like I came across well on TV too. The semi-main, the Snake Fuckers from Dragon Gate, Gaja Dokoro, Ishin and Yoshiki Kato, along with Kai, which was kind of funny seeing Kai back in All Japan. Although I think he did work a match for the tag titles earlier this year or something. But yeah, they defeated Musashi and Seki Yoshioka to win the All Asia tag titles in 23-21. I guess I'm kind of where Cage matches on this one. They gave it a 7. I was like a 3.5 stars. It was a good match.
Oh, I liked it better than that. Okay. I would have gone 4 flat if I was giving it a star rating.
Yeah. But the crowd was like just so anti-snakes, basically, which is cool. Like, it's a very marked crowd, which is cool. But yeah, I just didn't think they did that much.
Well, I thought that the ending of the match was especially good, and they kind of set up some really elaborate dual team, but also a really cool bit where I think it was Seki had thought that Ishin or one of the other Gaja Dokuro guys were right behind him. And instead, what they had done was taking Seki's tag partner Musashi and kind of shoved him into Seki, and Seki like kicked behind him to try to kick him in the balls and accidentally kicked his own partner in the balls. That led directly to the finish, where the heels just kind of get clever with the revenge cheating from the faces. So I thought that was a really cool way to end the match. Great match overall, really. I was the I don't know most of these wrestlers, so the speed with which I went from not caring about this at all to getting really into the match, that alone was impressive.
Then we have the main event. So Kendo Miyahara beat Yuma Anzai in 28-37 to retain the Triple Crown title. Everybody seems to be higher on this one than me. I went 4 1/4. I thought it was awesome. But like Meltzer went 4 3/4. The cage match rating is 8.99. Which implies like 4.5, and I saw a lot of people giving it 5s and stuff. I know when I put it in when I put out my match ranking, the final one for the trip, and I had this match like 16th on my list, people were like, "Why'd you hate it?" It's like I thought it was an awesome match, but like I don't know, I just like the first half of this was just a little fucking boring to me, and I guess that's what dragged it down for me. I got the hair stuck in my mouth. Wow. I guess that's what dragged it down for me. But obviously the back half was incredible, and that's why I still went 4 1/4. I mean, just, the drama they built in here, the near falls they did, just an incredible end of this match. But yeah, I don't know. It wasn't when I was thinking about it afterwards, like, yeah, 4 1/4, awesome match. And I saw everybody else's reactions. I'm like, oh, okay, everybody else liked this match a lot more than I did. But, I think for a lot of people, this was like their match of the trip. Wow. And I wasn't close to that level for me.
It's not quite match the trip for me, but I am probably closer to everybody else than you on this, partly because I thought the beginning of the match was actually extremely interesting. We've all seen how a Kento Miyahara Triple Crown match starts, and Yuma smartly did not allow Kento Miyahara to have his routine Kento Miyahara match, because when they go out on the floor, it's Yuma who's in control, and dodging Kento and punishing Kento for trying to go out on the floor, and then forcing him back into the ring. And it was a great inversion of how Kento matches normally start. There were other moments like that felt like they were inverting expectations for how a Kento Miyahara match should going. Of course, it built to an epic ending. If anything, my one complaint was near the end of the match, there was a little too much lying around and selling after they had hit big moves on each other. I swear the last 10 minutes, like half of it is them lying on the mat. There's not a lot that happens in terms of actual moves applied. And I kind of wish they could have sped that up a bit. Otherwise, though, fucking awesome. I was so glad to see that live. I'm way into like Yuma Anzai as champ. Again, I want to see that happen. But Kento, like, the boy still has it. He just needs a good opponent to help him freshen things up.
But yeah, just a very... I felt kind of bad after we were so down on All Japan for most of this year and kind of buried the card going in. I mean, I only saw the last 4 matches, but I thought this show was really good.
Yeah, I had a great time. I loved it.
Yeah, I went 11th place overall on my list, but just a very good show. Certainly beat the fuck out of the Noah show. That's for fucking sure. So,
all right, but it's time.
I guess that is next, huh?
Yeah. Good Lord, this cage match rating for the whole show. Ooh.
First Tochigi, though, for me.
Oh, right.
So Tochigi, I went to that morning, and again, this is one of these mornings where I had to fucking move hotels again, which those 3 days... Actually, no, we need to talk about New Year's Eve first, because that was something. Because I haven't done like every extracurricular activity, but that was like one of the craziest nights we had on the whole trip, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So, obviously we came out of All Japan. I'm trying to remember how the night went exactly, which is always a good sign. We met up with your friend Pat and his friend. I'm not going to name because I don't know if she wants this out. Basically, what happened, but we met up with them at Akihabara Station. We basically, and Paul was there too, Paul from my Emerald Float show. And we basically were trying to think of what to do or where to go. And we came to the conclusion that everything's going to be really busy because it's New Year's. So we just ended up drinking strong zeros outside like degenerates.
Yes.
And with no food in me at all, this was getting me very, very drunk very quickly. And 2 strong zeros will do a lot to you folks. They're not called strong
these are the
zeros.
tall cans of strong zeros, by the way.
The tall cans. We went through like a Final Fantasy 14 store in the middle of Akiba Station, which would mean a lot more to me if I actually ever played that game, but I'm happy with the people who liked it. But yeah, then I had the bright idea. I'm like, you know what? When I went to that Mega Don Quixote, I had bought 2 very nice bottles of sake, a Dasai 23 and a Dasai 39. And I was like, well, why don't we drink the Dasai 23 also? I don't know what the fuck I was thinking that we should mix an entire bottle of sake with 2 strong zeros each. But oh my God, did we all get so fucked up.
We did. Yeah.
We got very, very fucked up. And then at that point, we said goodbye to the 3 of you. Paul and I then went to Club MOGRA after that. Did you do anything else after that when we left you?
No, we kind of had to like wrap it up and call it a night after that. So
yeah. So Paul and I left you guys around 11:30, I think. And we had pre-bought tickets to the Club MOGRA New Year's Eve party. So people don't know what Club MOGRA is. It's like this anti-song club in Akihabara, which is like, it helped again that I was completely wasted probably, but I had more fun there than I even expected to have. Because it was like all the coolest parts about being at a club, like the loud music and the drinking, without like, you need to worry about a dress code. You don't have to worry about like VIP tables or where you're allowed to stand, or if you're too close to this person's table, they're going to get upset. You didn't have men being creepy with women. There weren't that many women there, but the women who were there looked like they were having an amazing time just fucking dancing all night. And I'm sure part of it is because I realized this like halfway through the night. I'm like, wait a second. The reason why these girls are having such a great time is because nerds don't hit on them. Like they were not being approached by anybody. Because I've heard, obviously everybody hits on girls in clubs, but I've heard that like Japanese people especially can get really like aggressive at hitting on women in clubs. And to the point where they can be like, it can really make the girls upset and stuff. And that's like, it's a whole thing. But I mean, that happens everywhere. It's not just a Japan thing. But yeah, you're at a club with a bunch of anime nerds who don't hit on, they only like 2D women, I guess. I don't know. They don't hit on women in real life. So I was standing directly behind a girl who'd like danced for like fucking 4 hours that I was there, and nobody ever approached her once. Which again, if you've been in an actual club, you'll understand how fucking weird that is, because usually if a girl is by herself dancing, she's going to get hit on by men constantly. So yeah, just so that was really cool. And obviously they're playing all sorts of stuff. They're playing anime music, Vocaloid music, video game music, even just random like dance music. But I went there for like 2 DJs in particular, the DJ Wild Party and Teddy Lloyd. And I probably remember almost nothing about their performance because that was when I was like peak drunk, and because coming off of what we just talked about. Later on, as the night goes on, because I was there until like probably 3:30 or something, I did get less drunk because I was having fewer drinks, and the drinks probably weren't that strong at these clubs, as they very often aren't. So I can remember stuff later in the night better. But yeah, just an amazing, amazing time. I cannot recommend Club MOGRA enough. I loved it so much I ended up going back a second time. As maybe I'll talk about that later. But yeah, just really, really, really cool experience. And it was super, super packed. But to the point where like I guess I can just talk about the second time too. We went back on January 10th. On my last night when we got back to Tokyo, and that was a more normal like Saturday night, so it really wasn't crowded at all. Like the it has like 2 floors, like a downstairs that has like the actual club music floor, and an upstairs where it's like the music is much lower and you can actually hear people talk. And when we went on the 31st, everything was so crowded, the upstairs was not pleasant at all because you barely could move. So like barely being able to move is a little different when like you're in the real club atmosphere, but when you're just like that at like a regular bar, it's not very pleasant. So I basically spent the entire time downstairs. The second time, there were way less people there, probably like, I don't know, 1/5 the number of people there. So the upstairs was much more pleasant. I spent more time up there just hanging out and drinking and talking to people because you could actually, be up there without being crushed. And some guy actually bought me a drink because I was wearing my STARDOM tracksuit, like a guy I did not know. So I remember thinking, like, is this person hitting on me? Like, what is going on here? But either way, I took the free. I felt bad about it because I realized afterwards I was, again, very drunk. I took the free drink and was like, thanks, and just left when he probably did mean to at least talk to me, you know? When I probably should have, like, stayed up there and, like, talked to him for a bit. But yeah, I just kind of took his free drink and ran, which I felt bad about afterwards. But yeah, so I'll never know if he was hitting on me, I guess. But yeah, the downstairs area, both times was very pleasant. The upstairs area is much more pleasant the second time. But yeah, their smoking area is very weird too. Because again, pretty much everything in Japan has like a specific smoking area. Most of them indoors. This was outdoors, and like they basically send you to like a little corner of the building because the building's not very large. And it's in like kind of sort of a residential area, I guess. And they only let one person go at a time, so you don't make any noise out there. And they make you give them the ashtray afterwards, which is the weirdest part to me. Like, I didn't even understand the instruction at first. They had to tell me, no, I told you to give me the ashtray. I'm like, oh, that's what you meant by that? Okay. It's like a little portable ashtray.
You were actually smoking out there? What do they do if you want to vape?
I think the idea is they're making sure you don't smoke pot or anything else. Because they get a lot of foreigners at this place, and they don't want any. And if you get a reputation in Japan for letting people use illegal drugs, that's very, very, very bad for your business. Yeah, so that's what I would assume that was about. I mean, it's just me making the assumption, but yeah. They make you bring them the ashtray, which I thought was interesting. But yeah, so that was the MOGRA smoking section. Because I remember when we first arrived on the 10th, we were again already very drunk from doing karaoke. I think this was like me, Tim. I shouldn't try to name names. I don't remember who the fuck was there. Just remember Tim was there because he's German and very distinctive. But I don't remember who else was there. Again, very drunk already. But yeah, we went up to like the door and we were all talking, and the guy was like, "You gotta be quiet. You can't be loud out here." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, sorry." But now I'm getting quiet again. But yeah, New Year's Eve, very fun. Going back to MOGRA on the 10th, very fun. It's one of these places where like I meant to go on previous trips and never gone. And now I had so much fun that I'm like mad at myself that I never went. Because it's like I stayed out till 3. I mean, staying out till 3:30 on New Year's Eve is one thing, but I did it again on the 10th too. Like I stayed out there until 3:30 a.m. on my last night in Japan when I knew I had to start until 11:30 a.m. the next day and the flight home and everything else. Probably not very smart on my part, but what are you gonna do? But yeah, there was a New Year's Eve. Okay, Tochigi. So again, very incredibly drunk on New Year's Eve. Had to move hotels. I arrived very late for the show. There was only a 5-match show to begin with. I arrived as like the third match was ending, which was Aja Kong, Tatsuya Hanami, and Yuya Aoki beating Ryu Saito, Shoki Kitamura, and Takumi Baba. So I saw like the very end of that. Actually, no, I'm sorry. I saw as the second match was ending. I saw the entire third match. I don't really remember that much about it though. The match I came for was Sarii and Mirai, which Sarii defeated Mirai in 13-23. I thought this match was awesome. Like, especially when you're there live, like it just felt like just a really, really hard-hitting match. It was one of those matches that had, it just had like a really sudden finish to it and like a feel of like a real fight to it, which I really, really liked. So yeah, I went 4 1/4 on it. Really great match. My 11th match overall the trip. So definitely a match I was happy I went to the show for. And I left.
I'm jealous you saw that match. I originally planned to go to the show, but I needed time to recover.
Well, you called it a night on New Year's Eve way earlier than I did, buddy.
I know, I did.
You gotta get it on my level. I stayed up until like fucking 4 a.m. and I still made it to the show to see Sarii and Mirai. So.
I will say that New Year's Day was the first time I actually got an extended amount of sleep and woke up feeling refreshed. So if I had to sleep till noon to do that, that trade-off is worth it, in my opinion.
Yeah. Also, this is the first time I ever in my life went to the balcony at Korakuen Hall. Because when I had planned on buying a ticket when I got there, I thought there'd be no problem. It turns out, so they announced 7:50 of this show. For some reason, they're still doing like social distance seating at Korakuen. Like they're leaving like a gap of like 3 seats in between the seats.
Huh.
I don't know why they're doing that. I really have no clue. If anyone knows and wants to comment and tell me, let me know. But I have no clue why they're doing that. So all that was available when I bought my ticket was balcony standing room. So I did the balcony standing room. I got up there and I had one of those moments where I said something and somebody recognized my voice. It was actually the two guys from the STARDOM cast who were very, very incredibly nice dudes. It was really cool meeting them. But yeah, they were like, "Are you John?" After I said, like, "Can I stand here?" Basically, I was like, "Oh yeah, I am John." They didn't recognize me by my face, but they recognized me by my voice, which I guess happens when you do a podcast every week. But there you go. But yeah, awesome match. It was really cool being on that balcony and just having that, like, it's a great view even from there. You're looking basically like straight down diagonally at the ring, and it's almost like the ring is sort of right below you. So it was a really cool view. Mariah waved to me up in the balcony when I called her name. That was cool. But yeah, just very, very, very awesome match, and really, really a one-match show for me, especially since I didn't even stay for the main event, but definitely one I do not regret going to. But I didn't rank the actual show because I only watched 2 matches. Noah the New Year, 2026. So somebody asked, let me see who the actual person was. Like, somebody just asked, what was your favorite and least favorite show? I think it was, again, Slurmy. What was the best and worst show of the trip? Best show was STARDOM Dream Queendom for me. Worst show, Noah the New Year, 2026.
Yep.
This is the only show you would also agree, even though I think you were.
This was the worst show I went to as well. But like I was saying to Pat as I left, if that was the worst show I've been to this whole trip, I'm still really happy with everything I've seen. Because I enjoyed this more than the cage match ratings for a lot of these. But I guess, again, that's the magic of being there.
So it did a crowd of 6,278, which was way up from last year, which was 5,088 for the Ozawa beating Kaito Kiyomiya show. It was a very weird crowd, and that's what I think also hurt the show.
Yeah.
Like, this was a crowd that was there. There were a lot of people there specifically to see Naito and Bushi. So, and some of those people cared about a few other people in the show. Like, some of those people were also like Ozawa fans. Obviously, a lot of those people also cared about Hiromu, which helped that match. Some of them didn't even care about Ozawa. And then there were a lot of fans who were there, I guess I would call, like, primarily Ozawa Team 2000X fans, but especially really just Ozawa. And then there were, I guess, the Noah hardcores who were actually into the other people and actually cheered in the main event, but they were few and far between.
I think we got to sit behind a Noah hardcore. I definitely remember the guy behind us cheering really loudly for a lot of the Noah talent.
But he was, like, not in the majority in that building.
He was not.
Yeah.
No.
But yeah, I mean, there's the problem with the show is one of the problems. One of the problems with the show. One of the matches I thought would be a no doubt great fucking match was Alpha Wolf and Dragon Bane, and it was pretty. I mean, I was like 3 stars on it maybe, and I apparently was one of the high ones on it because it was like a 5.48 on Cage Match. I saw a lot of other people saying it was absolutely horrible. I mean, I didn't think it was very good even until the finish, and then fucking Team 2000X running in and Alpha Wolf winning with their interference to win the national title and, turn heel. It was kind of a fucking downer. I mean, it was pretty big fucking downer on the show. So that hurt it. As much as I loved Tetsuya Naito, he did not have a good night.
No.
I mean, he looked like he could not move at all.
No. He's reaching the point where it's kind of sad watching him try to wrestle.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he said himself he wasn't very happy with his physical state. So, it seems like taking time off has not helped him. It seems like he's just, if anything, he's like gotten more out of shape or something. So,
Bushi still looks sharp, if nothing else.
But yeah, they won the GHC tag titles. They beat Kanoa Marufuji. The one awesome match in the show.
Bushi pinning Marufuji of all things.
Yeah.
It's just
after he blew the mist in his face.
Yeah.
But yeah, the one awesome match in the show, match I went 4 1/4 on, was Amakusa beating Hiromu Takahashi in 17-24 to win the junior title. I'm right in line with Cage Match in that. I saw some people had it even higher. I put it as my 10th place match overall. So yeah, awesome fucking match. Definitely, just really, really high end junior stuff, really fast paced. And, it felt like they built up to it really well too, with Hiromu being so dominant in this junior division, winning the tournament as champion, and then finally losing to his best friend that he had been kind of an asshole to, in the build too. So really well built and really well done. I mean, I assume you agree. Did you have any thoughts?
100%. This was probably my third favorite match out of what I saw. I liked it more than anything on Dream Queendom, for instance. They did the thing where, like, sometimes an epic match is epic because they do a great job near the end of having that suspended state where you think any of these big moves that keep happening one after the other could end the match, and there's just this increasing tension as they keep doing more and more and more stuff piling on top of each other, and you keep thinking, how is this match going, how is this going? And they somehow managed to do that for what felt like 10 minutes. It was fucking incredible. God, I can't believe that was only 17:24. It felt like it went twice as long, but in a good way. You know?
Yeah, no, I totally get what you mean. On the bad side, the main event. Yoshiki Inamura defeats Ozawa in 21-18 to retain the GLEAT heavyweight title. This has a 5.08 on Cage Match. That might be generous, in my opinion.
Yeah.
This was one horrible fucking match. I mean, they just didn't do anything for what felt like more than half the match. Then there were the run-ins. Then the moment it started getting maybe the teeniest bit cool, it just ended with Inamura pinning him, which the crowd was not ready for that at all. First of all, the crowd was, this crowd wanted to see Ozawa win back this title. So when Ozawa would work over Inamura in a way designed to get Inamura sympathy, the crowd was just sitting on their hands because they didn't want to see it. They wanted to see Ozawa. They were there to cheer for Ozawa. They didn't give a shit that the crowd that they were trying to get to cheer Inamura. And when Inamura made his comeback, the crowd would, like, I don't know if they actually booed him, but they were definitely not cheering him. And when he pinned Ozawa, it was like a what fart. Like, you could hear the entire building go, what? Like just like, huh? Like, just, that was the kind of reaction. And then you saw people like stream for the exits. So they did not want to hear what this man had to say after he won the title, after he retained the title. They did not give a shit. It was a very awkward atmosphere to be there live for. Yeah. So yeah, this match sucked. These two wrestlers are not cast in a way that the crowd wants to see them, and it didn't land at all. So that was the problem. And they just didn't have a good night either. I mean, you know, Ozawa, as much as I like him, he's very hit or miss, and this was definitely a missed night for him. And Inamura is Inamura. I mean, I'm not as high on him as some people are. I don't think he's been that impressive. So
this was the match where I thought I turned a corner on Inamura, actually, and started to like him. I think because he commits so hard to the gimmick that at this point I have to respect it. And I find it kind of charming. I have probably thought...
I find him annoying.
Yeah, no, that's where I used to be too, for what it's worth. I have thought about this match probably more than any actual good match I watched, because I am so fascinated by how poorly it played out and want to know what the thinking was behind the match structure. Some of it's obvious, right, that they're trying to, through excessive cheating, get a lot of sympathy for Inamura, help make him a new star. And it is probably the right call at the end of the day, no matter how the match played out, to have him win over Ozawa when the goal is to make a new star. It's just you don't do it the way you played out in the match. I think the idea was that not only was Inamura going to win, he needed to look extremely strong. They needed it to make it look like Ozawa didn't even really have a chance. And I think that was just the wrong approach. They needed to have a match much more like Ozawa had against Kaito Kiyomiya initially. That was a back and forth nail biter, right? With an extended ending sequence where it was completely up in the air, like who could win it, and Ozawa ends up pulling it out. The Inamura winning so resoundingly, landed like a what fart, because it didn't feel like he earned it. It felt like Ozawa was barely participating in the match. They needed much more back and forth, much more struggle. We needed to have more near falls, a lot more near falls, more teasing that Ozawa was going to win. Maybe Inamura starts to feel like he earns it more as he struggles with Ozawa. He didn't struggle nearly enough with Ozawa. This feels like a big missed opportunity, even though I kind of think the right idea was there. There was a seed of a good idea here.
No, I totally get what you mean.
By the way,
I don't know.
this is anecdata, but a friend of mine brought someone who had never seen a wrestling show before to this show. This show was her first wrestling show in her entire life. And would you like to know who she latched onto as her favorite wrestler after this show?
Who?
Inamura. She
Interesting,
loved
I guess.
Inamura at the end of this.
Yeah. I don't know. I was pretty negative about that match and the show in general. I mean, we didn't. There's other stuff the show we didn't really talk about, but like, can't do full reviews of this stuff with all the amount of shows you have to cover. But yeah, there was nothing else I really liked on the show besides the junior title match. So.
Junior title match was definitely the best match, but it's not a good sign when maybe the second best match was the Good Brothers match, because Jack and Kaito sold their asses off for those two.
The junior tag title match seemed pretty good from what I could tell, but that was also
we were distracted at the time.
Yeah. So you and Pag got in there before me and Paul. Me and Paul arrived before the show started, though, like with the show at the start. And when we got there, because the four of us sitting together, we saw the two of you, and then we saw some Japanese man in the seat that I had the seat number for.
Mm-hmm.
And I showed him my seat ticket, and I tried to. Couldn't really think of the words in that. Especially that being in a very awkward situation, like to say it in Japanese, like you're in my seat, but I tried to like get it across, and he just keeps pointing at his ticket, and he has like the same row and seat number. The problem is he's not in this section because this is the west in the Budokan in the first floor in those stands. I was in we were in the right section. We were in west. He was in northwest because that has like these diagonal sections they don't normally have. So I guess that confused him. A lot of buildings don't have diagonal sections, like most of them. So, I ended up having to find, he wouldn't get up. I ended up finally having to call an attendant over, and I showed him my ticket. I'm like, this is my seat. And he looked at my ticket. He looked at the other guy's ticket. First was a woman, and she couldn't figure out either. And then she called, I guess, her superior over, and he looked at both of our tickets and finally figured out that this man was in the wrong seat. And meanwhile, the fans behind us are getting annoyed because they're telling me to like lean down because I'm standing in their way. But like, I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do here because it's like, I'm not supposed to sit on the fucking stairs, but like, it's this man's in my seat. I can't go to another seat. This is my seat. And I'm pretty sure they thought I was in the wrong. They probably were like, oh, this stupid gaijin doesn't know where they're sitting. And because I even heard one of them like say something when the Japanese guy had to get up that I think basically was like, that's surprising or something, which is like, I mean, I'm pretty sure he was surprised that like was the general gist of it, that like I was the actual one in the seat and the Japanese person was wrong. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they finally got across to this man that he was in the wrong seat, and they finally took him to his correct seat. But yeah, it took the entire junior tag title 3-way match, which is like 7 minutes and 43 seconds. So yeah, very annoying that I missed this entire match. But because this Japanese man was in my seat, but that's what happened. What does Nicole look at me like that for?
Look, he has every right to be there. Okay? It's his country.
I know it's his country, but it's not his seat. I paid for that seat. Anyway. But yes, there you go. Nicole did not take my side on that one. All right. But that's the one. She's like, you should just pick another seat, white boy. Noah the New Year, 2026. Very bad show. Very, very, very.
Yeah, we didn't get into it, but other matches here were very underwhelming. It's kind of a shame because I think Noah, had kind of gotten a really good reputation from the New Year show last year, which was quite a banger. And I had a couple friends who didn't really follow Noah, but did remember watching the New Year last year and really enjoying it. And this show kind of undid a lot of goodwill from them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, what are you going to do? You have your biggest show of the year and you put in a stinker. It's not going to reflect well on you. So that's not good for Noah.
Nope.
Nicole, do you want to stick around? We're going to get to Tokyo Joshi shortly. She gave me a face about it. Was a great show. Then we get to January 2nd. Oh, by the way, do you want to talk about your experience going to I know we got questions on it going into the trip. What'd you think of going to Comicat?
Comicat?
That was like a day. Yeah, it was a couple days before this, but I think we skipped right over it.
Oh yeah, because I went on the 30th. So Comicat is, for those of you who don't know, a a 2-day fan convention of sorts, but unlike anime conventions in America, this is dedicated entirely to fan-produced works like comic books, pins, art books, novels, video games, music, and the whole gamut of fan-produced material. It is a huge part of otaku culture in Japan, and I have known about it for years because any anime about being an anime nerd, of which there is a fair bit, would always touch on Comiket because being in what they call a fan circle and producing an art book or some other art product was a huge way of being a fan in Japan. And these dojin works are often like at a high professional level, right? You're going to find art books not just by amateurs, but also very well-known circles are celebrities in their own rights. And on top of that, a lot of artists who work professionally for other companies also come in, even really famous ones, and will produce their own special works that are just for Comiket. It's kind of a big deal if you enjoy character goods, anime, manga, that kind of like otaku nerdy shit. Because you can get one of a kind, really cool goods that you're never going to find anywhere else.
Yeah. I had this awesome Sailor Moon keychain from when I went a couple years ago. I just love that keychain.
Yeah. I have a keychain I love of Korone making a very silly face. The other thing that's...
Oh, Kuromi?
A Korone. She's a VTuber.
Oh, Corona. Oh, Korone. I thought you said Kuromi. I got you for a second.
The other thing that's astounding about Comiket is it as a logistics project, as a managing an impossible number of human beings. I cannot stress how mind-boggling it was to see how many people were there. They hold Comiket in like the largest possible convention building that they can get in Japan, and it is stuffed end to end with people. It is very hard to get around because it has the same crowd crush as we were talking about, like in Korakuen Hall. But imagine that for a building 100 times the size of Korakuen Hall, more than 100 times, really. And it is still stuffed end to end with people. It is still hard to get around. To line up is a multi-hour process because you are wrapped around several blocks into interlocking lines that they coordinate across their different volunteers, by the way, to manage all of these people and get them in an orderly fashion into the building. It is an astounding feat of just organization. I don't think any other country could pull it off. Because it requires like everyone to be very, very cooperative, both the audience and the volunteers.
They get 300,000 people to this now.
Yes.
Wow.
It's incredible.
It's a comic. That was the one you went to. Comic Market 107 draws 300,000 across 2 days. So I guess about 150,000 each day.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And it's cheap to get in. It's like 1,000 yen, but they do that more for like crowd control than anything else.
Yeah.
And you have to get your tickets ahead of time, otherwise you have no chance.
I did in the year I went, but maybe it's changed already.
Could be. I was advised very strongly, no, get these ahead of time.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a fantastic time, except for how much walking around I had to do. That was the day when I realized that I had probably been dehydrated for an extended period as part of the travel, and I just needed to up my hydration, and I wouldn't be as sore and tired because my muscles were just absolutely in agony about halfway through Comiket because I had just been standing and walking around for so long. I wasn't used to doing that as much. So that's when I kind of became a bit of a fiend for, okay, I need to make sure to carry healthy snacks with me and drink water at every possible opportunity. Otherwise, I'm going to be kind of miserable just walking around. And that did make a big difference. It's why it was like a big tip that I shared at the end on that Discord channel was make sure you're hydrated. It makes a huge difference.
Well, didn't you also say don't try to survive just on Fammy Chicky and highballs?
Yeah, no. Don't try to survive on that.
I only had one Family Chickie the whole time, so I'm not a big highball drinker either. I'm more of a lemon sour person.
I'm gonna say Family Chickie, not quite as good as Fighter Chicken. It's almost as good.
Really?
Not quite as good, I'd say.
I like Family Chickie a lot.
I like it too. I don't think I like it as much though.
But yeah, I don't have good eating habits in Japan either, so I can't have no one to talk. I mean, I went to Tori Kizoku 3 times, so, and there was like one point where I did not eat anything for like 36 hours or something, which is I was running around way too much and I'm very bad at remembering to eat in general now that I'm.
Well, I also think something happens to our internal clocks when we travel like this, and it's harder for our normal appetites to like happen on the same internal clock, right? So I think that's why you have to force yourself to eat, and then as you start eating, you remember, oh yes, in fact, I was hungry.
Yeah, actually, we had a question about it. Let me see. Somebody asked about food. Mega Whale on the Super Jcast Discord said, please go through food in depth. So I don't have a lot of food notes. I went to Tori Kizoku 3 times, like I said, which is the cheap izakaya yakitori chain. Because it's just, there was one time when Paul and I went to it right when he arrived. Actually, no, we went to a different izakaya first. I don't remember when Paul and I went. But yeah, then I also went to it with Tim and Kaze. So on one of my first days, I think I went my very first day because I found one that was open, that opens early. Usually they don't open until 5, and this one opened like 2. So I went like right after Marigold on the 27th because I was fiending for Tori Kizoku. And I went a third time by myself when I was, again, just by myself at that point in Shinjuku and didn't want to think about what to eat. I was just like, I'm just going to go here again, which is kind of lazy of me, but whatever.
I experienced Tori Kizoku for the first time with Paul.
Oh yeah,
and had a great time with him.
He also went multiple times.
Yeah, it's a good chain. I like it. It was also just a great place to sit down and yap with Paul for, God, we must have been there for at least a couple hours, just yapping about shit. He's a great hang, by the way. Also a tremendous drinker. I was not able to keep up with him. I think I was only able to get in 3 highballs too. Like he was already 3 beers deep into the night before he even started.
Yeah, he and I
still kept going.
He and I can both drink you under the table, I think.
Yeah, no, I believe it.
Because I keep up with him better than you do, I think. Although I think he still drinks more than me. But yeah, there's one drinking night we'll get to with me and Paul that was a lot. That was a lot. But yeah, let me see. Tori Kizoku. I went to this new tempura place I'd never tried before in Shibuya, in the Shibuya Sky Tower. I don't remember the name of it. It was really good. It wasn't as good as the one I normally go to in Odaiba. That's in the Odaiba food court. I just didn't have time to go to it this time. But it was still really, really good. The tempura rice bowl I got was like really, really, really tasty. I had to wait quite a while, and that's why I went to that idol thing pretty late, remember? Mm-hmm. How long did you stay at that when I left, by the way?
I stayed for a couple more shows after the one that you had left during finished. I had a great time. I'm really glad I kind of invited myself to that when you mentioned it. But I had a great time going.
Because one of my friends, Ethan, is a huge Idol fan, and it's pretty much the only way to see him when you're in Japan. He lives there now, and he's like someone I used to know from New Jersey way back in the day. And pretty much the only way to see him is if you go to an Idol show with him because that's all he does. So, so he told me about this one. Happened. That was on January 2nd when my first wrestling show wasn't until 4 o'clock. So I was like, okay, I guess I can go to it. But yeah, it took so long to get that tempura bowl for lunch, way longer than I expected, that we got to the Idol show later than I expected to. Plus, it was kind of a long walk from the station.
It's kind of a long walk. I also got distracted by realizing there was a character glitch show nearby.
Yeah.
Right. So I definitely
forgot
had to do a little shopping.
This was partially your fault. I forgot. But that store was cool, though. I found some cool Rama stuff in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we found like a shortcut that walked through an electronics store. That was kind of funny.
That was funny, yes.
But yes, the Idol show was cool. So I don't know if you knew what I was doing when I was leaving. He was telling me his favorite band was doing free checkies in next door.
Oh, okay. So that was the goth dressed band, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
so
they were cool.
So we went up and got the free checkies, which is like taking pictures with them. People don't know. So yeah, we got. It wasn't a long line. Then basically went from straight. I had to go straight from that to. They took a while to get set up, so I had to go straight from that to Choco Pro, basically. So, which is actually
I didn't understand what you were saying because the music was so loud. So
yeah.
I just kind of
trying to say I'm going. Yeah, I was saying I'm going with him to get the checkies. I assume Ethan came back in, but he also might have gone across the street.
No, I didn't see him the rest of the night.
Okay,
while I was
so
there,
he might have gone back because there was technically two. Because it's an O West and there's also an O East, so both had like a different idol festival going on the same day. So he was, I think, bouncing between the two of them. But yeah, he had to buy double the tickets.
I gotta say, I had a great time during it. And for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, we went to, they called it Idol Koshian, I think.
Yeah,
and it's
festival, I think.
Yeah, a festival entirely for underground idols, and you can just think of idols as like a pop group, and with like a little otaku subculture attached to them, that worships their idols, so to speak, right? And how that fervor can manifest itself is in elaborate dances that the fans will do, because it's not just the idols who have moves, it's also the fans doing the sick little like river dance. Did you see some of this where they were kind of like getting low and crossing their legs in like a river dance style really fast at times? There were also like elaborate group choreography that they had kind of worked out. It was kind of cool to watch the fans as much as it was the idols, because everyone was really into it. But it had like what you want from an idol show too, which was everyone was in cool costumes and they did elaborate choreography to pretty catchy pop songs. I had a fantastic time. Loved the last idol group I saw, which was apparently like a spin-off of some kind of a larger idol group that was based on like some lore around following a rabbit to go fix a time stream, and then they stuck around in the real world and were like servants of the rabbit or some shit. I don't know. There might be an idol nerd who's listening to this who's like, oh, I know exactly what band you're talking about. But I had a great time with all of it. Highly recommend going to like a small underground idol concert if you're in Japan.
There you go. Yeah, we're on food. So yeah, the tempura thing was great that I had. I did a very fancy teppanyaki place in one of my fancier hotel stays in the Okura. I mean, the fancy teppanyaki is always amazing. This one was too. Had like a Wagyu steak cooked right in front of me. We did a few yakiniku. You weren't there for this one, but went to this yakiniku chain. I don't know the actual name of it, but I've seen it a million times because it has like a sign in English that says like fast, tasty, cheap. It's like, I just remember it as the fast, tasty, cheap one. And they had a location right next to Ryogoku Station. So all of us went there after we had done the Ryogoku, the Dream Queendom merch. And I have to say, it was fast, it was tasty, and it was cheap. So it was truth in advertising. It was,
oh yeah,
I definitely would go back there again. We also did, Paul and I did Yukaku, which is a chain we actually have here in New York. So I go to a lot in New York, but the Japanese one is so different that it's still like in New York, it's considered fancy and it's very different from the Japanese one. And it's very expensive, like everything is in New York. In Japan, it's considered like a value chain and they're everywhere. So it's still yakiniku in both places, but like the menu is completely different and they're much more focused on like just giving you like meats and stuff for as cheap as possible. And so it's always good when I go in Japan, but it's still worth going to it in Japan, even though I have it in New York, just because the two are so different. They just really just have the name in common. And then the last one I went to was Sex Machine, which we've talked about a million times in this podcast. I feel like that's the one in Dotonbori in Osaka, which is great. You went to that too. What'd you think of Sex Machine?
I thought Sex Machine was great. I had a great time.
Yeah.
The meat was incredible. It was a nice variety of it too. I'm usually the kind who's a little, I don't mind awful for the most part, but it also feels like something I have to learn to appreciate, and even the offcuts here, I really enjoyed. So
Yeah.
I don't know what marinade they were using, but it packed quite a punch.
So let me think of any other food stuff.
I've got a few
we went
recommendations while you're thinking.
Oh, okay. I just about to mention
sorry, go
one.
on ahead.
So went to this one in Shizuoka. I think I actually saved it. Let me see if I can find it. But it's pretty close to the main Shizuoka station. If you go there, it's called. Okay, why don't you give yours while I try to find this?
Sure.
Oh, I know, I found it.
Oh.
It's Kaburaya Shizuoka Miyoki-cho. So it's kind of like it's an izakaya restaurant, but it has a very unique menu compared to most other izakaya I've been to. Like the skewers have all sorts of weird ones. Like one of the weird ones I've never seen anywhere else in Japan was pork forehead, which I tried on an impulse. It was, oh my god, pork forehead, very tasty as it turns out.
Really?
So I ended up ordering like 2 or 3 more of those. It was so good. They also had like some fried like skewers like they have in Osaka, and like some of them are really good, like the kushi, the deep fried ones that were pretty good. They had like hot pot dishes and a few other things, and like that I didn't really try the hot pot stuff, but that seemed to be popular with other people. But yeah, this I found out later on from a bar I went to that I'll talk about later, I guess, that this is apparently a famous local chain in Shizuoka, because one of the people I was talking to goes to it all the time, she said. But yeah, it was really, really good. So if you're ever in Shizuoka and you want to try a different type of izakaya, try that Kabulaya, which I'm definitely mispronouncing. But yeah, so that was really good. There was also, I'm trying to think what else I went to. Oh, go give yours now. You keep cutting me off.
Oh, sure. So,
well, we went to one together. I really liked that one. That izakaya in what's it called? Like in right by Shidobashi Station.
Oh yes, the one that was like in the very narrow area, and we had a few drinks together there. That was really good. Yes. My favorite was I need to look this up. I think it's a place called Yojimbo, but that can't be right. That's the name of a movie. No, I think it is Yojimbo. This place is famous for their ramen. They're very, very good in Suitobashi. I also went to a famous gyoza place in Suitobashi. Most of my recommendations are going to be from Suitobashi, by the way, because it was where I spent most of my time. I only stayed in one hotel for most of the trip.
Not like me moving like 10,000 hotels.
Yeah, it was. I was pretty glad with that choice too, to be honest.
Wow.
There was an incredible gyoza place in Suitobashi that I went to on New Year's Eve. I also, in terms of chains that you can find anywhere in Japan, highly recommend Koko Ichibanya, which is
you and Soriano.
Oh, really? She's a big fan?
Yeah, she never shuts the fuck up about it.
Well, she has great taste then, I guess. It's a really good curry place for Japanese curry, and it's kind of like slightly more expensive than a lot of other comparable like chain restaurants, but I think they make up for it in quality. It's a very, very good curry sauce that they have that you can put on stuff. They've got they can also let you customize like how spicy you want it on a scale of 1 to 20. And I got a 5, and that was plenty spicy for me, and I have a little bit of tolerance, I'd say. They also just have a great tonkatsu there. Tonkatsu was the thing I had a lot of, but I think the 2 food things that I think about the most and won't be able to get in America in any way were sukemen. Have you had sukemen before?
What is that again?
Sukemen is a noodle dish that's from Tokyo, and it is basically like you have your noodle bowl which has all your toppings and everything in it, but there's no broth. The broth is served on the side, and it's super thick and very flavorful. So what you do is you dip your noodles with all the toppings into the broth, and then you eat the noodles. That was incredible. I had them at a great spot in Suitobashi. Also had some great soba noodles out in Osaka. And my favorite thing to drink I discovered while I was in Japan was something I'd never heard of before. Have you heard of hoppy?
Yes.
Hoppy.
I've never tried it. It's really that good?
Let me explain to the audience. So hoppy doesn't sound that good. It's better than it sounds, I guess is how I would say. So for those of you who don't know, hoppy is a beer-like product that has very low alcohol and doesn't really taste like beer. It tastes like a memory of a beer. So you don't drink it by itself. What you do is you combine it with shochu in an ice-filled glass, and what they do is
shochu is like a Japanese vodka.
Yes, and shochu is like a
shochu barely exists outside of Japan, so I wanted to mention that.
Shochu. So what they do is you order actually a hoppy set, and you get a full bottle of hoppy and a glass half filled with shochu and ice, and you pour your hoppy into the shochu, and you just finish half the bottle with your existing glass of shochu, and then you order your other half, and then they'll bring you the second glass of shochu and ice. I had a great time with that because it has like a mild flavor but a very pleasant buzz to it, and it was one of the most food-friendly drinks you can imagine. Goes great with everything greasy that you can get from an izakaya, which is where I tried it out with a whole lot of fried foods, and especially like some delicious fried spam.
I gotta try it now. I always just assume why get that instead of a regular beer, but it sounds like
it's refreshing. Actually, that's why.
Yeah,
and it gets you drunk pretty good. So like it's a great combination of light and flavor, but in a very pleasant way.
All right, so I'll have to try that.
Yeah, drink hoppy. Hoppy makes you happy. I was introduced to it by yet more new friends that I made while I was in Japan through friends of friends. So,
so where did you have that? One of the izakaya, you said?
Yeah, one of the izakayas that I went to while I was out in. God, where were we?
Now it sounds like you went to izakaya a lot. Now, my friend always makes fun of me for only ever wanting to eat izakaya, but like they're always great.
They are always good.
I like, what do you want me to do? Like, they're fucking great.
Like, almost, I would say every non-chain Japanese restaurant you went to is going to be at least pretty good.
Yeah.
I just walked into a lot of places. Most of the chains
are, too.
Yeah, and most of the chains are good, too. Most of the ones I tried were good. The only one I was disappointed in was, there's a beef bowl chain that's pretty famous because it's in the Yakuza games, and I went to that and didn't really care for it, but
see, I've never eaten at those places. I have friends that only eat there, which I think is kind of stupid. But like that to me is like from what I've heard, that's like the bad end of Japanese fast food. Like I'd rather go to Torikizoku.
Yeah, but it is extremely cheap and also open extremely late. So I mean, I was grateful to have it at the time, but I also was
going to say about the izakaya. It's like I love just walking into those random local izakaya because they're almost always good. Like Paul and I went to one in Osaka that specialized in the kushikatsu, but had other stuff too. That was amazing, just amazingly good food and drinks. And then introduced me to some Osaka specialty drinks I'd never had before, like this. I think it was like a pineapple sour, which you don't see very often. That was so good. Oh my God. It was like kind of like thicker than your average drink too, which was really cool. But yeah, the kushikatsu was great. Those fried skewers they do. But yeah, there's so many great, and they're not all samey. Like there's a lot of them that have different, dishes too, if you look around. So,
oh yeah,
but yeah, I went to so many great local izakaya, and the chain izakaya are really good too. So yeah, I could eat izakaya forever. The problem is I neglected some things I wanted to go to. Well, I didn't eat at a conveyor belt sushi place this time, which I wanted to do. Did you do that?
That was something I had wanted to do too, and just didn't have the chance either. Yeah, somehow I went to Japan and I didn't eat sushi at a restaurant in Japan. I went to a small sushi restaurant at the airport on my way out, and I finally got a little bit, but that didn't quite feel like the experience I was looking for, you know?
Yeah, I've didn't do it on this trip, but I actually have done it before. And I also forgot to get tonkatsu, which I remember really liking last time I went. I went to a tonkatsu place, I think in Sendai, that was really good. And
Oh yeah, I had plenty of tonkatsu. Tonkatsu's great.
Let me think other food things I did. I went to a Nagoya specialty restaurant, like a thing that does like local Nagoya specialties in the station, and had an amazing oyakodon, which is the parent and egg rice bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Just so fucking good. Also like the Nagoya chicken wings. Came with that set, which were really, really good. But yeah, so that was another like culinary highlight.
Speaking of regional specialties, I had extremely good oyamayaki, the Osaka pancake.
The pancake.
Yeah, which a friend has told me is usually not that great, but the place we went to, he recommended because they cook the pancake batter with a ton of green onions inside of it instead of piling the green onions on top, which is what they normally do in Osaka. And it makes a huge difference for like how palatable the overall oyamayaki is. Delicious stuff. Highly recommend.
Another thing I'll mention is so you mentioned the rice bowl. There's a rice bowl place that's a very, very tiny chain. So it's not like a big chain like the big ones, but they still specialize in like the gyudon beef bowls, but they have like other meats you can put on there too. So it's more expensive on top of it. It's called Niku Gekijo, which I thought was only Osaka originally. That's where I've been to it before, but I found one in Tokyo too now. I have to try that one. It's in Ikebukuro apparently. But yeah, I went to another one of the Osaka locations when I was there for lunch. I always get this one rice bowl that's like chicken neck and like two kinds of beef. I think it's so good, and it has like you can get like a egg on the side, like I guess a soft boiled egg that you can put in the rice. It's just really, really, really good. So very, very good, very recommended. I'm trying to think looking through my picks to see if I took pictures of any other food, which would imply I found it important or something. I think that's pretty much it. I can't think of anything else. Like I said, I went to a million izakaya. I went to the Hub finally. I'd never been to a Hub before. You know what Hub is or no? Do you know the legend?
Yeah, that's the British pub.
Yeah, so right after Wrestle Kingdom, basically I was sitting with Joel and Paul, and Joel was like, "Let's go to the Hub." And I was like, "Oh, really?" So we went to Hub right after the Tokyo Dome, which was cool. I mean, I met Robbie Eagles at the Hub. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, that is sick, actually.
He was very, very, very nice guy. I'm not going to say anything he said, but I don't think he said anything that controversial to me or anything. But there was like one moment where I said something and he gave a look where I was like, "Oh, he knows he's winning tomorrow." Because I think I wished him good luck. I was pretty drunk at this point, but I think I wished him good luck, and he gave me a look and said thanks in a way that implied he would win. And guess what? He did in fact win the next day in the junior tag title match. So I guess he was told already at that point. But yeah, the Hub. I had this massive like blue drink that was like really, really, really huge. That was kind of cool. But yeah, the food itself, I think I had like fried shrimp or something. It was fine. It's not a place I would ever go to normally. I mean, I'm not in the market to pick up women, so that apparently is a place foreigners, or at least used to go to pick up women, or have women pick them up, I guess.
Was the Hub?
At the Hub, there's one. I think there's one specific Hub, maybe in Shinjuku, where it was known for being a spot where foreigners would go because they knew that like women who wanted to be with a foreigner that night would go there. It was like a mutual understanding. But which I guess makes sense because it's a very foreign style pub, you know. But I don't think that's as much of a thing anymore. But I don't know where you go now for your hookups with Japanese women. Everybody, I'm sorry, have to do. I'm sure someone online can tell you probably, but
yeah, someone do the research and get back to us.
I don't need to know that. Maybe you want to know. I don't know.
Who protests too much?
I don't trust me. I did not. I don't need to know that. Anyway.
All right. I guess I'll keep all the women to myself then.
You can. I've been in a relationship for 11 years, buddy. don't need to go pick up Japanese women. Anyway, that's I guess all the food stuff. I can't think of any. Can you think of any other food stuff?
Yeah, actually, I tried something based on a TikTok I saw, which was a donut shop.
Everybody loves when people do that.
Look, the donuts looked incredible, and guess what? They were. It's a shop called We Love Donuts. That's out in like a underground shopping district in Umeda, in Osaka. And they do what are called raw donuts, which means that like the donuts are like slightly undercooked on the inside. And I guess that sounds gross. It actually is texturally amazing, like far superior to a lot of other donuts I've had. And on top of that, they will stuff them full with different creams, sweet and savory, by the way. You could get like a potato salad stuffed donut, which was actually delicious. But my favorite was actually like a creme brulee stuffed one that was super sweet and just chewy in all the right ways. Big fan of that place. Great stuff. So if you're in Umeda,
Alrighty.
That's worth checking out if you're in that shopping district.
There you go, folks. Let's get back to wrestling because we do got to get through more of these. We have some more shows to get through.
We are
still haven't gotten to Wrestle Kingdom
hours
yet.
in. I don't think we're even halfway through the shows.
I think we actually are halfway. I think I have, at least for me, I have 11 shows left. Almost halfway. We have Choco Pro, January 2nd, Choco Pro number 499, Ichigaya Chocolate Square. It was interesting. I had a really good time here. I ended up having standing room by the entrance is what they called it. So basically I was standing inside the building. I kind of wish I bought earlier and bought a seat, but it was sold out. Like you couldn't buy a ticket the day of. So, they only have so much room at the dentist office, but it was an incredibly unique experience. I was very happy I went and finally saw a show there. I'd seen them before, as I mentioned in the preview at a Shinkiba show, but it was really cool seeing them in their actual, building. A very short show too. It was like, one match was under 8 minutes, one match was 7.5 minutes, and the main event was 10.5 minutes. But a lot of fun and definitely worth going to. I ranked it ranked it 12th on my list. So a very enjoyable show, but just not a ton to break down there. Just kind of a thing you have to go and experience for yourself. How come you didn't go, by the way?
Couldn't get tickets.
Oh yeah, by the time it was available, yeah, you couldn't get tickets. That's true. You didn't go to anything on the 2nd.
Nope.
Okay. The other show I went to on the 2nd was Noah the New Year Reboot 2026 at Shinjuku Face. Did a crowd of 468. This was a lot better than the fucking Budokan show, I will say. I mean, I ranked it pretty low still. I ranked it 15th out of the 19. This was almost like what we talked about, how they were like a minority of hardcore fans at the Noah show on the first actually cheering for Inamura and the other people. They were the entire crowd here. So it was really just like a few people, mostly foreigners, to be honest, cheering for Ozawa and Team 2000X in the main event. And all the Japanese fans here, who are the most hardcore fans for Noah, were cheering on for the baby faces, and just, made for a much better atmosphere in the show on the first. And, it obviously didn't have the expectations of the show on the first, even though there was nothing on this show as good as the Hiromu match. There also was nothing on this show nearly as bad as the bad stuff. So yeah, much more enjoyable experience at this Noah show. Really nothing worth getting in depth into, really, except I guess the big note is that the former Fire Katsumi, who's been wrestling with JTO since 2021, basically did a re-debut here where he came out as a Noah young boy now calling himself Katsumi Inahata, presumably his real name. So yeah, he wrestled Marufuji here and lost in a singles match, and now is going to be a Noah regular. So there you go. Definitely a much more enjoyable show than the first. And this show has a rating of like 6 on Cage Match, whereas the one on the first has a rating of 4.52. So that should tell you something right there. Then we go to the
one last
third.
thing before we move on from Noah. I really like Kenta's new squad, the White Raven squad. I think that's just a cool combination of people right there. I would have bought a shirt if I had the time.
White Raven squad with
White
a W.
Raven squad
with a W.
Yes, with a W.
I don't know why they spelled the W, but there you go. January 3rd.
Raven squad.
Right, we're in squad. January 3rd, I did 2 shows and you did 1. So let me do my first one first, which was Stardom New Year Dream 2026 Day. January 3rd in Shinjuku Face. They did a double header here, and I went to the day one. It did a crowd of 478. I thought this show was a lot of fun. It doesn't seem to have landed for people the same degree on tape, which doesn't surprise me, but it was a very, very, very fun show when I was there in person. I ranked it as my 9th place show of the whole shows I went to. Obviously, I'm very invested in Stardom. It was very cool being front row in this tiny building and seeing everybody. Although I kind of wish I'd gotten a counter seat. I wouldn't have gotten my foot stepped down by Izumi if I had done that. But the counter seats are so cool. But yeah, I thought 2 of the matches on the show were really awesome, and again, much higher for me than the cage match people. But the tag match for Hanako and Rion beating Akira Kuragane and Bozilla, I thought they went like shockingly hard in that match, like went 15 minutes, and I went 4 stars on that. Just a really, really great tag match. It was just seeing the 2 big ladies, especially, just go at each other in person, probably was a much more cool experience. I mean, there's not that many female wrestlers who are like almost my size, and they are both like only a few inches shorter than me. So just seeing these 2 large ladies like collide was very, very fun. The main event was a 3-way Goddess of Stardom #1 contendership match. They made that stip on the spot with basically, I think Natsuko Tora just demanded challengers basically. So, but yeah, so Zumi and Miyu Amasaki defeated Fukuoka Double Crazy and Miku Kanaway and Sari in 14:30. Another match I won 4 stars on. Another match I was deeply invested in because they had already said this was going to be for January 10th, and I knew I was going to be front row for that show. So I really wanted Izumi and Miyu to win, which they did. So I'm sure that probably helped my thoughts on it. But yeah, just an action-packed 3-way tag that I really, really enjoyed. So yeah, really fun show. Fun seeing Stardom in this tiny of a building, which, it's more common outside of Tokyo than in Tokyo these days. It's pretty uncommon to see them in a smaller building than Korakuen now, unless it's like New Blood or whatever. So yeah, I mean, it was a really, really fun show. So why don't you get to your Marigold show now before I do DDT?
Okay. You want to hear it first?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, do Marigold first.
Sure. Yeah.
It started before DDT. So
Okay. Yeah. So Marigold First Dream out in Oda City General Gymnasium. Attendance of 1,812 on cage match. I believe it actually. It looked pretty packed. Well, not packed. There were a lot of people there. Every section seemed to have a lot of people. The stands especially looked like it had a lot. And this was a show that going in I thought was going to be pretty empty. We certainly didn't have trouble buying really nice tickets though, because we did get on the floor on day one. We being me and Paul. The highlight of the whole show was Mayu Iwatani versus Takumi Iroha. This was my favorite match of the whole trip. An absolute end-to-end banger. That also did the thing I was talking about earlier with the Amakusa and Hiromu match, where they just have that extended sequence where it feels like any move could end this fight at any point. But it was also elevated because they were doing some really dangerous and kind of incredible work in the top corner during an extensive period where they were both struggling for control at the top of the ropes there. That was something else to watch. And it was a hell of a match, and my favorite thing I saw that night and during the trip. Highly recommend people track that down. But the whole show was actually pretty good. Opens with some pretty good tag work. Also includes the return of Koki and Natsumi Shozuki. And there's a decent singles match between Utami and Chika Goto. Chika Goto continues.
I was gonna say, how did Koki look coming off her injury?
Seemed fine.
Okay.
She didn't make any noticeable flubs, but it's a 6-man tag.
Yeah.
Really, the highlight for me in that match was Natsumi's Shozuki being back, but obviously she doesn't get the shine that Koki does.
Well, she's not tall.
Not as tall. Victoria Yuzuki and Shoko had a match that I would say was roughly what I expected, as in it wasn't that great for a United National title match. Kind of disappointing because Shoko just isn't an interesting wrestler. She's also famous for flubs, but she didn't really flub much this match. It was more that she didn't do anything interesting.
Have you looked at her height, though?
Oh, how tall is she?
She's 170 centimeters. She's 5'7", just like Koki.
All right, well,
Rossi loves his talls.
I'm never going to give up on a wrestler per se, right? I'm going to say I think she has a lot to do to kind of get to the upper tiers of Marigold. They already have plenty of great wrestlers there.
She's also already 37.
I didn't know that either, huh?
Yeah.
Although
she started pretty late. She's only started in 2022. So
right, because she had the flying penguin gimmick, right?
Yeah. Yeah, she actually really like.
I mean, I admire anyone who's in like their late 30s and still continues to wrestle because like that's that's a great way to inflict a lot of pain on your body that it's not ready for. You're a tougher woman than I am. The main event was also very good. Mikuano versus Mai Sakurai. Have you seen the gnarly table spot that they did here?
Oh, look! I think somebody showed me a clip of it. It might have been you.
It might have been me or Paul. But to describe it to the audience real quick, they do a table spot during the match. Mai Sakurai, being Julia's protege, loves to drive people through a table. And Miku Ano takes this table spot where the table had actually already broken by the time they get her in position. And Mai decides, fuck it, we're doing it anyway, and drives her head through the edge of the upturned table so that the lip of it was broken off by her head as she drove her through it onto the floor. It's one of the gnarliest things I've ever seen live.
Well, look, that's the bully lady.
Yeah, it was fucked up. And they also had a great match besides that, but that spot's kind of going to stick in my head.
Well, there you go. So I'm gonna have to check out at least the top match of this show. I haven't had the urge to watch any wrestling on TV since I got home and barely, have been incredibly jet lagged and catching up on work and stuff. But definitely want to check out the top two of this show at least. You were gonna say something about Utami and Chika Goto before I cut you off. I'm sorry. How was that?
Oh, it was fine. I realized I should really stick to highlights. Because I don't think Chika Goto did enough to really be a convincing challenge for Utami, and she's still struggling with strength and conditioning in a very obvious way. It's funny, at the end of the match, Utami was kind of flexing at her and showing her muscles, saying, "Yeah, you got to get some of these, girl. You got to get some of these to compete."
Then my second show of the day was DDT at Korakuen. Which, again, they don't announce numbers, but it sure as fuck looks sold out to me. I believe it actually was officially sold out. I don't think you could buy tickets to it on the day. This show fucking ruled so hard. I put this third place overall on my trip ranking. I mean, the undercard was super fun. It had all the DDT main stage you'd expect. It was first of all, there was a totally mystery vortex show. They did not announce the card before it started, so part of the fun was just seeing who would come out. When Shenshiro Takagi, I think, came out first for match 3, and then Shinya Aoki's music hit, and the crowd was like, whoa! And they had such a fucking cool 6.5 minute match together that I gave it 4 stars. I don't care that one went 6.5. Just seeing Shenshiro Takagi fucking mat wrestle with Shinya Aoki was so fucking cool. Such a great time with that. Junta Miyawaki came out before the show from Noah and announced he was going to be a regular DDT member, I think was the language he used, or make a regular appearance of DDT this year. So I don't know if it's a situation with Endo where he's just going to be only in DDT, Endo's only in Noah now, an actual trade, or if he's just going to appear in both. Let me see, actually, did he appear in any Noah already? That might answer the question. But yeah, he did say he's going to make regular appearances in DDT this year. No, he hasn't appeared in Noah since he said that. He didn't appear on the 11th show or anything. So maybe he's just in DDT for the rest of the year now. But yeah, I think that's a great fit. I mean, he's a smaller wrestler. He's a junior. But I think he'll fit in great with all the young, talented wrestlers in this promotion. The semi-main was they originally supposed to be Akito and Konosuke Takeshita against Danshoku Dino and Super Sassango Machine, but they changed it to a 3-on-1 handicap match when the Takeshita and Akito team won way too quickly. This was also when Danshoku Dino kissed me. So Super Jcast user Slurmy actually asked me that. He asked a question about that. He said, rating out of 10 for Dino's kiss. I give it a solid 8. It's a hell of a kiss. But there you go. It was I put my hand up like sort of Arametha is missing this because he went to he put BRB in the chat, but he's missing me talk about the Dino kiss. But yeah, I put my hand up and basically I put my hand up for him before and gotten passed over, and I put my hand up very meekly, like not sure I would get picked. And I'm always like leery because sometimes as a joke he'll walk over, look at the person, act like he's gonna do it, and just give them a high five instead. And I figured for sure that's what he was gonna do with me when he stopped in front of me, and I was sitting right in the front row, so it was very hard to miss. And he just leans down. He did not do the high five. He leaned down and fucking planted one on me, and you could hear the Japanese woman behind me fucking squealing and laughing. And I saw, like, somebody sent me, it was actually Jay Michael from Voice Wrestling, sent me a great photo of the actual kiss. And the look on the Japanese woman's face directly behind me, especially, is so fucking funny. Like, she looks incredibly scandalized, but also incredibly into it. So, a very, very, very funny facial expression. So
I immediately got some text messages from a friend who was also at that show and recognized you and was so excited that you got kissed by Danshoku Dino.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about because you mentioned on the way out. She was like, "Oh, you got kissed by Dino." I was like, "I sure did. But
blessed day. What a fortuitous event.
I was very, very, very happy. Yes, I put my hand up multiple times before. See, I need to lose the weight. I need to lose the 95 pounds where Dino would kiss me. I think I'm very, very sure that was the thing. I now just look like a normal fat person, not an incredibly overweight person. So that helped me out. But there you go. It's probably just random chance in the fact that I was front row, but it's funny to think that he kissed me because I lost 90.
Yeah, he kissed you because he thought you were an attractive man. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Now you get to brag. Hey, Danshoku Dino thinks I'm attractive.
Yes, he did indeed think I was attractive. But he did misgender me then. But attractive NB Danshoku Dino.
Mm-hmm.
The KOD 6-man title match, though, main event. This fucking ruled so hard. It was Yuki Ueno and Toy and Kaisei Takeshi defeating the Strange Love Connection, Mao and Cannon, and kind of unofficial third member of their group, Kazuma Sumi. I went 4.5 on this. I have it as my 7th place match overall for the entire trip, and they went almost 24 minutes. It has an 8.28 on Cage Match, so I'm not, I'm a little higher than the Cage Match, I guess, but they're implying more of a 4-star match. But just being in this building, front row, for this match where they're doing like near fall after near fall, and these girls especially, because again, DDT, incredibly female heavy crowd now. I'd say like, the 70-75% estimates are probably not far off, just screaming their heads off for these wrestlers the entire time with every near fall. Some of them desperately want the title change. Some of them desperately want the champions to keep the titles. What you come away with, and I think when you attend these shows in Japan, a lot of what makes these shows so special, besides the fact that they run smaller venues on average, and you get to be more intimate venues, even the bigger ones somehow feel more intimate than these fucking giant ass American stadiums. I guess because even like Sumo Hall and Budokan are still smaller than like most American arenas. You get that intimate feeling. A lot of them hit a good size level that are like bigger than American indies, but smaller than the American major promotions. But it's really the fans that make these shows what they are. I mean, the wrestlers are great. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of really great Japanese wrestlers still. But like the fans who just come there to watch professional wrestling, they're not there to fucking make jokes. They're not there to yell. I mean, maybe they're making jokes to each other and I just can't understand them, but they're not fucking yelling them out the way fucking Americans do. They're not doing open mic night like a lot of fucking American fans do. They're not there to be fucking annoying. They're not there to try to get themselves on screen. They are there to watch professional wrestling and cheer for their favorites. And I know that sounds simple, and I know that's what it sounds like every fucking crowd should do. It's not what American crowds do anymore. If you've been in a fucking American crowd, you'll know that is true. There are a lot of people at American shows who are fucking not there to watch wrestling. So that illness has not infected Japanese wrestling. So, maybe someday it will. Maybe eventually I'll come over one year and be like, they got the fucking the selfie culture or whatever, got them too. Everybody's trying to get themselves on TikTok. But I just don't think Japanese culture's like that, like people just don't walk around in general trying to get themselves on TikTok and stuff. So, it's just not something you see out in public the way you do in America now. So like, it's just, as long as we can hold that off, the current generation of Japanese fans is still the same as it was 9 years ago when I first came. It's people who are there to, you have a lot of women in the crowd, who are there to cheer for their favorites, which is such a great part of the crowd that you really don't get that much in America. Like a lot of these shows, it feels like this must have been what it was like to be in like a Dallas crowd in the 80s when the Von Erichs were on top or something, because these girls love them some Yuki Ueno. They love them some Kaisei Takeshi. They love Kazuma Sumi. Oh my God. The fucking Sumi calls for this entire match. Like, I don't know if it's because he's so tiny and they want to protect him or something, but like the Sumi calls like did not stop for the entire length of this match. And they were like, I don't know. He might have gotten the most calls of anyone in any match I was at, honestly. But yeah, I think that, so that atmosphere is it's one of the things that makes attending these shows so special, and why I keep doing it over and over again, and why the moment I get back, I'm just like, God damn it, I wish I was going to a Japanese wrestling show right now. Can I fit in another trip before next year at Wrestle Kingdom without Nicole trying to kill me? I don't know. But yeah, I never get tired of it. Like I went to all 20 shows. I honestly thought this was too many. I would get burned out. And it was too many from the standpoint of, like I talked about earlier, not having enough time to do anything else in Tokyo especially. But I could go to another show right now. I had so much fucking fun going to all these shows. I mean, I did not get burned out at all. So I don't know. Do you have any thoughts about like the general crowds and stuff before I get to the next show or whatever?
No, you're right that the crowds in Japan do so much to enhance being there and seem to have exactly the right attitude that you would want fans to have. Wish we could do something in America to encourage a similar kind of behavior.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go to that G1 show in Chicago, and I'm already like, well, it's not going to be the same.
I mean, in my experience when I would go to Windy City Riot, the American fans... not all of them, obviously, and people would try to start chants, but more of the audience than, say, an AEW audience were there just to cheer their favorites, right? So, yeah. I mean, am I wrong? You went to the same Windy City Riots that I did. I seem to remember them being pretty good audiences.
So I had one of this annoying fucking fan right in my section who wouldn't shut the fuck up the entire show. So maybe that's why I have a more negative opinion. It was really just one guy.
Because he was doing commentary the whole time.
He was doing his own commentary the entire show.
That sucks. We had one of those actually at one of our shows in Japan. The Tokyo Joshi show had a guy behind us.
Oh, yeah. Well, he wasn't the... Okay.
Well, he was more doing his own podcast.
Yeah. So he was nowhere near as bad as this guy was. Like, this guy was calling the show like he was the fucking announcer.
Oh, God.
And people were telling him to shut the fuck up, and he was not good. He wasn't even good at it, and he was just fucking annoying. And people were telling him to shut the fuck up, and he was ignoring them and just kept plowing through. Because he was amusing his one friend, I guess.
God.
And that's all he cared about. And I was just like, buddy, you're in a public event with lots of other people, and you're making the event worse for all of us. Can you please shut the fuck up? He just wouldn't. Like, I think 6 or 7 different people, including me, either asked him nicely or told him shut the fuck up, and he just completely ignored all of us. So
that's
very annoying. Yeah. We had a guy, I know you're talking about behind the Tokyo Joshi, where he was kind of like, I felt like he was with a friend who didn't go to wrestling very often, and he was like
explaining to the girl next to him a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
but it was a little too loudly.
Yeah, he was over explaining things. I'm sure he was annoying the Japanese people because they don't really do that. They don't talk through a whole show like that. And he was annoying me. I mean,
Yeah.
because, you know, it was just annoying to have that kind of person behind you at a Japanese wrestling show. But if that exact person was teleported to an American wrestling show, he wouldn't be in the top 100% or top 99% of most annoying fans. Like, he would be very unannoying compared to most of the fans I've sat near at American shows. So anyway. But yeah, the Japanese fans are what make their, and I love when they get quiet too at the start of matches. Sometimes they just, because they know how to just let matches. American crowds hate quiet, so if a show is quiet in America, it feels like the crowd is dead and not into it, and people will try to start a little chants to try to get the crowd stop being quiet. And if there's not someone trying to start a chant, it feels like the show is dead. In Japan, when they're quiet, especially at the start of a match, and they're just like watching people mat wrestle, it feels like, okay, we're all just watching this. And you'll hear like one or two like soft calls for somebody, like a softer call than normal. It's such a cool little part of the atmosphere. But yeah, when the calls get going, the calls are like the coolest thing. And again, the wrestler calls of like yelling for the wrestler when they're generally when they're getting beaten up, it's when people yell, or like when they tag into the match, a lot of people yell their name too. Mm-hmm. That's such a cooler thing to me than trying to start chants all the time. Yep. Like, they will try to start chants sometimes for specific wrestlers, but when the calls to me is just so much cooler, and it's even better when you're in the building, I think, because you can like really feel where it's coming from in the building. Sometimes it's coming from the person sitting 2 seats next to you. Sometimes it's calling from you. You know, I mean, I am very comfortable doing the calls. I noticed you got more and more comfortable with it throughout the times you were going. So, or as the shows went along, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Because it is, sometimes I'm also not sure what to call either, because I know that they have like nicknames as well, and I don't want to use like a nickname that's wrong. Like, I wasn't sure if Starlight Kid is Kiddo or not, or if I was even pronouncing that correctly.
Yeah, it's Kiddo. Yeah, it's like with a pause in between, like because I've seen people say it's like Kitto. So yeah, it's like the Kiddo. Yeah. Something like that. I don't really yell her either, because I don't feel like confident yelling it either. But yeah.
At least nobody yelled AZM.
No one yelled AZM. No, it was definitely a Zumi. But yeah, sometimes I just, if I don't know if they're going to use the first or last name, I just wait to hear what they're yelling. Basically, Sometimes they yell both too. So you know, I've seen that with wrestlers.
Yes, I have too.
Like Saya's a big one. Like, sometimes people yell Kamitani, and sometimes people yell Saya-sama. Yeah. So you'll get the same one in the same different ones in the same.
I feel like Saya-sama is more respectful. In fact, I think if anything, John, we've been disrespecting her this entire time, but not calling her Saya-sama. we need to respect our queen here, our Phoenix Queen, and call her by her proper title.
I think there are some men who don't want to call a woman Sama, probably, which is why they don't say Saya-sama, because it does sound like you're at. It sounds like
you're being dommed.
Yes, I wasn't going to go there. It is literally what you're supposed to call a dom. Don't ask me why I know that. But yes, so that's where she gets it from, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yes. Anyway, that was the DDT main event, and I just wanted to mention how great the crowds were in general, and they were really great in that main event. And I think that's why I ended up being so high on that match. Just incredible match, incredible near falls, and just the crowd was so into everything.
Oh, by the way, I did watch that match on Wrestle Universe later that night, because I heard it was so incredible from my friend. And you're both right; it's a fan-fucking-tastic match. Wish I was there live. I'm
so cage match inmates. You're just low on it as usual. You suck.
They have no excuse, because it plays well on TV too. I assure you.
Next up, we have January 4th. So first of all, the Tokyo Joshi Pro Korakuen, which did a crowd of 1,564, and it did look that packed. This show, again, one of my top rated shows. I put this 4th place, so just behind the DDT one. I mean, really, you have to start the main event, which was one of the best matches of the entire trip. Miyo Watanabe defeating Suzume in 22-28. This is not one where I'm higher than the consensus. I have this at 4.5 stars. I have a 3rd place overall for my trip. It has a 9.27 on Cage Match, so it's right between 4.5 and 4 3/4. And apparently Dave Meltzer also gave it 4 3/4.
Coward
what stands out to me about
5
this match,
stars. What the hell?
what stands out to me about this match is, the way they worked this around, Suzume just repeatedly blocking the giant swing was such a cool way to work this match. And it just built and built and built until finally Miyu like caught her in midair and like did like a very impromptu giant swing. Basically, she was determined to swing this woman, and she was going to swing her from any position, basically. So I thought that was really, really cool. But yeah, an incredible match. Definitely lived up to the hype for me because these are two of my favorites in the entire promotion. And I, just a match I was very happy I saw live.
Yeah, a lot of it felt like there was also a lot of innovative offense in general from Suzume. That she was just working at different angles than she normally does. She was doing more of a high flying, but not quite jumping from the ropes high flying. More like the ropes are part of her speedy offensive way of trying to win the match, right? And Miyu was the perfect contrast to that because, of course, she's muscular and a great base, and also just another thing that I noticed watching the match was that Suzume was going out of her way to also avoid Miyu's strikes. And that was a huge part of the story of the match, was that Miyu was never able to really get Suzume under control for most of the match, and she couldn't use her strikes to wear her down, and she couldn't wear her down with the giant spin either. They told pretty much a perfect story with this match. It was my second favorite match of the whole trip too. I just loved the work they did here, and I'm glad to see that it kind of broke through to people who don't normally watch TJPW. And for those of you who don't normally watch TJPW, this is a perfect match to introduce you to what the top of the card looks like. I know they have a reputation of being a silly promotion. I think that's also part of the appeal, frankly, is that they're very good at comedy on top of everything else. But if nothing else, if you just want to see a well-worked match that tells a very clear story, this is the match for you.
This actually relates to one of Snazzy's questions. He said he wants to know about Miyu Watanabe's most outstanding case. And yeah, I mean, she got herself off to a great start again this year, and I'm pretty sure when I do if I remember to join the Observer again in enough time to actually fill out a ballot, I think I'm going to put her third because I think what I'm going to do for the top for 2025. Yeah, I think it's going to be I think my ballot's going to be Serene 1, Starlight Kid 2, Watanabe 3. I think is what I'm going to land on. Because, yeah, I mean, if you didn't watch her, it's like this is like every title match for her. Like, she had an incredible year of title matches.
She did.
Last year.
Well, I think this is clearly the best one, but she set a very high bar for herself with all of her other
and the tag title match she had, too.
Yes, Daydream.
With Daydream, yeah. That was really good, too. So, yeah, just really, really good stuff. And definitely one of the best. I mean, she's one of the best wrestlers in the world right now.
Yes.
And she's really...
Male or female.
Male or female, which I feel like we don't have to. I don't think you or I have to add that. I think everybody would know.
I'm just putting emphasis on it.
I know. Okay. I'm just saying. I don't think anybody listening would think we judge women's wrestling differently. I think we both like women's wrestling better than men's wrestling at this point. So
at this point, yes. But I think the qualifier puts emphasis on it, or at least that's how I intended. Because I know that there is culturally women's wrestling still tends to be looked down upon.
Well, if you're American, it is, I guess. American wrestling fan. But yes, in Japan, we have actual women's promotions, not promotions where they get like one match on a fucking 9-match pay-per-view. So
yeah.
But yes, the main event, 4.5 stars for me, and I've seen other people go even higher, and I can't argue with it. Also really liked the Mirai defeating Arisa Endo International Princess title match. Went 4 stars on that.
That match had no fat to it. It was just all action, all the time. An absolute flurry of offense from both of them. I loved it. It's really high. If I was actually ranking a list, it probably ranked pretty high. And also the first time I got to see Mirai live, and that was special for me. So
yeah, because she's like your favorite wrestler.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, I had already seen her in 2 other matches before this, but on this and just on this trip alone. So get on my lip.
Yeah, I'm very jealous.
She was great. I mean, I think all 3 of them made my fucking 4-star match list. So, I mean,
she had a hell of a start to her freelance career. getting
she's already
booked
won
everywhere.
2 titles.
And won 2 titles.
And she's getting another title shot soon. What the fuck? What belt was it?
Oh, is it Seedling?
It's gonna bother me until I remember what it is. Was it? Oh, it might have been Seedling.
Yeah,
maybe?
I think it's Seedling.
I think she's challenging for the Seed. I think she's challenging. What's her name? Hiroyo Matsumoto for the Seedling title soon.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's happening.
Yep.
So that could be a 3rd title for her, for all we know. Yeah, she's got the JTO Girls title and the International Princess title now. The 3rd best match in the show was the Princess Cup match, the Uma Princess Cup. That was incredible.
Oh, right. The horse race. Yeah.
So basically, Hyper Misao and Shoko Nakajima go out there to pick 3 wrestlers as horses. I'm trying to remember who the fuck the 3 wrestlers
were. It was Uda and
because she was the one that nobody picked, right? Uda Chikami was the one nobody picked.
Ren Konatsu was the one nobody picked. Right?
Okay.
So the gimmick of the whole thing is instead of a wrestling match, they're going to have a horse race, and the juniors in TJPW are the horses. There's 3 of them. Obviously, Masao and Shoko could only pick one each, right? And pick different ones.
So Uda was picked. Ren was not picked. Who was the other one was picked?
Shion Kanzaki, who debuted earlier that day.
Right. Got it.
So literally on her first match, she has to work 2 matches.
So they went multiple laps around the entire Korakuen. They came down the oranges right by where we were sitting at the front row of the oranges, which is cool. And the wrestlers were allowed to interfere freely, which they did repeatedly. And the match result was no contest because Ren Konatsu, who looked so sad when nobody picked her. I was like, oh, this poor horse girl. She won the race. So Misao and Shoko
She did that while tied up with Mahiro. She had to do basically a 3-legged race with Mahiro. Nobody else had to do that.
That's true. What amazing fortitude there. Rika Tatsumi in the Discord also wanted to know, was Rika robbed in the Iron Man title match? Because that was Aja Kong, Mahiro Kiryu, Rika Tatsumi, and Shino Suzuki. I don't remember how she was robbed. Do you remember her being robbed?
How she was robbed is it wasn't so much during the actual match. So they had the 4-way match that Aja Khan won, right? So Aja Khan was the Iron Man heavyweight
I remember this now.
So you can take it from here if you want.
Yeah, they did like a double roll-up.
Yes.
And I thought that meant they both would get the pin, but they gave it to Mahiro because Mahiro was the one technically on top.
Yes. So
I was like,
Rika Tatsumi, I'm sad to report, Rika Tatsumi was not, in fact, screwed over. The ref made the correct call because Mahiro was the one holding down the pin.
But yeah, I love Rika. I mean, the Discord poster and the wrestler, and it was great.
Who is the same person? I have no reason to think otherwise.
But yeah, Rika's so great. She's just one of those wrestlers who, no matter what she's doing, she could be doing a completely serious match and she's great.
Yep.
She could be doing a comedy match and she's great.
Yep.
She could be doing an over-the-top comedic heel for the fucking ring announcer send-off show and she's great.
Yep.
I mean, there's nothing this woman cannot do. So.
Yep. She is an entertainer through and through.
But yeah, Tokyo Joshi, shockingly, great show.
Yeah, end to end, by the way. We only mentioned some highlights, but I thought every match was at least good.
Yeah, the Over Each one, I've been hating on them. That match was like 3.5. It was good.
Yeah, that match was really good. The other highlight for me was Kaya Toribami and Miyu Yamashita versus J-Rod and Mifu Ishida. I thought that match was really good. A lot of fun. J-Rod fits in really well in TJPW.
Yeah.
I would like to see more of her at TJPW.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm Tokyo Joshi. It's been good since like the second half of last year to me, and they continue being really good here. So,
when I said Dream Queendom was my third favorite, TJPW was either my first or second. I still haven't decided which. If I liked this or Wrestle Kingdom more.
Wrestle Kingdom is the next show we're going to talk about. This I did put second on my list. So I feel like a lot of people probably reviewed this show already, so I don't think we have to go into super detail. I will just say the top three, pretty much like everybody else has said, the top three matches were amazing.
Yes.
The undercard, I felt like when I was looking on like Twitter or really looking on the Voice of Discord, people were burying it, and I was like, I don't really get why. Like, I guess people really hated the Never Open Weight Rambo on TV. It has like a 3.85 on Cage Match, and Dave gave it 2 stars. I thought it was perfectly fun in person, but it's probably one of those matches that's just way more fun in person because you get like the entrances every minute, and you're there, and there
could be some of that. I think there's also an element of people are kind of mad that they're not doing the Rambo, because even though I don't think anyone respects the Rambo, a lot of people love the Rambo. They'll say it's terrible, but I love it. And here you had what was functionally a Rambo, but like different enough that it was kind of annoying that they didn't just do the Rambo instead.
I see. Yeah, I don't know. And the people are also complaining a lot about
complained that they weren't doing the Rambo, and also had exactly the same complaints that they had about the Rambo about this match. Like they couldn't tell who was in and who was out, and it's kind of dumb seeing people get eliminated the way they do sometimes.
Yeah.
And yet it didn't have the built-in affection from history that the Rambo has, so it doesn't get any of that grace.
That all makes sense. You didn't enjoy it even live?
No, I enjoyed it. I'm the exception. I enjoyed it.
So where were you sitting for the show, by the way? I probably mentioned that because we were sitting separate apart. I was 11th row, and like I was right next to the losers ramp, like the loser exit, which was cool. I saw a lot of people leave after losing. But yeah, I had a great view. It was like corner to the ring, and I was like really cool with that. And I was like, I'm pretty sure they put all the Team New Japan people together. So like when you buy your tickets for the Japanese fan club, because like the people around me were like the most hardcore New Japan fans in existence. Like I had like House of Torture sickos. I had people who really loved Yo dressing as Toriano. Like they were fucking going crazy for that. I had a couple of people right in front of me who were like Saya-sama people who clearly came specifically for her. But I had all sorts of sickos like all around me, which is really, really cool. I mean, I was kind of worried that like this would be a crowd of people there to see Tanahashi's retirement and nothing else. And I think depending on where you were in the building, it might have seemed that way. But these people I was sitting with at ringside, they were fucking into everybody. Like this was like the hardcore New Japan fans. You know, one of the only wrestlers they weren't into? Konosuke Takeshita. so like he might have been the only wrestler on the entire trip. And it was so jarring after seeing him be super over the day before at DDT, where they treat him like this big hero, because he is to them, obviously. But he might be the only wrestler who didn't get a single call for like most of the match. I think towards the very end of the match, I finally heard one Takeshita call somewhere near me, but it took forever.
So we were further back than that. I don't quite remember how far back, but we were on the floor.
Okay.
The view directly to the ring wasn't great. We were far enough back that it was kind of hard to tell what was going on, so I had to primarily watch the screen. But we did have a good view of the entrances.
The only time I had to watch the screen was when they were on the mat at certain angles where I couldn't really see what was happening. I had to look at the screen to see if someone was tapping out or not. But like anytime they were standing up, I could see everything. So it was a great view, especially for paying like 30,000 yen for this big of a show.
Oh,
obviously to go any closer, you have to spend like 70,000 yen or whatever. So.
Oh yeah, that does sound like great seats then. Talking about fans near us, so my anecdata is we weren't just sitting next to some pretty hardcore New Japan fans. We were sitting next to hardcore New Japan fans who were like very loudly trying to lead like chants for wrestlers. The guy directly behind us had this giant booming voice. I look behind me and he looks kind of young, like you don't necessarily expect that from a guy who looks like he's in his 20s or early 30s, but he had a huge voice. And his favorites were Takeshita. He was cheering huge for Takeshita over Tsuji. He loves Jake Lee. He loved Gabe Kidd. He loved, who else stood out to me? Tanahashi, of course. He was huge into Tanahashi. It was kind of an eclectic mix. I didn't necessarily expect.
It's funny because I couldn't. Yeah, I couldn't hear a single Takeshita call, so I guess I couldn't hear that guy.
Couldn't hear that guy. I mean, he had a huge voice though. So
yeah, but I mean, the dome is very gigantic. People don't know. Did a crowd of 46,913, and it looked every bit of it. Especially trying to get in or out. Like getting in took us fucking forever. But yeah, the other good thing about seeing 11th row over 2 years ago when I sat third row, the drink girls actually made it to us.
Nice.
They do not make it to actual ringside. I mean, it still took forever to get a lemon sour. They kept trying to bring us beer and highballs. It wasn't until I think finally Takeshi Tsuji they finally brought me a lemon sour. I was like, thank God, finally a lemon sour girl. But yeah, I did order some beers anyway. But yeah,
that was one of those small things I really wanted to do in Japan was just order beer from a beer girl. So I was very happy to knock that off my list.
What did you like? What did you drink mostly in Japan? By the way, did you also like lemon sours?
I don't think I had a single lemon sour while I was there. I mostly drank highballs, beer. Yeah, highballs and beer. And sake.
I am a big lemon sour. I would say lemon sour is like 90% of what I drank. Random other sour flavors sometimes. I don't drink that much sake there. And I drink some beer, but mostly lemon sours. And then like a few Coke highballs. I don't really like plain highballs. But
I fell in love with highballs while I was in Japan. I thought they had this down to a beautiful science, where it is the perfect balance of the taste of whiskey that I love, but it's also just watered down enough to be refreshing and crisp and tastes so fucking good with meat. I love it. I need to figure out, because I have a home bar, how I could up my own whiskey highball game and try and match some of the whatever alchemy they have going on over there that makes their highballs. I bet
part of that is they just probably use actual like soda water from a gun.
Might be part of it. Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not a big highball person in general. Just the Coke highballs for me. I don't order that often, but I love Japanese lemon sours.
See, I'm a big fan of like wine and whiskey and cocktails more than I am of beer. So it was like right up my alley. Even though I thought like all the Japanese beer I had was terrific. So
yeah, Japanese beer is really good too. Okay, so back to the show though. Shuri beating Saya Kamitani. In 1209, I thought they had a great fucking match for the time they had.
Yes.
Which it seems like people agree with me. It has a 7.54 on Cage Match, and Dave gave it 4.5. So Dave went really high on it. But yeah, I gave it. I can't remember if I gave it 4.25 or 4. Let me see. I think I gave it 4. Did I give it 4.25? No, I can't find it in my 4 list. So I must have given it 4.
I didn't give it a rating, but I can tell you I took a lot of satisfaction from seeing Saya-sama getting beaten in the ring after her Dream Queendom.
I gave it 4, but yeah, I had the opposite reaction where I kind of wanted Saya to win this after she beat Shiori already. I was like, you know what? If she's gonna fucking do this, just let her be the fucking Triple Crown, then fine. And instead, Shiori won. So I was like, God damn it.
Hell yes. Whatever. God bless Suri. I love her so much.
The 10-man tag. You mentioned how that guy loved Jake Lee.
Yes.
Look, I am here to tell you, I don't care how much you, the listener, hate Jake Lee, because I know a lot of Western fans hate Jake Lee. Paul hates Jake Lee, because Paul's seen him in No and All Japan. I've ranted about him multiple times. But Paul would admit.
But that's very specific to Paul.
But even Paul would admit he was over. I mean, he was fucking over.
He was so over. Holy shit.
When he came out, because I heard the crowd was not mic'd very well or something on the English feed especially, so like you couldn't hear, I guess, unless it was really obvious that someone was super over. But when Jake Lee came out, my section went fucking crazy. Like they saw this man as a star and they were very excited that he was coming back. So they were super into Jake Lee. Now again, doesn't mean you have to like him. Doesn't mean you have to agree with the idea of pushing him as the first challenger to Tsuji, but he was super over here. And this tag match, I mean, it only has a 6.5 on Cage Match or something, but I thought this was really good. I mean, I almost went 4 on this. I think I went like 3 3/4. Like Finley and Hiromu, their team was super over, and the crowd was so into anything they did.
Yes.
But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this match. The junior title 4-way number one contendership match, I went and took a piss. And it took me a while because everybody...
such a forgettable match.
Half of the Tokyo Dome was like, had the exact same moment I did, but they were like, they wanted to see who X was. They wanted to see the women's title match. And they realized after this one is the fucking top 3 and there's not going to be an intermission. Oh shit, I have to go to the bathroom right now. So the line was very long to the point where I was worried I was going to miss Wolf and Evil. And this match only was 7.5 minutes.
You picked the perfect match to do it. It was completely forgettable.
Yeah. But yes, Aaron Wolf and Evil. Fuck, Dave Meltzer is wrong. Give him the 3.5. Cage Match is wrong. Give him the 7.24. This was a 4.25 star match. This match fucking ruled so hard. Aaron Wolf got the megastar reaction of all megastar reactions.
Sure did.
This crowd fucking loved him the moment when he took off that
not
judo
Aaron
gi and
Wolf,
revealed the
Urufu.
Wolfu, yeah.
Urufu.
When he revealed the young lion trunks.
Oh.
The people in my section, I thought were gonna fucking like.
I thought they
have
would
an
ascend to
orgasm.
heaven.
Yeah, or you went less vulgar than I did with it. They were so into this. They were so fucking thrilled to see him wrestle in these trunks. And Evil has to be the most underrated wrestler in the world at this point. People don't want to admit this motherfucker's good because he obviously does a lot of cheating and shit in his matches, but they structured this match perfectly to get this guy even more over than he was when he came out. And when he did that judo throw out of the fucking Evil and took him into that armbar and won, it was one of the coolest finishes, only topped by the finish of the next match, to be honest.
Yeah.
But an incredible finish, incredible match. 4.25 star. I put it as my 12th place match overall. And everybody is being the usual grumps are probably being too hard on it, which is dragging it down to 7.24. But
yeah,
it's incredible match to be there live for.
Yeah, this was the match Inamura wishes he had with Ozawa. This was how you make a goddamn hero in pro wrestling. Beautiful stuff. I loved it end to end. I thought, God, I am salivating at the thought of just getting to see a lot more of Urufu now. Because I thought he looked extremely cool here. A lot of people have been really hard on him because they think he doesn't look like a wrestler. He's too flabby. He's always looked like that when he was like the king of judo and shit. So it doesn't bother
apparently
me as
Naoya
much.
Ogawa yelled at him too about his physique, and I'm like, okay.
Fuck off.
What?
That's what he should tell him. But I get the sense he's too polite.
Yeah. He was basically like, well, I'm going to try to tighten it up, but I don't want to lose too much weight because if this works for me,
he had like a whole long thing I read in a I think it was a Shoe Pro interview where he talked a lot about how he initially tried to lose weight, but he felt his performance slipping while he was doing it, and felt like what he needed to do was instead target what he needed to target first to maximize his performance, and then he could work on like his tightening up his body, I guess. And even then, he's like, well, I really want to only target certain things. I get the sense that this is probably mostly how he's going to look, except for he will grow his hair back over time.
Yeah, I'm sure he probably will. But it was cool that he shaved it, just like any other online.
Yeah, no.
Semi-main event. This was my match of the night, my second favorite match overall. IWGP World Heavyweight Global Heavyweight Double Title match. Yota Tsuji defeated Takeshi in 29-20. So this is 9.07 on Cage Match, a 5-star from Dave. I went 4 3/4. What I will say is, being there in person with Joel from the Super J-Cast and Paul from Remote Flow Show, all three of us rooting so hard, especially me and Joel. Maybe Paul might have actually been rooting for Takeshi to win for the lulz. He's not a big New Japan fan. But Paul and I, Joel and I were both rooting super hard for Tsuji, as was... If Paul was doing that, he wasn't doing it annoying way or anything. But yeah, so like Joel and I rooting so hard for Tsuji, along with everyone in our section. It was the most universal I've ever seen a fucking crowd. And just being in there, pulling for Tsuji in this match. And they worked this match so fucking well. They did so much cool shit. Mm-hmm. And Tsuji, more importantly, worked over this motherfucker's midsection to set up that fucking Boston Crab. When he put him in that crab that late in the match, I remember having the thought, if he wins with this fucking Boston Crab, this symbol of New Japan, if he beats the AEW / DDT guy at this move, this crowd is going to go so crazy. And Takeshi to fucking taps. Joel and I leap from our seats together. We're fucking cheering like crazy. All the Japanese people are fucking going crazy. A couple of them just randomly gave me a high five. Like, we're all so fucking happy to see Yota Tsuji beat this motherfucker. This outsider. This favorite of the American Devils. Who doesn't deserve to be world champion. He beat him. I'm obviously exaggerating there, folks. Nobody sent me any angry letters or whatever. But yes, he beat him to become the double champion that everybody wanted to see happen. And he obviously would go on to bring back the belt everybody wanted to bring back, which ironically for me, I actually like the current world title, but whatever. It's not like I don't like the heavyweight title too. But yeah, incredible match, incredible finish. My second favorite match of the entire tour. I mean, went second place on this, so behind Saya and Syuri. So incredible. Just again, I'll never forget being there for this and just like being that emotionally invested. I mean, I literally said I would stop watching New Japan for a while if Takeshi had retained the title here. So I even a little extra on the line for me personally, considering I have a ticket to fucking New Beginning in New Jersey next month. Yeah, I'm just. I was very happy Tsuji won. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I thought this was a fucking incredible match. I think I kind of gave like roughly a top 3, top 5. I think I would have this like number 3 or 4.
Yeah,
I adored this match as like both a statement win for Tsuji, a dumb jock match between two really excellent, big, muscular, fuck you up guys who have gigantic, bomby moves, right? Like, if there was like a power rating for the kind of moves that Takeshita and Tsuji can pull off, they just look so impactful. They seem to hit so hard, and they're just like flashy, but in a way that also like makes them like they look impactful and hurt and just I loved the offense in this. I loved especially the moment when Takeshita and Tsuji kind of face down midway through the match, and it's clearly going to be Takeshita's knee versus Tsuji's Gene Blast, and they were like, all right, fuck you, here we go, and collide on each other, hitting it at the same time, and the Gene Blast fucking wins. That rocks so much. I loved just how impactful this match is. Oh, it was. The only thing that took away from it is how hard the crowd behind us was pulling for Takeshita. I can't believe I was behind the only Japanese Takeshita fans in the entire world, I guess. But they were so crushed when he lost.
That is fucking funny. Yeah, there was none of that in my section.
Absolute silence. You could hear a pin drop behind me.
It was you would think that Tsuji just announced we all got $1 billion yen. like there's $1 billion yen under all of your seats, because the jubilation in my section was incredible. But yeah, definitely a hell of a match, and one hell of an experience I'll never forget.
Yeah.
The main event, Kazuchika Okada defeating Hiroshi Tanahashi in 33:03. It's got this match. Everybody's giving this 5 stars, and Dave Meltzer gave it 6 stars. Has a 9.67. I'm going to be the stubborn one that says I gave it 4.5. So you want to fight me, you can fight me. I put it in 6th place on my trip. I didn't like it as much as some of the other matches. Was I as emotionally invested in this as some other people? I guess not, because it's not. This is like, I mean, I love their matches together, but like, you know, Okada's never been one of my favorites. Tanahashi's on like the borderline of being one of my favorites, which is why I came out to see him retire. And they had an incredible match. I mean, I give it 4.5 stars. Don't be fucking getting on me. But it's not like it's not a match I'm going to have a match of the year at the end of the year, probably. Unless it's a very weak year. So I thought they played the hits really well. They had a really it's amazing the stuff they were able to do. They played the hits way better than they did in their last few matches. That is for sure.
So I also think the match did more than play the hits, though, right? Because the other story of this match was Okada reconnecting with old Okada to be able to beat Tanahashi. Because, he's playing AEW Okada at the start. He's being an asshole to the fans. But as the match progresses, as Tanahashi stubbornly refuses to give up, he forces Okada to tap into the old Rainmaker to be able to finally put him away.
So the theme of the match was that Japanese wrestling is superior to American?
Look, I'm just reading the text that's there.
Well, okay. So the ceremony was incredible. Just like everybody, I think everybody doesn't need me to tell them that again. But I found it funny because I heard, I think it was the Flagship post show or somebody it might have just been in the Discord where they're like, oh, you know, this parade of AEW guys coming out got kind of awkward. But I had the opposite read on it, where I'm like, here's a whole bunch of guys who were way better in New Japan than they've ever been in AEW, especially Jay White, but even Kenny Omega and Will Ospreay too. And guys who come off like bigger stars walking out for retirement than they usually do coming out in AEW, especially Jay White again.
Yeah.
But yeah, and Shibata, who left too, obviously for AEW, but like, had the op shirt was funny. But then they pulled down when he pulled off the shirt and did the fucking chop. That was really funny. But obviously the highlight for me is the fact that that fucker Tetsuya Naito he came to Hiroshi Tanahashi with a list of demands. He's like, you want me at your retirement ceremony? Okay. I get Bushi. I get my own private entrance. Everybody else has to leave before I come out. I get both my theme songs. I get the New Japan one first for the enormous pop, and then we remix it into my new theme song, which, by the way, sounded way better than I thought it would. So I guess because the last time I heard it, both at Noah and here, because the only time I heard it, I think somebody else said this in the Voice Wrestling Slack. I think it might have been Ian Hamilton or Brit Res guy who said like it sounds way better when it's not coming out of the tinny Rev Pro speakers. So that's probably is the case. But yeah, so he gets that. He gets and Tanahashi's starting to get fucking visibly annoyed about how long it was taking. Like he kept pointing at his wrist, like, "Okay, come on, buddy." And Naito took 10,000 years. He got to do his own speech. He got to say in the middle of the ring that he's probably never going to wrestle in this ring again, which I thought was really funny. And then they did the fucking fist bump together. So that was just an incredible moment. That was one of those moments where I was like, thank God I got so obsessed with this shit that I come out so fucking often to see it now, because I'm so happy I was there live for that moment. That was so cool. And then, yeah, obviously Tanahashi we got the whole speech and the 10 bell salute, and the Ace Mobile came right by us. And it was so great. What else can you say? It was amazing.
Yeah. Were you sad during the retirement ceremony?
Not really.
I wasn't either. I know a lot of people were, and I don't want to take anything away.
I think it's just because
them.
he struggled for so long that it almost feels like a relief to see him finally go.
Yeah, what I felt was closure. Yeah. I felt this really does feel like the end of an era. Not just Tanahashi's era. That what do we want to say? 2014 to 2019 era, that when New Japan kind of broke over into the West, became really beloved. Tanahashi was a key part of it, on top of like Kenny Omega and Okada and all the other stars, right?
Uh-huh.
And it felt like to some degree there was still an element of like some of those fumes were carrying over, even though a lot of those people were gone. Having Tana retire felt like they really closed the book on that era. And we are in the new era now, with new stars being made, new storylines being created. Bullet Club's dead, by the way. That was another thing that happened. Probably helps contribute to this narrative. And it just felt like closure in a good way. Like, we can all move on now. Endings are good sometimes, you know? I have cried during retirement matches, retirement ceremonies. And it's the ones where it feels like they aren't happy to retire. When they're retiring because they're injured or some other drama happened. I remember especially being sad at Hazuki's initial retirement in STARDOM, which was clearly a result of like some shit happened and she just decided, I'm ending it here. It felt like an end had just come too soon. It felt like a tragedy. This was as good an ending as you could possibly ask for as a fan or as a wrestler. Went out almost on top, you know?
Yeah.
It was beautiful in its own way. I was glad to be there for it. And I also just felt like this is kind of some closure I didn't know I needed, you know?
Also, as I pointed out on Twitter, how fucking funny is it that Tanahashi's retirement and the Natsupoi and Shiori 10th anniversary show ended in almost the same way? Because Tanahashi was like throwing things from the Ace Mobile too, wasn't he?
I didn't see him throw anything.
Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't do that actually. I guess you're right. I don't think he actually threw it. But yeah, they also had like a big stand thing that they had wheeled around the building, and they were like waving to everybody. But they were throwing things. I guess Tanahashi wasn't throwing things. So not. I mean,
exactly that's an Idol thing I've seen at Idol concerts specifically.
Yeah. So Tana and Shiori and Poi, all big Idol fans.
Yeah, there you go. Or idols in their own right.
Or idols in their own right. Okay, we gotta blow through the rest of these because we still have some questions too. But the rest of these I don't think will take that much time. New Year's Dash on the 5th did a
I also
big
saw this,
packed house.
by the way, and I do have thoughts.
Okay, did 3,523, which was a really packed
By
house.
the way, I want to note that at the beginning of that Wrestle Kingdom segment, you said, "Oh, we don't need to go into detail about this. Everybody else has." And then 40 minutes later, we went through every match practically.
We're us, okay? We are in fact us. But yeah, the Dash show. So first thing I want to say, I had amazing seats to this. I got royal seats through the fan club, and they gave me third row, but like on the aisle, so like in dead center at the ring. So I didn't have to really look. Like I could look around the person in front of me. It was so perfect. So fantastic seats for the show. I also went with Troy from the Super GCast Discord, which, if you're listening, Troy, I'm sorry that I kind of made a pig of myself with like conveni food, because I felt bad because I brought all this stuff with me, and because they didn't actually have concessions there, and I was so hungry because I hadn't eaten all day. What did I do that? Oh, that was the day of one of my quote unquote appointments, which I realized I gave away what that was earlier if people were paying attention. But so that took a lot out of me, and then I didn't have a chance to eat all day, so I was like, I gotta eat something. So I stopped at like a Family Mart before I got there, and yeah, I was like scarfing down this food to start. It was probably disgusting for poor Troy, so I'm sorry, Troy. But yeah, other than that, the seats were great. Just getting to Old Award sucked, but yeah, just the show itself, definitely the best Dash in forever. I mean, 2 awesome matches on top. Mm-hmm. A junior heavyweight tag title match that only went 7 minutes somehow, but I don't even know how that doesn't even feel possible. It felt such an awesome match in person, so I went 4.25 on it. Definitely higher than everybody else, I assume, because it was only 7 minutes, but just an awesome I thought just all action, super, super fast paced. Really enjoyed this match. And the main event, the IWGP tag title match, this one got plenty of time, 26 minutes and 22 seconds, as the Knockout Brothers beat TMDK, White and Zach. This one I'm pretty much in line with a lot of people. I went 4.5 on it. It's my 4th favorite match of the entire trip. And Dave Meltzer also went 4.5, so he and I are finally aligned. Cage match is 8.72, so not that far off. But yeah, just an incredible fucking tag match. I mean, this was pretty much what I was hoping for when they announced this would be at the Dash main event. I was like, okay, instead of being like a 10-minute match on the Tokyo Dome, we'll get to see like a 25+ minute fucking main event, and they'll knock it out of the park. And that's exactly what they did. They had an amazing fucking tag title match here, which, for anyone paying attention is not surprising, because the Knockout Brothers have been great since the moment they came in. So fantastic stuff.
Yeah. Hell of a match. I watched the whole thing like the night of, because I just heard Dash was so good and so eventful.
Oh, you weren't there. I forgot.
Right. I wasn't there. We had gone to Osaka, actually, and had a great time. But I decided to go on ahead and just watch the whole thing once we got back to the hotel, even though it was fairly late. And it was well worth watching the main event. But on top of that, like, this was also just a lot of shit happened in the undercard too, where we had Gabe Kidd and Andrade El Idolo kind of set up their rivalry that I guess is going to end with Andrade beating Gabe Kidd's ass. Like, I don't see Kidd winning that in any way, but it's going to rock. I also loved Yota Tsuji insisting to Jake Lee that he hasn't actually earned a title shot. You can't just attack someone after a match and that be good enough.
Oh, yeah, we didn't mention that.
We didn't mention that. We also didn't mention that he had brought out the V4s for this match too.
No, I mentioned that.
Oh, okay. But he did, and that was cool.
I said I was one of the only people that actually liked the wing.
Oh, okay. Yes, I remember you mentioning this now. But that was really cool. It was. It also just felt like refreshing that this new look for New Japan post Tanahashi just looks really good top to bottom. I pretty much enjoyed every match, even that House of Torture match, which is for some reason hated on Cage Match. I thought it was fine. What are people mad about?
People because they don't want the house to exist anymore. I guess, I don't know. The Osprey angle I thought was awesome. And again, the whole thing, there are a lot of wrestlers who I think would be in Japan right now if New Japan could pay anything different, anything close to what AEW could pay.
Yeah.
And when Osprey comes out here, says Tadaima, says he's home, he looks so fucking excited to be in this Japanese show again. I think he did a free signing for the fans before the show started too.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's very obviously very nice of him. Yeah, and he but yeah, he would look so excited to be back in front of New Japan crowd. And he basically said a speech where he's like, I'm going to get, my neck still needs to heal up. Once it heals up, though, I have some business to take care of in AEW, which he said with all the enthusiasm of someone has to do their taxes. And then I'm going to come back to New Japan. And he said, I'm going to, set things right with United Empire. So he's in the ring. This whole angle I thought was well acted too by everybody.
Yeah.
He's giving Jake Lee really weird looks, like who the fuck is this? Basically, he's looking at the other three, Callum and Hanare and Okan. He's apologizing for leaving them and that left them in such a state. And Callum is giving him dirty looks the whole time.
Yes,
he folds up the chair. He folds up the chair behind him, and I'm like, oh my god, they're all going to turn on him. But then I'm like, wait a second, that wouldn't make any sense because they didn't know he was going to come out here. And then Okan and Hanare stopped Callum.
Yep.
And they're like, no, man, that's not cool. That's our boy. I was like, that was so perfect. I don't know if they did that because Will literally can't take a bump yet. That might be the case. But, I thought it was perfect because, again, it would have made no fucking sense. If this was America, they all just would have turned on Will, even though it would have made no sense because they had no way of knowing Will was going to come out here. But it's like, oh, we have this plan to turn on Will just in case he comes out. Instead, Callum fucking hates this guy now. So Callum wanted to turn on him, but the other two guys who have been in the unit even longer than Callum with Will when he first started it were both like, hey, that's not fucking cool, bro. That's our guy. You're not turning on him, especially when he's coming off a neck surgery. Now, eventually, I think they'll probably come around and take Callum's side, but it's cool that they had this moment where they're like, no, you're not doing that.
Well, I could also see Callum and Jake Lee just splitting off and starting their own separate heel unit, right? Yeah. Which, it means a continuation of United Empire in a diminished form, which is not that exciting because a lot of what makes United Empire exciting right now is Callum, right? So
yeah, but yeah, we'll see what happens, I guess. But either way, really, really cool angle, I thought, and that very well could be setting up a match I'll be seeing in person on January 4th, 2027.
Yeah.
So.
And then Callum Newman will get picked up by AEW immediately after an awesome match with Will Ospreay, and we'll never see him again.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, we should just forbid Will Ospreay and Kenny Omega from wrestling in New Japan anymore, because then Tony Khan watches the matches.
That's how the world works. But yes, I get it. But at least it'll be really good before that. So, Callum's always going to end up there anyway. It's not like So whatever. But yeah, Dash overall, great show.
Look, my suggestion is just we should have Ospreay work Chase Owens instead and get Chase Owens out of here.
That's a great suggestion, actually. Although they didn't even fly him over for this.
Fly him over for this, which is so funny.
So my next show, so you didn't go to any shows before the STARDOM too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so my next two shows, I'll blow through these. Sportiva, Wednesday, Curry Pro Wrestling, January 7th, Nagoya. I finally went a whole day without going to wrestling. So January 6th was the day I was in Shizuoka, where I want to quickly put over this fucking bar I went to, the Snacku in Shizuoka on January 6th. So Paul and I, we went to that izakaya I talked about, right? The one with the pork forehead. And we're looking for something to do. We'd already done karaoke together, and we were like, earlier, and we were like, we didn't want to do another karaoke. Which is funny given how the rest of the night went. And I see this bar, and I'm like, this snack bar has like a 4.9 rating, which really stands out in Japan because I talked about before, Japanese people are really tough graders when it comes to, Google reviews for whatever reason. And it turns out it only had 8 reviews. I guess it opened really recently. That might be the other reason why it has very high rating. But yeah, I'm like, okay, let's try this place. So we find this place, which is not easy considering the name is only in kanji. If you're trying to find it, by the way, if you happen to be in Shizuoka, I believe the name is Kisaragi, I think. That's at least what Google calls it in auto-translate. But yeah, it seems to be like the kanji for the kanji for love and moon, I think. I think that's what this is. Not love, actually. What is that first kanji? It's like the woman and a mouth. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the kanji for kiss. Maybe that's why that's they're calling it kisa. But anyway, the point is, it's a great snack bar. Do you know what a snack bar is? I'm going to explain to the listener anyway, but
I do. But yes, explain to the listener.
So if you ever played the Yakuza games, folks, the ones he does karaoke in are basically snack bars. So, and there's like also another snack bar that he goes to in like the Yakuza games a lot, I think too. That's definitely a snack bar. But basically, they're these tiny little bars that only generally only serve a few people, and they're usually only open for a short time. Like this one's open 8 to midnight, and I think we got there around 9:30 and ended up staying until we closed out the place at midnight. Or at one point, one of the mama was like, we close at Niju Yon. Is that okay? And I was like, oh yeah, of course. She asked me if that's okay. Can she close your bar? I was like, yes, of course you can close your bar. But just funny the way they worded it. But yeah, so we roll in this place. There's 2 salarymen sitting at the bar. There's the mama herself, who's an older woman, just like they almost always are. And there's her younger assistant, which some of them have and some of them don't have. And they're like so excited to get 2 random. If they're only pretending to be excited, they should win the Academy Award, because they were like acting so excited for us to be there. And that's really what their whole job is to act like they want you to be there, so you stay longer, which they're very good at their jobs. They take us to a seat. They immediately put the karaoke selection machine in front of us, which is funny because we have not really been into doing karaoke, but then Paul and I just proceeded to do karaoke for 2.5 hours. And yeah, it was just incredible atmosphere. Now, I don't know if we got gaijin overcharged, which is a real thing in Japan, because they know the gaijin have a great exchange rate now, because there was no posted rates or anything. I'm assuming it was like an hour by hour system, because they definitely did not charge us by the drink, because they were just like, they asked us what we wanted to drink. I had a lemon sour and Paul had a highball, and they were coming over and refilling it literally every 2 seconds. Like I could drink halfway of this drink and they would just come over and refill it and wipe the glass down, whatever. But yeah, we had so much fucking fun at this place. Got incredibly drunk, as you would expect with them constantly refilling our drinks. They were nice enough to say my Japanese singing was great, which it isn't, by the way. But they were they were praising it a lot. And yeah, they were just very, 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 very nice people, and had a really, really good time there. So they give us the bill at the end, and it's like, I don't know what the fuck I thought it was going to be. I was thinking, maybe like for that, and I was really drunk then, so I don't know what I was expecting, but they said 14,000 yen, and I was like, each? And she's like, no, total. And I was like, oh, okay. So I basically paid, even if it was 1-to-1, I paid $70 for like 2.5 hours of unlimited drinking and karaoke, and they're a great company. So I did not feel ripped off at the end of that. And they may very well have overcharged me for all I know. But if they did, they did a great job justifying their cost. So I had an amazing time at that bar. Definitely going to try to go back there next time I go to Suzuoka, if I can find it again. But anyway, okay. Sportiva in Nagoya. I will probably not talk about this as much as I just raved about this snack. Did you go to a snacku, by the way?
I don't think I did. No, don't think I had the opportunity.
We should definitely go to one.
Definitely.
They're so cool.
Yeah, sounds incredible.
I mean, they will try to talk. Like, they didn't really know any English, so we were communicating through a mix of my limited Japanese and them like using Google Translate and just for stuff I didn't understand. But they still had it was still such a great time. I mean, it was still like an amazing time. Like, and I don't know, like the younger one especially was just very very fun to hang out with. And she must have like the coolest job of all time, where she gets paid to sit there and drink and smoke with people. Because like the moment I took out my cigarettes and she was like, oh, can I smoke too? I was like, yeah, sure, smoke all you want. And she was very excited to give him permission to smoke. But yeah, she gets paid to sit there and drink and smoke for 4 hours every night. Like, how cool is that?
Yeah, that's a heck of a job.
Heck of a job. But yeah, Sportiva, Wednesday Curry Pro Wrestling. I mean, it's only 4 matches. It's in this very tiny Sportiva arena, which is a cool little venue. I would say I liked Ring Soul better as far as venues that like bars that have rings. It's just a little bit bigger and it had like little tables. So I don't know, it felt kind of like a weird in between. It's like you felt like you were kind of wrestling show, but also kind of like sitting at a table, like a restaurant table. So it was kind of weird. It was like a weird atmosphere. But the main event was the main event this cage match has 7.22, and yeah, even these wrestlers I've never heard of put on like a 3.5 or 3 3/4 star match on this incredibly tiny show in front of 50 people. They put on a match that would be better than a lot of like American TV matches. So like a 12.5 minute tag match was really good. Most of the other stuff in the undercard, the other 3 matches were just kind of there, but the main event was quite good. One of these wrestlers, I don't remember which one, is blind apparently, which blows my fucking mind.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck you can be a blind wrestler, but he pulled it off. I didn't even realize he was blind until Paul told me. So that was crazy. But yeah, just a really, fun little show. I did put it towards the bottom of my ranking. I think I put it exactly 18th, which I wish this thing would stop resetting every time I go to pull it up. Yes, I put it 18th of the 19, but it was just four matches and kind of just whatever. I mean, the atmosphere is cool, but not enough to carry it for me. The Dragon Gate show was 2 days later on January 9th in Kobe. So we went from Nagoya to Osaka. That's when we had our Wild Osaka night. You finally got to do karaoke.
Yeah.
What did you think of the karaoke experience in Japan?
I had a great time. I thought I was going to hate it, but I had a great time.
You did so much 70s music, man.
That's what I know.
you really did a lot. You did a couple where I'm like, how is nobody I go out? Because I do karaoke a lot at home, even in New York with people. I'm like, how has nobody ever picked Smooth Operator before? That seemed like an obvious one once you picked it. Once I heard you do it.
Smooth? No, I didn't do Smooth Operator.
Oh, did somebody else pick that then?
No, I don't think someone else did. I think you're thinking of a different night, though. Because nobody played Smooth Operator.
Okay.
I did do some yacht rock. That's for sure.
Yeah, I did karaoke like 4 or 5 fucking times during this trip, so I must have been a different karaoke session. Yeah.
Did a lot of Steely Dan.
That's also when Snazzy was there, and he got very sick. Apparently, he threw up when he got back, and he's not a big drinker in real life, like I guess the rest of us are. So that's probably why. But he did ask in his questions. He said, whether you think the anime bar deliberately made my highball that strong knowing we would go to karaoke after. Because we had done a lot of drinking before this, because most of the Japanese bars make their drinks really strong. One of the only places that don't really is karaoke. Like they tend to water down their drinks, and that's why at karaoke I tend to get less drunk even when I'm ordering because you do Nomi Hoda at karaoke. You do all you can drink, and you pay like one flat rate for the hour with the drinks, and they, I guess, water down the drinks because they know they're going to give you a bunch of them. But yes, every other Japanese bar does not do this. Every other Japanese bar I've been to gives you very, very strong drinks. So, except maybe Club Mogra, maybe. And that's, again, more of a club thing. But the anime bar that we went to in Osaka definitely does not water down their drinks, because those drinks were pretty fucking strong. That anime bar was cool, right? I took you guys there. I think that's where Snazzy met us.
Yep, that's where Snazzy met us. Yep.
They had like Buff Pikachu.
Had Buff Pikachu as a figure there. There were a lot of like cool discussions because like Pat knows a lot about Gundam, and he was able to connect on Gundam and Kamen Rider with the owner. So we got to talk about that with him.
Yeah, that was really cool. I remember him talking about Kamen Rider too. Yeah, and they weren't playing as much music. I noticed or wait, maybe they were.
Well, they were playing music. They were playing anime music, but they also had like, I wasn't sure if they were trailers, but like short clips from a bunch of anime, but almost as advertisements, because you could also see the logo for what the anime was that was there.
I see.
Anyway.
But yeah, great time at the anime bar. I went to bar count 2.992. I don't know, did you have any thoughts about that?
I really enjoyed it there. I thought that was an awesome atmosphere, and kind of wish we could have stayed there more. I will say the one thing I was annoyed at you specifically about that night was how often we went to places that were charging us for cover, and then we only stayed there for like an hour. It's like, God damn it. I can't be too mad, because overpaying in Japan is still not that much, but still.
What? Wait, where else did we go to charge for cover?
The anime bar did, right?
Oh, so it was 2 places.
And we also went to that video game bar. They didn't charge for cover, but they did say you have to order a drink if you're going to play the video games. So kind of a cover.
That's not really a cover, though. You still drank the drink.
I did still drink the drink. The drink was bad, by the way. I think the cocktails there are terrible.
Yeah, the drink was not good.
Yeah, but you don't go there for the drinks. You go there for getting to sit down and play video games with friends. So,
yeah. or stand and play video games.
Or
friends,
yeah, that too.
Yeah,
Got to play. Look, I'm not going to complain about a place that has Darkstalkers on Sega Saturn. So
I played Nights into Dreams. That really took me back to being a very little kid.
It's a good ass video game, I hear.
Yeah, I beat Pat's ass in was it Pat I beat in No Mercy?
In No Mercy? No, that was Paul.
Oh,
because you had that really funny ending, something about Triple H or something.
So I was Triple H and he was, I forget who the fuck he was, but I beat him with a schoolboy of all things. Like Triple H won with a schoolboy for some reason, or an inside cradle. I was like, okay, definitely a thing, a move Triple H did many times and won many matches with. But
I have no idea if that is sarcasm or not.
No, he never did. He never did schoolboys. I don't know why I picked Triple H. I guess because I was already drunk because we had already drank a bunch before that. But yeah, I don't know. But the whole reason why we couldn't stay as long and count as we wanted to is because the fucking Sex Machine screwed us over.
Yep.
Because they were supposed to be our first thing at 6:00, and instead they didn't have room for us, and we had to come back at 8. And so everything else was rushed, which did suck.
Yeah. I wish we could have done it so that we went to Sex Machine and then hung out at Count 2.99 and then went to karaoke. Because the other places were cool, but like Count 2.99 was kind of special. I liked being there.
Yeah. We'll have to go. I'm sure you'll go back someday.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely cool. It's less novel for me at this point because I've been there like 7 times or something. But I get obviously for you being your first time. Sometimes I should, like, if I do that, you should just slow me down and just be like, John, I've never been here before. We gotta go. Don't tell me we gotta go or whatever. But I guess the dinner thing made it necessary.
The dinner thing did make it necessary.
Yeah. But yeah, so the next day on the 9th, I did not do much drinking at all because I wouldn't say I was hungover, but I was very like sluggish. I really don't get hungover that badly, which thank God with some of the amount of drinking I did on this trip. Like I almost never get hungover. The worst I ever get is like a slight headache. And even then it's really not that often. But yeah, the 9th I did take it easy. Went to the Nintendo Museum, which I'd already been to, but it's very cool. And then we went to Dragon Gate at Kobe. Dragon Gate's New Year Gate, opened the New Year Gate night 2, so the second of the 2 nights in Kobe on January 9th. This show was like okay. I ranked it 17th out of my 19. I mean, there was a real for that question about best wrestler interaction. Actually, the actual answer might be in this one because there's this battle royal going on, and Ultimo Dragon and Genki Horiguchi eliminate each other, and I guess Horiguchi had like turned on him in the match or something. So Ultimo Dragon is chasing him all over ringside, and Horiguchi's like, really running away and being very cartoonish about it. And I'm just laughing really hard. And they both just suddenly stop, and Horiguchi looks at me and he points at Ultimo Dragon and he goes, "Do you know him? He legend." And I'm just like, "I know, he's legend." And Genki's like, "Oh, you do know?" And Ultimo Dragon hears me say that and he stops right in front of me. When he hears me call him a legend, he like stops right in front of me and puts his hand out and he wants to shake my hand for calling him a legend. So that was awesome. I shook hands with Ultimo Dragon. Meanwhile, a battle royal is still happening. But Ultimo Dragon's like, I have to shake this random foreigner's hand who called me a legend. So that was awesome.
That's actually
that was
really
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was probably the actual best interaction, even better than the Stardom stuff. Definitely the moment of the show. I just thought it was funny. I'm like, Genki, I came all the way to Kobe to see a random Dragon Gate house show, and you don't think I know who Ultimo Dragon is? Like, I thought it was very funny that he thought I didn't know that. Like, yes, I know who Ultimo Dragon is. Thank you. And he also like, he trained us. I'm like, yes, I know he trained you. Like, Jesus Christ, give me a little credit here, right, Genki? Thank you. But yeah, overall, I didn't think much of the show. I mean, it was fine. Like I mentioned way, way earlier, the building wasn't anything special. The crowd was not a very big crowd at all. I feel like more people must have come the day before for the show with the Brave Gate title match on top. And they had a really long, like, Shun Skywalker, Jiro Shimbashi, like, promo segment, which I'm sure was much funnier if you actually understood Japanese better than I do. But it just felt like it went on forever. It was kind of funny. The actual match only lasted 12 seconds after all that. But, I don't know. It was a long time for that, long amount of setup for that payoff. And the main event was Yoshiki Kato beating El Cielo, who's a Cielo or Cielo, I don't know, whatever the fuck it's pronounced. Which, I just, I don't know. I mean, it was like a lot of interference. There wasn't really anything in this match that felt special to me. I was hoping for a better performance from Cielo, especially. I feel like he didn't really get a chance to show much of anything. And then the heels just interfered and won. And then Shun Skywalker tried to save, and he also got beat up. And, it just felt like a very downer ending, but also on top of that, like it's hard to feel sympathetic for Shun because he's never really turned face, even though he got kicked out of the heel unit. He's still pretty heelish himself, and he used to do this shit all the time and never really apologized for it. So it's like, I don't know. It's a weird feeling. It's like he's like a very unsympathetic character, if that makes sense. So it's weird to feel like, oh, poor Shun getting beat up. It's like he used to do this all the time. He's still wearing the same black outfit that he used to do when he beat everybody else up in the promotion like this. So I don't know. The highlight was the Big Boss Shimizu turn. Besides Ultimate Dragon shaking my hand, because he returned the night before as part of Natural Vibes, and they changed this semi-main event to put him in the semi-main, and then he turned on them in the very first match to join the heels, which was funny. Paul and I were calling it based on the fact that he came out with a very heelish haircut, and apparently people are saying it's the same haircut he's had a while, but yeah, but he came out with just plain black tights, not like new Natural Vibes tights or anything. So, I guess if you look at it from that standpoint, it was a little obvious, but yeah, he turned on in this match and immediately joined the heels. So there you go. But yeah, it was an okay show. Just wasn't anything super special. Last two shows, thank God. Stardom New Year's Stars in Korakuen night 1. When I came back to Korakuen on the 10th, did a crowd of 1,346. Which again, if anything, it looked like they were under-exaggerating compared to the people. It looked pretty full. I guess there were a few parts that didn't have a ton of fans there. But yeah, I thought it was another very fun show from Stardom. I put this in 7th place out of my 19. The only real big standout match was the main event, which was Natsuko Tora and Uraka retaining the Goddess of Stardom tag titles against Zero Knee Line, Azumi Miyu Amasaki, in 1705. I went 4 1/4 on this. I thought it was an awesome match. Put it 14th on my list. But again, very emotionally invested in Azumi and Miyu trying to win. And I thought they had it before that goddamn Pink Devil Rena pulled out the ref. But
and stared directly at you, grinning.
That was so funny because we were in front row, and she stares directly at me, grinning while I give her the thumbs down because I was really, really not happy. But yeah, she stared me the fuck down. She was not intimidated by this fucking foreigner. Nope. To be fair, who would be intimidated by me? Nobody. Rena could probably kick my ass. Let's be real. But yeah, the actual match, just an awesome match. I thought a result was not happy about, but Tora gave a speech at the end where she said, "The heels always lose. That only happens in anime and manga." That was funny.
Yeah,
but certainly not happening in Stardom right now.
Oh yeah, especially over those two nights. Ugh.
I know you're wiped.
Yeah.
Did you have any thoughts on the match of the show before we move on?
Hang on. Let me double check the list here. I thought we didn't talk about it. You didn't talk about it, but I thought Hanako versus Risa Sera was very good.
Yeah, it was good. I liked it.
Yeah, and also nice passing of the torch too, right? From when Hanako used to have a silly name during college wrestling, referencing Risa Sera. It's kind of validating to get to not put away one of your heroes in a retirement. That's what Suzuki got to do a few days later, but have one of the last matches.
Fellow Risa. Also, we saw Maki Ito's debut. It was indeed her. The foot fetishists were correct.
Okay, I don't know if I have a lot of energy, but I do have thoughts about Maki Ito and Stardom. So let's see how much of this I can get out in a coherent fashion. One first thought is I think a lot of people underestimate how good of a wrestler Maki Ito is, because she's so gimmick heavy in the US, and that's where a lot of people see her. In TJPW, she can more than hold her own as a wrestler doing cool shit in a match. And had a lot of great tags with Miyu Yamashita as a tag team, on top of having a rivalry with her. I think the thing is, it felt like in TJPW she had pretty much done everything she could outside of just winning the top belt, or any belt really, as a singles wrestler. And it also felt appropriate for her to never reach that level, because the compelling thing about Maki Ito is that she's a loser. And like she fundamentally cannot believe in her own success, and constantly needs validation. That's kind of character heavy for Stardom, and it looks like she's going to continue to do it. But I like where they've started with her, so this is where we can start talking about the last show we went to, where she...
Well, the only other thing I just want to mention is the second match. I forgot I put on my 4-star match list. So Sakurawa defeating B. Priestley and Yuri Hime in 12:39. Apparently, Cage Match didn't care for this match at all. They gave it like a 5.74. I went 4 stars in this. I thought it was great.
Oh yeah.
But Sakurawa is like such a cool tag team. I mean, they just work so well together. They're like the embodiment of Stardom.
Yeah.
Like adorable women who can kick very hard in Sakura's case, who bumps like a maniac, really in Sayaka's case especially, and has an incredible spear. But yeah, they have that idol aesthetic, and they also just kick ass. So like they are so totally the future of this company.
Do you remember the new catchphrase for Stardom?
No.
What
was it?
Beautiful.
Oh yeah, it's on the back of my ref shirt.
Yeah. Wait, you got a ref shirt too? Shoot.
Yeah. I spent. You don't want to know how much money I spent on Stardom merch.
I do kind of want a ref shirt. Those are cool ref shirts.
Yeah. Talk about DOMs. This promotion fin-domed me, but it's a lot of money. Also, I thought Fuwa-chan and Hazuki as a team. That the opener against Ane and Koguma.
Yeah.
That was a really fucking funny match.
Yes.
Because like Koguma's trying to do the fucking bear thing, and Fuwa-chan's like, I thought this is supposed to be wrestling. Like she literally apologized at one point before she hit her, and she's like, "I'm sorry, but we're here to fight, aren't we?" Like, that's what she said exactly. And it was so fucking funny. And the crowd's booing her, and she's like, "Why are you booing me? I'm here to fight." But yeah, it's very funny. And Hazuki just being up against Koguma was funny too.
Yep.
So yeah, there's some just fun stuff on the show. That's why I still gave it a, I put it 7th on my list because I'm a Stardom mark, first of all. But second of all, there's just a lot of fun stuff on the show. So,
yep.
Especially when you're front row. But yeah, to transition to the 11th, why don't we talk about the transition we were trying to make before I was like, wait a second, more stuff I want to talk about this show. Yeah, the next day, both our final show in Japan, before we both flew home later that day, 1,356, January 11th, day 2. What'd you think?
What I think of the show? It was also a very good
show.
I guess.
Yeah, it was. I put this 6th place, so right above the 11th, because this one had a little bit more depth and great matches. But yeah, you were going to talk about the Maki Ito thing, so talk about that.
So yeah, the Maki Ito thing. Again, it's great that she starts off as a failure, but the twist I didn't expect is she's feuding with one of the newer members of Stardom in Aya Sakura. And Aya Sakura's logic here makes a lot of sense to me. She was either saying that she's offended that Maki Ito calls herself the cutest in the world because she's the cutest in the world, or because that was pretty close to Tam's catchphrase of cutest in the universe. Is that what she was objecting to?
She was saying, and this is based on my Japanese knowledge, but I'm pretty sure that's what she was saying. She was basically saying Tam was the cutest in the universe. How dare you come in here and call yourself cutest in the world? I'm the descendant of Tam, or the follower of the disciple of Tam. I will be the cutest in Stardom and nobody else. That was and she decided to then follow that up by posting a bunch of thirst traps to Twitter, which is so funny.
Queen.
Just to prove it. Yeah. But yes, she's like, that's why she was, and like she was fucking raging after this match, like screaming, yelling. Like one of the last things I saw in Japan was Aya Sakura lose her fucking mind in a really cool way, I didn't even know she had in her.
I mean, honestly. It was like she was facing Chi-Chi again or something.
Yeah,
she has a certain level of wrath in her that's fun to watch.
That's true. When she told Chi-Chi, "I'm gonna like kick your face off" or something, and Chi-Chi was like, "Well, I'm Barbie, so please don't do that." That was so funny too. But yeah, she can fucking tap into it. Let me tell you.
Yeah, it's compelling. So like it gave me another match to be excited about for the pay-per-view, which I think this one's at the Kurikan, or is it at in Osaka?
I can't remember, honestly.
All right.
Nobody's listening this deep anyway. So somebody will figure.
You'd think, and yet
I know. Then there's still always a sicko that's like, I listened to the whole thing. I'm like, first of all, how do I know you're?
We need to give them like a code word they have to post at the end of the episode so that they can brag.
And it can't be sicko because we've used that already. But yeah, so that was great. Also, Sayori Ano's reactions to Maki Ito during this match. I saw
Ito's
some of these
reactions
back.
to Ano were also great.
The both of them together, yeah. So Ito's doing her whole song and dance and everything, and then she looks at Sayori, and Sayori's giving her a look like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And Ito gives this very deep bow to Sayori, and is like, please go bend aside, please forgive me. And that was just so fucking funny. And then Sayori gets backstage. Did you see this quote from her?
Yes, I did.
Like,
yeah.
She's like, Maki Ito. It was basically like, this might be the exact language. It's basically what she said. Maki Ito, before we teamed together, I thought we wouldn't mix. And after we teamed together, I was right. We don't mix. And then she just leaves. This
really
woman
good.
is so fucking funny.
I mean, that's another thing about Maki Ito, is that she doesn't have a lot of friends. She's really bad at making friends.
The deadpan way she delivers it too is so perfect.
Like, this is
like, I don't.
So I was kind of concerned that the lore wouldn't really work in Stardom, but actually, like, it's one of my favorite aspects immediately.
It's working.
Yeah, she meshes in, but more like because she just creates so much friction for herself. It immediately becomes compelling as a result. So I'm into this development.
So that was served from the top. Then on top of that, we had an awesome, one of the best matches of the entire trip.
One of the best, absolutely.
Randomly. The CMLL Japan, Hazuki and Mei Sierra were like, let's go out there and have an 18-minute fucking banger of a match for the CMLL Japan Women's title, this fake belt that barely matters, which that was a really funny like to get from Hazuki when I didn't like the tweet, because I said her match was a banger. I also said her belt was fake, and she liked it anyway. So maybe she didn't know what that meant, or maybe she agrees. I don't know. But yes, she beat May.
You keep having matches like this, that belt's gonna fucking matter. I tell you what.
Yeah. I mean, I went 4.5 stars on this, which is almost exactly what Cage Match gave this. They gave it 9.04. This is my 8th favorite match of the entire trip. And also I'll give the top 10 at the end, I guess, because it's like I've done in such a weird order that it probably nobody even knows what it is anymore. But yeah, incredible match. Love this fucking match. And just the amount of near falls they did at the end felt like like excessive in a good way.
Yeah, no, they built an epic in less than 20 minutes.
Like, if you say excessive, people are going to think you're critiquing it. I'm not critiquing it. It was excessive in all the best ways. It was like, please keep going. Like, just keep going. This is so great. And like, they had faced each other in a great high-speed title match a couple months ago on November 3rd. That went to that May obviously won. That was May's first time beating Hazuki, because they had done a 15-minute draw back in 2024, and they had also done a match in Singapore where Hazuki won, which I bet most people haven't seen that, but if that even made tape. But that was during like a Bushiro convention. But yeah, they've had 4 singles matches, and now Hazuki's back to being ahead 2-1-1. So very cool. They always have good chemistry together, but it was cool to see them get to do a long match, because usually, obviously, they fight for the high-speed title with a time limit. So, very, very cool match. Very, very, definitely fucking enjoyed the hell out of it. The main event, this has an 8.10 on Cage Match. I don't think I was that high on it. I think did I even go 4 on this? I'm scanning through my list. No, I don't think I went 4 on this. I think I was like 3.5 or 3 3/4 maybe. But I mean, it was good, but I was also watching the clock because I had to jump up and leave. So that might have been part of the thing that was distracting me.
I mean,
but yes,
I'd go 4 on it if I was rating.
Okay.
Because I thought it was as a 6-man, maybe a little underwhelming. As a Rina versus Hina match, though, God, that was so good.
It was Rina, Konami, and Kuki again beating Lady C, Hina, and Tomoka Inaba in 22-19. So yeah, maybe it got a little long for me, but again, I was also rushing to make an appointment I didn't want to be late for. So, it probably was adding to my stress factor that kept me from enjoying it. I'll probably try to watch it back. I deliberately didn't want to watch anything back before I recorded this. I wanted to go all my live vibes, basically. Mm-hmm. So, all right. Very quickly, I'm going to give my actual top 10 matches, and then we'll go through the rest of these questions, and then we'll wrap it up. Which I don't think there's that many left I haven't done already. So my top 10 matches of this entire trip. 10th was Hiromu versus Amakusa from the Noah January 1st show. 9th was Sari versus Natsupoi from Stardom Dream Queendom. 8th was Hazuki versus Mei Sierra from the Stardom January 11th Korakuen we just talked about. 7th was Yuki Ueno, Toi, and Takeshi versus Mao, Kanon, and Kazuma Sumi from the DDT January 3rd Korakuen. 6th was Okada versus Tanahashi from the Dome, obviously. 5th was Konami versus Saya Ida from Dream Queendom. 4th was Oscar and Yuto Ice versus Zack and Ryoi Oiwa from New Year's Dash. 3rd was Miyu Watanabe versus Suzume from Tokyo Joshi on the 4th. 2nd was Takeshita versus Tsuji from New Japan on the 4th. And 1st was Saya Kamatani versus Soriano from the Stardom Dream Queendom. Okay, the final questions, let me say that we haven't already covered. Gotesme, I should have asked him. I went to a show with him. I should have asked him how the fuck to pronounce his handle. He said, "Can you please vouch that in person I am not as crazy as I seem on the Discord?" I can vouch for that. Yes, you are definitely not as crazy as you seem on the Discord. I feel like almost everybody is way more chill than their online persona, except maybe me. Am I the only person that's not more chill than their online persona? What do you think?
What do I think? No, you seem pretty chill, mostly. Well, no,
Okay.
Actually, that's a lie. Hang on. I was just thinking back to your reaction to Dream Queendom, which had 0 chill.
Well, that's what I was really thinking of, too. But yes, I don't know. I'm probably about the same, honestly. Maybe I'm less mean in person, probably, right? Because I can be
Well,
kind
you're
of
also
mean
hanging out with people you think are friends. So, like, the real test there would be we would need to get your enemies into Japan as well.
Yeah. There were a couple people that I've had little arguments with online before, but we had long since been cool anyway on Discord. I'm not going to name names. I don't know if they want me to, but there was one of them was like super, super cool to hang out with. I'd never hung out with him before. And he and I like had stupid arguments online before, but he was, again, I feel like if you get most people who've had stupid arguments about wrestling in a room together and have them hang out, they probably get along. Because at the end of the day, we're all wrestling nerds, you know.
Exactly.
I mean, we'll all get along by the end of the day. So yeah, I feel like and this guy and I had some knockout dragouts back in the day. We had already been cool on Discord too by the time we met during this trip, but we definitely had some arguments, and we were, it was super cool hanging out. I mean, I did karaoke with him and everything too. I mean, we had a lot of fun. Let me see, what were the other questions we got? Worst building you saw a show, and I did that one already. Who are the wrestlers you really liked or even made you change your mind on them by seeing them live? From Alkaline Krogan. Did anyone change my mind seeing them live? I was trying to think about this earlier. Could you think of any? I couldn't think of any. We mentioned a lot of wrestlers we really liked live that I hadn't seen much before. Like Yuka really stood out from the Ice Ribbon show, for instance.
Yep.
But I mean, most of these promotions, I'm already seeing a lot of wrestlers I like already. So I don't think seeing them live really, I don't think there's anybody. Who did I hate? Who did I fucking hate that I saw live? I'd say Bea Priestley was a little better live than I was expecting, but also she was looking better in Stardom in the last month or so.
Yeah.
In general on tape too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought she looked great.
Of course. Yeah, Paul of course said, "Who did the best at karaoke?" Oh, you take this one first. Who did the best at your karaoke?
That was you, John. You know it. You know the answer.
What was it? Really me?
So there is a score system, but I don't think we kept track of who had the highest scores.
Well, why did I do the best at karaoke, Arametha? Put me.
Well,
over.
You also clearly practice a lot of this, so. I will say though, I thought my friend Pat came in and he was doing great giant robot songs, and I thought he was fantastic.
Doing really good. He was doing really good.
Also did anyone... that love song from Char's Counterattack. That's definitely not a love song.
Did I do I or do I not slay at Selfie though?
Yes, you quote unquote slay at Selfie. Yes.
You did say at the end of it that was maybe the gayest thing I've ever seen.
Yep.
Which you're not wrong. I mean, you're definitely not wrong. But that always kills when I do it in front of new people. The people here in New York have heard me do it 7,000 times, so it's not novel for them anymore. But but who did the best at karaoke? That I'm trying to think. There was some guy who I don't remember the name of had a really good singing voice, but I can't remember what the fuck his name was. That was the very first session. But let me see. There were a couple other ones in the JCast Discord that we didn't get to, I think. Oh, Tiger Yeet Singh said, you were there over New Year's. I've heard everything shuts down for like a week over that period. What is there to do or see in Tokyo while everything's closed? Well, I'm a terrible person to ask for this because you know what I did in Tokyo? I went to 7,000 wrestling shows. So I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of weird things that are closed during New Year's. Like I remember we tried to, one of the times we did karaoke, we had to go to a second karaoke place because the first one we tried to go to on like I think this might have been like the 30th or the 1st or the 2nd or something. It was closed. So we had to go to another one. And yeah, a lot of things do close. Some stuff opens faster than others. The parks are all open, which Troy pointed out in the Discord. You can go to all the parks if you want.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, I like, what do I do in Tokyo? I mean, I go to wrestling shows. There's a million of them. I go to arcades. Those are all mostly still open. I go, obviously Club MOGRA was open. I spent a lot of time there, and the karaoke and the bars are mostly open. Some of them do close though too.
Well, if the bar's like in an entertainment district, it's likely still open.
Yeah, there were some that do close. Like I know some of the Golden
chains like stayed open as well. I noticed, as opposed to like locally run places.
But if you want to go to like touristy stuff, they're gonna close. Yeah. So yeah, you have to. It's probably not the best time to go if you're looking to do a lot of general tourism stuff. It's definitely the better time for like a wrestling sicko trip. Slurmy asked, what was best and worst show? We covered that. What was your favorite moment of the trip, wrestling and non-wrestling related? What was my favorite moment? What was your favorite moment of the trip, Arametha?
For non-wrestling, I mean, just hanging out with friends. For wrestling, I think it was...
I mean,
I think seeing Mayu have that match live with Eurohall was very special.
My favorite wrestling moment was Takeshi to tap into that Boston Crab.
Yeah, that's a great one.
The Tokyo Dome exploding, or Dino kissing me, or I don't know. That probably those would be the top two, honestly. Non-wrestling related favorite moment. I don't know. There's probably too many because like you just said, hanging out with friends, it's like too many to choose from, honestly. Some of my extracurricular activities would be included, but yeah, I don't know. I can't really come up with one. There was just too many. Like, this trip was incredible. If I didn't do a good enough job putting it over, this might have been my favorite trip ever, which is crazy for the 6th one.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that's it. I think that's all the questions. So there you go. We kept under 5 hours. Yeah, go us. You're not going to celebrate keeping.
Well, I was thinking, did we actually cover all the shows? Because I don't remember talking about Noah's New Year Dash.
We did. I talked about.
You did? You sure? You should talk about them again just to make sure.
I just said it was good. I think they're one of the ones I blew right past. Yes. But,
you sure you can't go into more detail about the Choco Pro show? You barely talked about it.
What do people want to hear about, really? Noah's New Year's Dash or the fucking Snaku in Shizuoka? I think that's what people want to hear about. So that's what I went into great detail about. But yes, folks, we're going to go because it's almost 1 a.m. here and I do have work tomorrow. But yeah, listen, we'll be back on some kind of regular schedule at some point. I have to get back in the swing of like picking out weeks of shows and asking people to come on and all that. I don't know when I'm going to do all that. So we'll see. We might skip another week because next week I have a work retreat I have to go to like on Wednesday and Thursday. And that's also my girlfriend's birthday. And we're going to do stuff for that. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff next week.
So that Stardom Cork and they're charging a pay-per-view for, we're not covering it, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Can always just cover it like in retrospect or something, depending on when we do the following show. We'll see. Arametha, plug your nothing.
Yeah, I got nothing to plug.
Yeah. Am I ever going to get to see you in Japan again, buddy?
Almost certainly. We'll do it again.
You're not going to Wrestle Kingdom next year, though, right? You already think that.
Probably not, but hey, like, if we're going to that G1 in Chicago, I could probably do that.
Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna go to that. I'm gonna go to that for sure. It's a fucking hour and a half flight for me. I mean, it's fucking nothing. So, The bigger question, though, is can we find a place to do karaoke in Chicago?
Yes, I'm sure you can. It's the second city. Come on, man. There's a round one in Chicago. I think they have karaoke there, too. So you can even find a place with Japanese songs.
Well, you would fucking think, but you'd be wrong most of the time.
For round one? Because these
round ones... Yeah, they don't... So if you go to the round ones, all the ones I've been to around New York, at least, in New Jersey, they will say they have the live dance system, but they like turned it off because they don't know how to work it because it's Japanese. And neither do people know how to work. So they just replace it with like a generic American karaoke. So,
that's a shame.
Yeah. Thumbs down for that. But anyway, I'm sure the Chicago one did the same thing probably. But anyway. All right, folks, you can follow us on Twitter at Wrestle Omakase, Wrestling Would Not Fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at JustWhatMB. And I'll see you when I see you, everybody, because I don't know when we're going to do another episode. But I hope you enjoyed that very, very, very long recap of the trip. And if I saw you on the trip, what should the password be for people making it to the end?
Oh, if they make it to the end,
Dominatrix.
All right, there we go. Post that. Let us know.
Everybody, I will see you next time.
Hello, Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network listeners. I am Jeff Hawkins, co-host of Shake Them Ropes, with a very special announcement. If it's been a while or you've never listened to us before, the original gang is back. Myself and Rob McCarran, back talking wrestling. We have no idea where this show's going to go, where we're going to keep any of the old bits or any of the old things in there. It's going to be a process. It's going to be a journey, and we'd like for you to come along with us. Only on Shake Them Ropes on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network.
Hey everybody, my name is Jesse Collins, and I am the host of the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, a show right here on the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. On the Gentleman's Wrestling Podcast, we take a deep look at individual issues and stories that are going on in the wrestling world. Each episode is about a different topic, and we take a thorough and educated look at things ranging from current booking trends to breakdowns on individual performers and angles to investigations into different fan cultures across the industry. In addition, we keep a close eye on the wrestling media, and as a professional journalist, I bring a unique perspective to how current issues in wrestling are being covered and discussed through the wrestling media. We have a revolving series of guests from across wrestling punditry joining us on each episode, and we hope that you make the choice to give us a listen on wherever you get your podcast from.